resort group believes in Cabo Verde and may you be very successful, because success of the resort group is also the success of Cabo Verde. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the live stream here, day number 2 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. I'm Josie Asher, joining me here, Tom Court. Tom, once again, Punta Preta throwing down.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another day of absolutely epic conditions here again today. Wind slightly stronger, but the swell is the same size as we saw yesterday. It's going to be some big sets and some epic wing action, and hopefully the riders are dialed in now, so it's going to be epic to watch.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off with round number 3 of the men, then moving over to round number 1 of the women. 20 minutes, we are going green flag. Stay tuned. And good morning, everybody, as we are ready and we are rumbling. Here we can see we are getting the waves starting to come in. Let's have a look at the graphic of who is going to be joining us here.
Yes, it's another great day here on Cape Verde. We've got massive waves coming through again today. This long-range groundswell is continuing to roll through, and right now is the start of the first heat of the day. We've got Carpentier Benoit and Clement Rosiero out there today, head-to-head heats this morning, and it's going to be some firing action, especially after a good warm-up yesterday. All the riders got some time on the water. Everybody's feeling, well, probably not fresh, and probably not ready, but at least frothing to get out there.
Nothing like a nice little cold plunge to wake you up in the morning, mate. And we have our athletes already getting down. So we have 17-minute heats, 3 minutes transition. We are currently in round number 3 of the men. What is going to be happening is we're going to be completing round number 3 of the men, then moving on to round number 1 of the women. And as you can see, surfers starting to abandon the water. It's misty out there today. It's a little Mordor kind of style.
Yeah, we've got what I believe is a Kalima blowing through today, which is a little bit of Saharan sand in the air, turns the visibility down, turns the sort of air color a little bit orange. Something that I think it's Saharan sand in the air, caused by strong winds across the African continent, but it's still pretty good visibility. You can still see there up the coast. It's not too bad, and it's definitely not stopping the waves.
No, it isn't. The swell is still here, and definitely a bit of sand in the air. I have sand in places I didn't even know existed, mate. It is dusty down here in Cape Verde, but look at that. As you can see, the bird's eye view waves are still pumping down the point as we start off with this first heat of round number 3. All right, here we can see Benoit Carpentier representing France, and he is out there on the starboards and free wing. Benoit, he has been a world champion of the wave SUPing, so he knows exactly what it is to be throwing some turns down on these waves, and then last year absolutely killed it at this event. 15 minutes ago, airing already, starting off strong, Benoit.
Yeah, that's what we want to see today. I was talking to Wesley just a minute ago down on the beach. Let's see the air game today. No holes barred. I mean, there's big waves out there. They're kind of used to it from yesterday, we've seen some deep turns, some sort of really critical risk-taking pocket action, and the next thing to see is the air game start to appear, because I think these guys have got the possibility to be taken to the skies, changing what we know to be the standard wave riding on a wingfoil, because these conditions don't get much better.
Yeah, and this is one of the things I was saying about the respect everybody has here out at the break. As the competition has started, the surfers abandon the water, you know, kind of like in the blink of an eye. So once again, a big thank you to all the locals and everybody making this possible down here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Getting the lens out and getting it ready. And a shout out to Surf and Climb over here on the stream. Good morning and thanks for the vibes. We are very happy with how this event is going out. And here we can see Benoit on a beauty. Talking to Benoit a little bit earlier this morning. We were going to have a little chat with him as soon as there's a little lull of the waves in this heat. He was saying that he has a 500 foil that he was going to be trying out. So I'm wondering if he did get in the water with that. Also talking to most of the riders, we're once again, Tom, seeing about 500 to 650 seems to be the average front wing that we've got out there. And then most of the athletes are around that 40 something litre board. And then you were talking about fuselages yesterday, you know, the difference in between. Some of them have, you know, shorter fuselages, some of them have longer. You know, what do you reckon we're going to be seeing out there today?
Well, it's interesting because typically when you're riding a wave, you want the shortest fuselage in the quiver so that you can crank those turns. But some of the speeds we've been seeing these riders need to achieve down the line is really fast, you know. So I almost think, you know, from a control standpoint, to allow you to go really deep, to allow you to draw out those arcing lines and build a lot of speed on the face, maybe at the shortest possible fuselage isn't the best way to go. I mean, it'll be interesting. Maybe I'll get down the beach a bit later and ask a few of the riders some more technical questions on their equipment and their gear setup. But they're definitely starting to dial it in. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, they are. We've been seeing some of the best surfing yet in a comp, and there you can see that priority buoy up the top. They have to go around that to regain priority. But under snake, you know, under shaking here. Benoit Carpentier having a look. Is he going to be engaging? It looks like he isn't. And I tell you what, while we're waiting for the boys to get back out there, just enjoy the vibes that we have down here, Cape Verde. No stress. And there we can see Clement Rosselló out there on the duotone, the Unit D-Lab, adding a little bit of Lula to the game. And also there we can see Benoit out there on the free wing. And both of them making their way back into position. And we're waiting for that next set. As I said, caught up with Benoit a little earlier this morning, just before his heat. Let's see what he had to say. You threw down here. What's the feeling?
Yeah, exciting to be back. It's been an awesome first day yesterday. I think it was historical. And we got some amazing condition. Looks like today it's a bit more offshore and the waves are still cranking, so it's going to be a great show. It's going to be a long and exciting day. So yeah, I'm first heat, so make sure to watch the live and yeah, we're going to put on the show.
Well, I wish you best of luck. Get yourself ready as you're going in the water. Get out there and kill it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great to hear there from Benoit, a absolute stylish surfer and having a great event here last season. So looking forward to seeing already 8.17 on the cards, Tom.
Yeah, I think it's one of the highest scores we've seen. He's obviously, I was just stood at the judging meeting a minute ago listening to Alvaro chat them through what's going to score highly, and they're really putting emphasis on being deep on the wave. And as you can see from the thumbnail of the live stream today, the photo that they've chosen for that, you can see how deep you can go on a bottom turn behind the foam ball, and they really want to see these riders pushing their foils, pushing themselves to get as deep as possible on the wave so they can set up for turns in the pocket. And as you heard from Benoit there, this really is historical conditions. This is some of the best wingfoil wave conditions we've seen ever in a competition, and these are the sort of conditions that are really going to push the limits of the riders and push the limits of the sport and set a new standard for wingfoiling in waves, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can tell you one thing, those flags were white when we arrived here the first day, and they are browning out like no tomorrow. It just shows how dusty it is down here. I was talking to a couple of friends back home in Spain. We have some of our cameramen who come from the vast country where, you know, also a big surfing community. They are amazed to see waves like this early in the morning, and there's only 4 or 5 people out. I know he's been telling his friends that the next holiday destination is going to be Cape Verde. And if you haven't been to this beautiful island, I definitely recommend it. You have some of the best surfing and kite surfing over here in Punta Preta. And then over in Kite Beach, you have kind of like cross onshore conditions where Joe and Mitu have their official school. So, you know, a really nice place to get involved in. And best thing of all, great food, no stress, and it's mid-February and it's 25 degrees on average, sunny and warm.
There you go, yeah. What more can you ask for? Massive waves, strong wind, and warm days on the water. That is, that's variable paradise right there. There you go. That's looking like the average age of some of the riders down there now, Jay.
It is incredible. Yeah, there Arthur Tabor from France, the duathlon athlete who won his heat yesterday and already into round number 3. So he had a little rest as obviously the winner of that round number 1 goes straight to round number 3. And it's great to see how the youngsters are coming because, yeah, as you say, Tom, they're getting younger and younger, mate.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we talked a lot yesterday about how young this sport is in general. You know, probably 5-6 years old only, really, and you know, there's a lot of room for development. And you know, just like myself and yourself as well, growing up at the start of the you know, the invention of kite surfing, that's when riders, you know, young riders really start to put their stamp on the sport, start to put their mark in the game, and really start to develop new styles and directions and how things can develop into the future. Because some of the riders that we see here today will be the riders that we'll be watching for the next decade, I imagine, as they start to push the limits and start to change the way we ride foils on the water.
Absolutely, and a big difference is there is now milk on the bar because they are not of age, mate.
Yeah, well, that's the only slight downside behind it is, yeah, you're not looking at such pumping event parties possibly, but you know, hey, there's plenty of time for those in life.
Absolutely, and here Benoit Carpentier flying down the line. He's going, does he make it out?
Oh, snaggled on the inside. That was a classic example of how gnarly these sections can be. Even on a 500 foil, he was struggling to make the speed of that. Oh, and Clem again as well, snapping that backhand turn a little too hard and not quite getting away with it. But it looks like Clement got away with it, but Benoit is in the washing machine there. He's going to be very lucky to get out of here and get back into the heat without too much trouble.
That is not the first time this man has been down the washing machine, because I tell you what, he has handled that easily. And it was just like you said here, he just got caught behind and just got hit by that section, but there was a nice flowing, arcing turns, just nice and graceful all the way down the line. Yeah,
you can see here, look, he starts to see the section ahead. He probably should have pulled off, but it's already quite steep. And yeah, he goes to race it, makes a little mistake, and then snagged. It's not going to get around it. And also similarly with Clement, look, I mean, he was really deep there on that wave, taking it from behind the section. Nice grab rail, arcing bottom turn, drawing some lovely lines there. But you see, he tries to snap it here and just snaps that backhand hook a little hard. Look, wha-bam!
Oh, lucky that wing went behind the wave though, because that actually allowed him to be out. And here we can see Benoit and the guys giving him some assistance down on the rocks. And it looks like he is ready to go one more time.
New wing, look, there's the old wing just washing up off the rocks. As we were saying yesterday, always clean up any trash you see on the beach. And as we say, you're going to have some kids pulling some wings out of the water as we go through the day here. I mean, these riders need backup on backup on backup wings to be riding a wave like this, because it really is punishing on the gear. And look at this, just to get back in his heat with 5 minutes left to go, he's really having to take some risks to get out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's the next heat who's going to be coming up. We can see, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's going to be Camille Bouillet and Julien Outback. So white helmet, Camille Bouillet, RD athlete from France, starting to get ready to go out into the water.
Teamwork there on the shore break action.
Brothers in arms.
We've got we've got some amazing conditions lining up here today, and it's going to be one of those classic moments in the sport, I think, where we see some things that we have never seen before. We start to see what is truly possible with a wing and with a foil, and pushing even these riders, I think, to the edge of what they've done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scores now, obviously Benoit put the work in early with that very nice 8.17. There you can see, what size is he on there? He was out on a 5.5, if I'm not mistaken. And now he looks like he's trying to get going. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse.
It's like a 4 meter.
It looks small. It does look small. And there, Cammy getting ready as he's going to be going up against Casper Zilla from Maui, who've had probably one of the best photos I've seen foiling so far.
Yeah, I've seen Cash warming up actually over the last few days, and he is an impressive rider. He's putting down some hammers, riding super fast, and dealing with these waves really well. And I can see he's been hanging around the event, just being ready to go the whole time. You see how talented these riders are. You'll see he'll get a slight gust off the back of this wave, and because it's such offshore waves, you're getting really variable wind strengths. But you get a gust just as the wave goes past you. You get a gust straight off the back of that wave, and as you saw there, you just use that tiny gust just to get up on the foil and get going. And once they're up on the foil, it's easy for them to keep riding through these lulls. But that is not easy.
Yeah, and to look at the waves just breaking, peeling down. And you can see with the mist out there, Clement back in action. He knows he's got to get a good score because Benoit's got that 8.17. He is deep.
I mean, look at this. His wave selection has been superb this morning already. He's really stepped up his game from yesterday, and I think he's got his head in the right place. Obviously having the psychological advantage there of Benoit getting destroyed through the inside. Having said that, he's not looking like they're scoring him quite as well as Benoit. It'll be interesting to know what the what sort of criteria they're looking at there, because I like
I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan. He's drawing some nice lines. He's not snapping the turns, but he's really flowing, and he's going very deep. And he is also on his backhand as well, which invariably makes it quite a lot harder. Benoit's got this sort of hooky style, and I think going back to the length of the fuselage, Joe, having a very short fuselage allows you to really almost hook that foil into a stool through the turn, so you can kind of stall out that tail wing and bring the foil round into a sort of snappy turn. And I think as the riders get used to conditions, we're going to see a lot more sort of surfy style. But Clement's obviously favouring that more sort of fluid flow, arcing turn, grab rail vibe out there. And it doesn't seem like the judges are liking it as much.
Yeah, he kind of, he has to have that kind of long wheel. I mean, let's not forget, coming from SUP, he's used to having a big board underneath his feet, and now it is looking like waiting for that final score to come in for Clement, but I don't think it is gonna be enough, waiting for confirmation. But while we are, let's go and see the highlights of that last heat, and we will get the result to you very soon. Welcome back, everybody. Coming up next, we're going to be having Cash Bazzola up against Camille Bouillier. Camille RRD. Cash is out there on Armstrong Falls. One of the most innovative riders we have out there. Camille, a very talented wave rider. Let's see how this one is going to go. 17 minutes of action, and we are about to go. Green flag is in the sky.
Yeah, here we go. Ripping through the heats already today into the second heat. Round 3 of the men's. Heat 2 of the day. 17 minutes on the clock. And the sets are firing.
Yeah, we can see there Camille, if I'm not mistaken, looks like he's on at the Evo Wing Gold there by RRD. Look, once again, he's looking like he's on a 5.5, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a 6. And talking to him, he was on his Blaze foil. And again, looking in between the 6 to 700s, as depending on the size of the wave, and maybe even looking a little overfoiled there, Tom.
Yeah, maybe overwinged and overfoiled. This is what we were talking about yesterday. Wing control is super important on the face of the wave. You saw it just there on that wave. He clipped the tip of his wing through the top turn in the wave, and how that throws you off. Not only throws off your concentration, throws off your whole body position, and that can have sort of catastrophic repercussions, I imagine, in these conditions. Look at this. First turn, really nice, deep bottom turn, and then clips his wing on the face and nearly offsets him, causing him to clip his wing a couple more times through that bottom turn as well. But yeah, choosing the wrong equipment out there could result in some less than favorable swimming.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, absolutely. Having a little dance with the rocks, and here we can see Cash Bazzola all the way down the line. Had one of the best shots I've seen so far yesterday. Make sure to check out the Wingfoil World Tour Instagram account to get a look at that. They are photographer Lucas bringing in the gold, and Cash always a smile on and off the water, and a very talented waterman hailing out of Maui.
Yeah, I mean, coming from Maui, it's easy to see how he's got to this standard on a wing. I mean, those guys have been innovating in water sports right from the early days. You know, this from the seeding of windsurfing all the way through to the invention of kite surfing, and probably now through wingfoiling, I imagine. It's an island of watermen out there, and well, watermen and waterwomen, and they've always represented hard when it comes to the innovation of new sports and believing in the future of new water sports. I remember watching some of my first Nash Productions kite surfing videos on VHS, and windsurfing videos like R.I.P. coming out of Maui back in the day.
Wow, that is definitely back in the day. Yeah, that was when you actually had to, rewind and fast forward a VHS to see how they were doing the moves.
Well, you had to wait a year to get the video.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, the video that you were watching was filmed years beforehand.
Years before.
Because it hadn't got to the UK in that season, which is crazy to think now that we can see some of these young kids innovating here today, see it almost instantly on the other side of the world, and then you've got people working on those moves within that week. So that's why I think we've seen such huge innovation, across the whole foiling game, the whole foiling industry, and indeed in the wing foiling sport. I know kite surfing through my generation really stepped up its development and its progression with, well, let's say the invention of the internet, Joe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's been a new thing even in that time, and then also with DSLR cameras coming around and being riders like myself and the Free Ride Project crew being able to put videos out quickly so people can see them straight away. It's just ramped up and up and up. So now that we're watching this live right now, so that people can mimic this straight away.
No, it is incredible how far it's come. The World Wide Web, mate. The World Wide Web. Back in the day where you connect and all the telephone noises and everything, and now, yeah, there you go. And now we complain when there isn't fiber cable at 100 meg and it used to be 56k.
Yeah,
I mean, it is just going. Here we can see people having a little look on here. So no athletes do not have leashes on the board. It is not mandatory because obviously being connected to your board and your hydrofoil in these big waves, you do not really want that one coming racking around your head, do you, Tom?
No, you don't. I mean, it's fun to watch, but I'm sure it's not as fun
to see
be there. Definitely not. But I've got a feeling that we're going to see some seriously hot action out there today. Some big slams, some drags over the rocks, and some drama. Definitely going to be going down. Interesting to see how these guys are picking the wave. You see that wave there just forming up. Almost looked like it wasn't coming out anywhere, and then it just forms up on the reef. But wave selection, as they were saying at the judging meeting, is a big part of the game. You know, the swell is pretty consistent, pretty solid, but there are some waves that are coming in at slightly different angles, different directions. So just to get one that connects down the reef and you know, delivers that nice, long, reliable ride that these riders want, so that you don't get snagged on the inside, is it's an important part of the game.
Yeah, and then we can see the Armstrong foils set up. We can see Cash Rosella out there with the A-Wing XPS, and I'm wondering what size he is. He's either going to be on the 5.3 or maybe the 4.6, so he is a smaller rider. And then I saw his quiver out there before. It looks like he was having a go on the wingsurfing, which from Armstrong. So looking forward to grabbing him afterwards for an interview. We'll be asking him about his gear because, you know, Cash, he really is into the innovation. We've been seeing him doing carving 360s on the wave. He does kind of, I like to call him a professor. He is one of those athletes that is always inventing and trying to, you know, think outside of the box. And that is what can give you those extra scores, but also if you risk it too much in a wave like this and you're too deep. We saw it yesterday with the current world champion Wesley. He was sweating for the last 4 minutes of that heat because Leon was very close to taking him out.
Yeah, definitely. He probably got some of the biggest highlight wipeout reels from his heat yesterday, but you know, he did manage to make it through. So by the skin of his teeth. I was speaking to him just at the judging meeting, and I think it hasn't helped his nerves, to be honest. He's definitely feeling like he needs to step it up today. Definitely didn't appreciate that mistake he made, and like you say, when you start making a mistake halfway through the heat, to get back out there, get back on the water, becomes really difficult to have any time left.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there with Benoit as well. You know, a couple waves got caught on the inside, and there you go, it was on, and now waiting for the action to happen, as there is a little bit of a lull in the swells out here. Yeah,
we're just going to the commentary, get involved underneath the live stream in the comments, and there's some great windsurfing nostalgia coming back about the RIP days of early Maui videos that I'm sure we all used to watch, and a lot of us used to worship. I know as a child, as a kid, as a young ripper, aspiring ripper myself, I used to watch a lot of those old windsurfing movies and surfing movies from the Hawaii days. And yeah, RIP, what a great video. Marius Stevens there, also paying some compliments to the live stream, and how the GWA seems to be delivering here today with this product that we're putting out.
Beautiful conditions and product. Yeah, team effort. We thank you very much. Appreciate that you guys and girls are enjoying the stream, and I mean, it helps that we've got absolutely beautiful waves. But yeah, definitely the crew putting on long hours, making sure you guys and girls are enjoying the epic conditions that we have here. And you know, it ain't easy being 4 meters from the action. You guys think it's hard to be on the sofa in the office seeing this. You should try sitting, you know, in an arm's length from those waves and just looking at the stream.
With all your equipment in a bag just outside, just thinking, God damn. But definitely good to pay homage to the windsurfers as well. Windsurfing crew out there, big up. I know that wingfoiling, you know, in the early days of wingfoiling, definitely bears some resemblance to windsurfing, obviously minus the mast foot, with a bit more of a sort of kite surfing inspiration in terms of the way a wing can move. But definitely, you know, riders like Nick Baker back at home, and Ross Williams, who's also a legend in the windsurfing world. I ride with a lot. I know that they have had the early advantage, let's say, in the windfoiling learning curve when I've been riding with them, because the background of windsurfing really steals you as a rider, you know. And if you're a hardcore windsurfer, you are cut from a different cloth to most people, I can tell you that.
Yeah, especially those two boys. I mean, you know, Nick Baker being an indoor world champion and one of the best windsurfers coming out of the UK from the beginning of the ages, and now it's great to see, you know, likes of him, likes of Timo, a lot of the UK windsurfing crew heavily into their wingfoiling, and even, you know, Guy Cribb, keen is the word.
I've been toe foiling a bit with Guy Cribb out in the Canary Islands, and he is a master of froth, I can tell you that. He has got more energy than me when it comes to getting out there, and I mean, that's what we love. That's what we love to see, you know, just being keen to get on the water, keen to get out there. Obviously, Nick Baker representing duotone wing in the UK as well. Big players in the game, and always keeping the stoke high. That's what we like.
Yeah, and that's how it should be, you know, the different generations, making sure the stoke totem pole and relays all the way down, and it's so cool, you know, like we were saying when we saw our tour come on the screen there, they are getting younger and younger, and we have athletes of 12, 14 years of age. I'm going to say it, mate, that's tripled them.
Yep, yeah, that's it. I know, like you say, you can't even take them for a celebratory beverage after the big game, but they are killing it, that is for sure.
They are earning their snow cone at the end of the day, I can tell you that. All right, Cash dropping in, nice and easy, just some air to come off. You can see Hazy out there at the moment, the Maui boy. Just he crouches, I mean, you can see surfing background. Oh, slash!
That's what we like to see.
Now we're talking.
Just getting that foil plane out of the water there, and yeah, that's a hard move, you know. Once you start breaching the foil, start planing along the, you know, getting that foil into the turbulent water. I mean, he did, look at this out the back. He's done an early air indie grab with the, you know, critical section right at the beginning of the wave, dropping deep into the pocket, pulling such a nice bottom turn, and then boom. That is a really nice, what they would call fins out in surfing turn, and I can tell you
that ain't easy.
Yeah, that is not easy. Getting your, you know, foil out of the water is very different to getting your fins out of the water, and you know, to have the composure to hold that together out there in these size waves, and just putting that down. I mean, here we go again.
Yeah, he got a 9.0 for that wave, and I'm not surprised he's already got an air. Look keeping the speed all the way down, Cash.
Look at that read, and he's over the air again. Double air already on this wave. Punching his way around a section, just such a good read on the wave. He's looking for a big roundhouse here, I reckon, as it fattens up. He's, yes.
Oh, now we're talking. Just loses the wing at the end there. But, you know, he does not even need that. Cash Mazzola, ladies and gentlemen, 9.0 and a 7.63, 17 plus total. So he is starting to get it going.
Going to be counting those checks.
Oh, tell me about it. Look at that. And then just making it cruising, calm, cool, and collected on his way out. We will get info on his setup, because I know, you know, Armstrong, they do play with their front and their back wings a lot. It looks like we've got some comments there on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, how do you think it plays out that he dropped his wing?
I don't know. It is a good question. Obviously, you know, in the end, it is about the whole complete control. So I guess maybe something will be deducted there. But one thing I can tell you, I am seeing scores coming in, and it is going to be a big number, because Cash Mazzola, a 9.87 total already.
Wow.
The highest wave score and the highest combination total. That is the one setting the bar to the roof.
For me, by a mile, that was the best wave ridden. I mean, 100%. We saw so much variety in that, from multiple airs on the same wave to deep pocket bottom turns behind the section, and that roundhouse for me with a foam bounce is really tricky to do with a foil. Like once you go back into the foam, back into the whitewater with your wing, it becomes hard to control, it becomes unpredictable, and I mean, like say, he's just drawing really nice lines. You can see how he read that wave like the back of his hand as well. Yeah, comments on the stream coming through. Yeah, obviously paying respect to all the movie makers out there. Andre Podolsky as well. Yeah, I remember his movies. Minds Wide Open, great movie. Made so many good movies in his time, and I had the pleasure to meet him a while ago. And yeah, I mean, what a guy he was. Yeah. Lots of old movies, Heart and Soul, Instant Rewind, one for me. I mean, obviously all the Space Monkey productions, the Tron loans. Remember the Tron loans?
Oh,
Jay?
do I? Mate, batting it out against himself and Mother Nature. I use that quote all the time, and that is from Chris Tronalone. That is that one.
Yeah, I remember getting put in the same room as Chris Tronalone in one of my first PKRA competitions back in the day in Italy, and that was a real education, I can tell you that. Here we go again. With the relentless Cash, that was absolutely sick. Top turn stall. He's got unbelievable control of that Armstrong setup. He is looking really nice out there. I'm recalling it now. For me, this is some of the best riding and the best wave reading I have seen, and I think a lot of the riders on the beach are going to be watching Cash right now and thinking, we need to step things up.
All right, 40 seconds here, but yeah, definitely. There is going to be a few shakes on the beach at the moment after seeing Cash with that 18.87 and that 9.87. Highest wave score of the day, almost picture perfect. Are we going to maybe see the old Hail Mary? And it has been adjusted because that last wave is looking like Cash has already done it. We have the first 10.0, the first 10.0 of the competition. Now it is on fire as we close out. What a show, mate.
Yeah, mate, what a show. That was just a real next level show of wingfoil wave riding, especially in waves this size. And Cash just put it down. I mean, I think that's well-deserved scoreline there, as we saw such a variety from him, from wave selection to moves, wraps, turns, top turns, bottom turns, airs, foil out turns, and stalls. I mean, technicality-wise, he really just displayed everything that I think the judges are looking for.
Yeah, and we can see people here on the stream already saying that Cash is the next level savage winging, and that is it. Now, tell you what, let's see the highlights of that last heat where we had the first 10 of the competition. right, welcome back, everybody. And it is the Battle of the Frenchmen coming up. We're going to see Noé Kuyala versus Tom Aubert. Noé out there on the F1, one of the new generation's youngsters. He is coming from Corsica, and then we have Tom Aubert from France. He's going to be out on the duotone.
Yeah, and just in the break, we just saw something absolutely insane go down, but we're straight into the action of this heat. And I have to admit, from what we've seen so far, Joe, it's exciting to think what we're going to actually see go down on the water today. These kids are going to push themselves to the limits, I think.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, we've already seen some ridiculous wave riding out there from Cash and flying to the sky also. Discussion came out yesterday about the air game here in winging, and I think, you know, I stand even further with what we said is do not clip the wings. Let's see how this can evolve, and then we can start to decide.
Yeah, out the corner of our eye in the break, you didn't see it here on the live, but we saw Cash maybe go 20 feet off the lip. At least 20 feet off the lip. He didn't get back in quite yet to the wave, but he is painting a picture of something that is going to be quite insane to behold if it comes off, I think.
No, he's definitely starting to, as you say, the artiste is starting to show his brushstrokes, and he is going to want to, you know, already scare a few of the boys out here on the beach. Last year he was third overall. He didn't do all of the stops either, and already showed that he was going to be a force to be reckoned with, and it looks like he's come here firing to Cape Verde. At the moment, we can see here Noé Kuyala just had a very nice wave. Noé, the F1 rider, out there on the Strike V3, just rocking it out and chilling. He is a very talented surf freestyler and in the waves as well. Always good vibes, traveling with his family. It's always cool to see Noah coming over here, and it looks like the boys are getting ready with the old quads down here, but the lines are stacked across the horizon. And Tom, I'm going to say it is looking even cleaner out there.
It's looking better. It's looking as good as it could be, Joe. That is for sure. And yeah, talking of family, I can see my dad popping up on the live stream there. Andrew Court, big up to the dads out there. And I think they're even more important to mention these days, especially with this young generation coming through. It requires family support. It requires, it requires the parents to really get involved to give these nipper rippers the opportunity to be here and to get involved and to start pushing the level of this new sport. And so yeah, big up to all the families, all the dads, all the mums, all the parents that support their kids to do this sort of thing, because opportunities await when it comes to living a life of water sports and learning a lot about nature, learning a lot about what we can do with ourselves and where these fantastic sports can go and where the opportunities can lead.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no better way, no better education than throughout sports, and so cool to see here. And you know, the nipper rippers and the little whippersnappers, as my granddad would say. It is so cool to see so many young faces in the sport that is wingfoiling, because that just means it has a bright future. But then also it's a good thing from that side as well, because if there's a lot of young kids, they're going to be pushing all the dads and the families and the mums to go harder and go bigger. So it's 360 street.
Yeah, it goes both ways. Yeah, I could refer back to my own dad. He's well, I won't mention his age because I'm sure he probably won't appreciate that on a live stream, but he is shredding daily, and yeah, he's driven me to events throughout my life, and I'm sure that it has worked both ways. You know, we ride together all the time, and there's no better
beats it.
No better pleasure out there, mate. I'm sure you know yourself than sharing time on the water with your family and friends, and that's what it's all about out there.
Yeah, let's actually, I'm going to ask the question to the people listening here on the stream. How many of you have, had the pleasure to be able to be out on the water with your kids or with your parents? Shout us up. I mean, one of the best moments I remember is those sunrise session surfs with my father. I think, it's super special moments. And then, during my kiting career, him waiting in the wind and in the rain, on the beach, just seeing those you know, the few moments, the few beginnings of the sport, and kind of getting into it and making sure you had the hot chocolate, and the hot chocolate has now turned into a cold beer at the end of the session. You know, it evolves.
It does evolve indeed, yeah. And there's many weekends sleeping in the back of a van, driving you to events across the country that probably at the time didn't need to be done, but nonetheless, some of the quality time you remember and some of the best memories that you have at the end of the day.
Wetsuits in the back of a car after a full weekend of riding, there's nothing that beats it, mate.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Wet, cold, and partially naked in a raining car park.
Oh.
At the time,
sentimental. we're getting sentimental here, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, good morning, everybody. As you can see, we're starting to get into a groove and a vibe at the moment. Cape Verde, one more time, Tom. I'm going to say it. We are making a lot of people jealous of being out here, and we could see why on earth use almost the same jersey. I will answer that. Unfortunately, it looks like the printing of the jerseys, there were two blues, and one blue wasn't as neon or fluoro as it should have been. We do have the same complaint, but sometimes this happens, and I can guarantee that next year it's going to be bright pink, so we can completely tell we are going to be helping you guys out. What I can say, which is easy to identify the wings, is Noe is out there on the black and blue wing, the F1 Strike V3, and then we can see Trommelbeer is out there on the yellow and purple wing, which is the new unit D-Lab from Duotone, so easier to see those colors than it is from a Lycra.
Yeah, that's it. It's important to just pick up on the equipment that these guys are using. Oh, look, there we go. Look, under priority, decided to take that one. I would say that was a good call too.
Very much so.
You can see it's very offshore today, and one really good thing to know about wingfoiling, and one massive advantage I think of winging, is it really allows you to ride very offshore conditions. Like once you flag that wing out, you can ride in a huge variety of wind directions, and that's one almost unique thing that wingfoiling has that a lot of other sports don't. I mean, maybe windsurfing, you know, also does allow you to ride some very offshore conditions, but with kiting, if it's too offshore, you can't ride the wave properly. So, like, yeah, winging is quite unique when it comes to being able to flag that wing out and really connect directly with the wave, and yeah, just draw some unique lines. Look at those sets.
Oh, it is just, I tell you what, if you suddenly hear silence in the booth, it's because we've grabbed a surfboard and we've gone out there. This is now becoming way too much torture. Look how clean it is. A little bit more offshore today. When we caught up there with Benoit, he was saying it in his interview, it has swinged ever so slightly, and it has just brushed and cleaned the wave up. Look at that. It does not get much better.
He struggled with that top turn, but this is what I was saying yesterday, Jay. You can, with a foil, do turns above the lip.
You can,
because the foil is still in connection with the wave, but your board can be above the lip, and your foil can almost be behind the lip, you know. So I'd like to see more of that. Obviously, it makes it hard to re-enter the wave sometimes, and you've got to get everything right, from the wing management to your foil drive management as well, and obviously struggling there just to get back into that wave to get a backup score on the board. Here we go, dropping into another epic set line. These waves are relentless here today. There has not been a 5-minute break in double overhead sets for the last hour, I would say. It is quite a special thing to behold, and definitely a daunting prospect to go out in these conditions. I'm not saying I wouldn't like to be out there, for sure. I would love to be out there winging right now. Definitely be out there kiting, but it would it's scary stuff. Like, the consequences are real, and yeah, if one mistake could be definitely the end of all of your equipment if you're not careful. But here we go. some action, struggling to commit to that down the line option there, but as you start to get into that wave, the white water that's generated from the wave before, if you're not out on a clean face, you see here he's in clean, nice blue, fresh water. But as the wave starts to come down, you see the bubbles underwater from the wave before, and the white water start to churn up some underwater turbulence. You really got to keep an eye out for that, because that can throw you off. And look, here we see he's going into the white water of the wave before, and he just can throw off your balance. And if you're going as fast as some of these riders are going, it's yeah, it really is. It's tricky. Was nice, carving some nice turns though, definitely, and the wave selection on that one was really good. Definitely holding his line down the line, gritting his teeth there through that slightly more turbulent section, but making it out unscathed. It's going to be a good wave, but I don't think it's going to be a hugely high score, that one.
A little bit of a straight liner there as well, isn't it, Tom? You can see not quite getting those hacking turns that we've seen. I mean, but hey, we did just come from Cash, but still, Noe clipping the wing at the top there, getting it a bit of an air. But I think one of the things the judges, I mean, they said it on the kiting side as well, is that first turn, really engaging and kind of saying how they're going to be coming down the line. You can see Noe here from the beginning just not quite getting that, and there's that wing clip again, and he just kind of maybe, you know, fixed it up with a little bit of an air.
Yeah, put a plaster on that one. But man, I'm going to say this is the best air waves we've had. This swell's obviously hit slightly late because we were expecting it earlier in the week, and it didn't deliver on the day that we thought it would come in. And obviously the main day was slightly delayed, and then the swell hit a bit late, but it is just driving through now. It's really cleaned up, it's organized itself, and there are just some freight trains coming down the line, all the way down the reef now. A good crowd coming down here early. People know the event's on now, people starting to get into the swing of it, and yeah, it's good vibes from early doors.
It is, and we got about, what would you say, Tom? Probably 12 to 14 knots out there at the moment. I can see people asking here on the stream. We've seen 5.5 wings going out on average, and I'm looking at the flag that we've been seeing the next few days. Would you say that would be about right?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, like I was saying earlier a little bit, it's variable. You got probably quite big gusts straight off the back of these waves. Like when the waves start to get this big and the wind is offshore, the wind actually accelerates up the face of the wave. So off the back of the wave, like right there where he is, off the top of the lip, the wind strength will actually be really high. But then, you know, vice versa in the lulls. Look at the face on this one. He has gone down, but he's probably going to thank himself for going down so early on that one. Just looking out the window, that was a freight train.
One behind. Can he get past it?
Yeah, I think
he's all right.
I think he got away with it. Yeah, that's one advantage of it being strong-ish offshore winds. You see that gust off the back of the wave there?
Yeah, it's just splitting all the way along.
But one advantage of it being offshore is you can obviously clear the break as quickly as possible. If you don't get stuck on the inside, you can get out there with that wind quite quickly. So yeah, it's good. It's good conditions.
Yeah, and here we have Tom Albert making his way back very close in between these two. 12.40 versus a 12.04. We got a 633 higher score, 607 for Albert versus the 617 and a 5.87 there for Kuyala. So very, very close to these guys. And it is going to be coming down to the wire because we are having at least 4 to 5 sets. They're very close together. The waves are pumping. So a little look at the tide, what is happening there. Let's not forget that we're about mid-tide going down. High tide is at 11:30 local time, 9:30 now. And this break really does work on the push. So if the waves are like this when it is mid-tide going down, I cannot wait to see how it is going to be when it is up on the push and coming towards us as we continue on here. Day number 2, GWA Wingfoiling World Tour here for the Cape Verdean World Cup. And it has been non-stop surfing action all the week long as we close in to the final 90 seconds of this heat number 3 of round number 3 of the men.
Yeah, it has really been a graced competition period with a swell like this hitting. It's the second or third time for me here in Cape Verde, and I have been lucky enough to score waves every time, but I can tell you it's not always this good or waves of this quality. And if especially like in an event scenario when you're planning a long time in advance, obviously you need to plan in advance. You don't know what conditions you're going to get within the 10-day window, but to get the Atlantic light up like this, I know it's happening all over the Atlantic right now. I'm getting tales of epic waves from all the islands. Even back at home, there's been some waves back on the Isle of Wight. So it's a good time.
Yeah, I think that's why your dad said there on the comments that he better get out there, mate. I think that was indirectly telling you that he is going to stop listening to you and go surfing.
Yeah, either that or he was talking about these conditions right now. One of the two.
I hope he's talking about these conditions and not playing with us that he's going to go for a surf.
Yeah, mate. You sit there on the sofa, mate. You listen.
And then you can see the wave from the back and Tom Albert. So waiting for those final scores as both of them have had a wave at the closing moments of the heats. Enjoying the highlights out here as we continue on. And let's see who is going to be in the lead as we got 30 seconds to go. All right, so waiting for results to come in as there were final waves ridden by both of these boys. And we will have to see who it is going to be. It's going to be a close one, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on. Coming up next, Ugo Marin is going to be going up against Finn Spencer. Ugo representing Reading, and we can see Finn is going to be out there on the duotone as we are getting ready to rumble and continuing on here. Round number 3, heat number 4 of the men. Alright, well, while we're waiting for the waves to come here, we are going to be going down to the beach as Tom has Kasper Zola the highest wave score of the day, 10.0 and combination.
Okay, so we're down here live on the beach. I'm with Cash. We've just seen him out there on the water. That's definitely some of the best riding we've seen out there. How's it?
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty magical. We've got amazing waves and we got wind as well. So you can't ask for much more. And we're just having fun. And it's a blessing to be here in Cape Verde, Sol. And yeah, just happy to be here.
Yeah, obviously coming all the way from Maui in Hawaii, representing hard for a place that's always innovated hard in the water sport side of things. How is it to be here, for this event at the start of the 2024 season and be pushing in some of these conditions?
It's amazing. Yeah, I'm very lucky to grow up in Maui, and between windsurfing, kiting, and winging, as well as surfing, you have so many opportunities to do whatever you want. Depending on the time of day, you can surf or wing or windsurf or kite, and coming here is awesome too. It was quite a travel. I think it was 40+ hours, but we made it, and yeah, we're just stoked to be here, really.
Perfect. At the end of that, just in the gap between those heats that we didn't see on the live stream, I saw you go pretty big into the air. So I'm wondering what you got in the bag for the air game.
A lot of the air tricks powered on the wave here for this competition are kind of hindered just because of the rules, but once the heat's over, we get to play around a bit, and it wasn't my best move because the wind kind of dies out the back, and I went pretty big and the wind died, so I just kind of fell, and the knees didn't like it too much, but yeah, we're just having fun, really.
There we go. We heard from Cash here. We're expecting a lot. It's going to be an epic day on the water. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cash. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cash killing it out there to start off. And now we have Ugo Marin is going to be going up against Finn Spencer. Ugo representing Reading and Finn on the duotone. Here we can see Ugo starting to drop in as he is getting ready to rumble. Already we got a couple of scores up, but nothing happening really quite yet, as this is going to be heat number 4 of round number 3 of the competition, and both of the boys have had 2 good waves, and let's see who's going to get the highest score to start it out. All right, Ugo coming down, already got a couple of waves so far. And here we can see still people joining in on the stream. Welcome, 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 everybody. And look at that. As we can see the Alula Reading here making his way. Ugo Marin, a very talented wingfoiler. He last year, let's not forget, was 2nd overall. So 2nd runner-up on the overall ranking, and now boom, Finn Spencer. Finn also hailing out of Canada but living out there in Maui, a very powerful surfer And we saw him out there without the wing the other day, absolutely ripping. You can see just that flowy, pure surfing style. Judges are going to be loving it.
Yeah, Finn dropping some big scores already. 7.23 out there, one of his first waves. And yeah, he's definitely one of the favorites. A lot of buzz around his style and the way he's been riding a wing recently. But great to catch up with Cash there on the beach quickly and get a few words for him. He seemed pretty stoked. Definitely stoked on the conditions that have come in for this holding period. Remarking on how rare it is to get waves and wind and everything lining up for an event like this. I mean, we've all had free ride days that stand out, but they're not in a fixed competition window, obviously. So yeah, pretty pumped to be on the water. Interesting what he was saying about the air game, and obviously, like we spoke yesterday, and shout out to the Kono Foil Classic and the UK crew, but they had a rule in their event that if you put your backhand on the wing, it wouldn't count or it would end your wave. So I think there's something similar in place here, because it feels like Cash just mentioned that some of the judging criteria hindered the air game a little bit there, and I'm assuming it's because of that backhand rule, making it a much more surf style event. And to be honest, it is, sticking with that sort of fluid surf style that I guess the judges are looking for.
Yeah, I think also it's up for discussion, that rule. We've been saying it on the stream, and I know the committee are having meetings after this event to see where they want to take it, because obviously it progresses so much, and I know that's going to be one of the main questions to see, where they want the sport to progress. If we're going to have that, one-handed can't grab the backhand, or if we are going to open the doors. There's multiple opinions. Some riders prefer the pure surfing side. Some riders really want to, start to get some of those big two-handed airs. That's the reason why you've got a committee. So, by the riders, for the riders, so that we can, they decide together, obviously, with committee members of the industry and of the tour, because, it's not always just about the riding. There's a lot of different aspects. You have the industry, you have where the sport, to be able to go to, a little bit more mass media to make it more appealing. There's a lot of different opinions that have to at least be listened to, and we will see where it comes. But it is so good to see, and personally, I love seeing those big airs.
Yeah, me too. And I think, I guess the real question is, are you allowed to use the wing for lift? Like that's the real crux of that question, because you're seeing the new wing designs, especially with the longer front handles on the wings, allows you to hold that wing slightly more in the center of balance, so that you could technically just still hold it with one hand, but also gain lift from the wing. So it's more about the question of, can you use the wing for lift? Because I'm pretty sure you could still one hand on that front handle and gain extra height, extra glide, extra lift down the face. But here we go, snapping in the pocket. Isn't that nice drone angle there?
Yeah, you can see here Ugo representing Reading. He's out there on the Capitano foil and the feather wingboard. It's cool to see the company of our good friends. Kevin Langley just been texting him, and he's been saying hi. And it's great to see. Also, you can see the Hypernatural, the Alula wing there from Reading, taking all the products to the next step. And a big shout out to him, and he's been sending a picture here, Tom.
Oh,
there he is.
Look at that, Kevin, one of the
instigators.
The instigators, one of the younger legends of the sport of our generation. And we'll send him a shaka back. Another massive innovator, and spent his time over the years developing many a style, many a different way of riding, from his legendary one-handed tricks. One of the few riders that used to do some freestyle tricks I think no other riders have done.
He was the
again.
one really pushing that. He had a sick KGB one-handed.
Yeah,
and then when he did those 3-1-3s as well, kind of to start a movement. And then, you know, starting his own company now, Reading, which is going very well with some great products and getting it into the wingfoiling world. And yeah, great to see an athlete like Ugo, who is a very talented on and off the water. So wishing him the best. Great to talk to you and see you, mate. Hopefully we'll see you in person very soon. But as we are back on the water, Finn Spencer dropping in.
Yeah, I remember talking to Kevin just as he started his brand, and yeah, it's an exciting time, and it's great to see it go so well, to be fair. He's developed some great kites already, and it looks like the wings are performing too.
Look at this. You can see there. Talking to Finn before, he is out on the 650 D-Lab 2.0 fuselage, and you really just, you know, that modulus carbon, a little bit more durable, has a sharper profile, and here Finn just repping it out. Unit D-Lab Alula all the way, 360, almost making it.
Nearly getting it there. That's what we want to see, though. A few different styles, different attempts, and just about making it back out again before getting stuck on the inside. You can see that off to the left. There's some unforgiving sections even far off towards the end of the break.
Yeah, and you're starting to get big out there. And once again, thanks everybody on the stream. Surf and climb. Yep, sometimes too many rules do stop the progression, but there are a lot of players and factors that have to be taken into account. Everybody, you know, does kind of brush to their side of the room. And, you know, we've got to find that middle ground. And here we have, there we go, Finn Spencer dropping in, pumping all the way along, flying down the line, and a 360 at the end there in that replay. Great ride in there from the Canadian out of Maui as we continue on here. Day number 2. Big shout out to all the Maui crew. We already just saw Cash Brazzolo has been throwing down, and now waiting for numbers to come up on the board. A little chalk. Let's see who it is, because at the moment it is Ugo Marin who was in the lead, but Finn at 8.17 has just taken that first position and sitting himself in the golden jersey so far. And Ugo, you can see here, coming all the way down and just trying to get that backside style.
Yeah, backside versus front side. I mean, I would say it's quite significantly harder to ride backside out there. But that's also another topic up for discussion, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. We had that discussion in the kiting as well. You know, backside, you can't see. You have to really turn yourself around. And on the kiting side, you know, if you can engage and get that bottom turn right, it sets you up to be able to get that verticality. But on a foil, if you go that little bit too far, or there's a bubble, or you kind of don't time it right, you are going over the foils. And there you can see, beautiful shot there of the Reading rider. As we can see, Ugo Marin getting ready to go, and his new Supernatural Alula wing. Make sure to check out Reading, as we mentioned before. But we continue on, all of the new gear, all of the new equipment of all of the brands coming down here. It's great to see. You know, we're fortunate enough to see some of the new wings, new foils, new boards that are going to be coming out very shortly here for the 2024 season. And I'll tell you one thing, they're putting through the durability test over here in Punta Preta.
Yeah, definitely being stress tested nicely out there. And there is some quality foil cheesing to be done on the beach. If you are around on Cape Verde and you want to come down and you want to talk foils, as we know, everybody that rides foils loves to talk about hydrofoils. Pretty much 12 hours a day, mate. 12 hours a day. It's just too many elements not to talk about. And I expect their wives love it too.
No, they're all single, mate.
Exactly.
They are all single. And yeah, Gagliera here on the stream saying it'll be good to get some of the foils to Nazare, because we're starting to see some people foiling. Tom, you were over there. What was happening there? Because I know you guys did a project.
Yeah, I have tow foiled Nazare in the past. I mean, I've tow foiled Nazare on a standard foil. I think I was riding a 525 duotone GT 90 centimeter mast towing for, it wasn't massive, but it was probably 20 feet, something like that. I mean, big enough to put some hairs on your chest, definitely. And then I've also e-foiled Nazare on a slightly bigger day. It was the same day as the Billabong XXL actually paddle contest. So they were still paddling it, so it wasn't huge, but around 35 feet, something like that on some of the sets. I can tell you, foiling on big waves is definitely going to develop. And yeah, as we've seen, there are some big wave foilers out there. There's been some amazing shots recently from Jaws and from Nazare of riders taking some big waves. So yeah, foiling at Nazare has been developing now for quite some time, and a big shout out to a good friend of mine, Glyn Ovens, who's one of the OGs of foiling Nazare and has his own setup there. And he's been pushing the sort of boundaries of riding big waves on a foil, and very passionate about it for a long time. So, and I think it's one of the things that is going to develop the equipment quite quickly too.
Absolutely.
Because when you start getting to the edge of that sort of performance area where you start riding waves that are so big, all the little elements come into it. It really does make a difference to the development of things.
Yeah, no, it does. And I mean, it's pushing the limits, and sometimes the limits do push back, but it will take the equipment level, the rider level, the spectator level to new places to see, this out of the box thinking. And at the moment there we can have once again, looks like Finn Spencer is through to the next round with 2 very good waves. So congratulations there to him. And let's have a little look at what waves went down at the highlights of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Now, the youngster Arthur Tabal Duaton coming back, and we can see Gregorio Pugliese, the Ozone rider, going out into the water for the battle here, round number 3. Elimination rounds all the way, Tom. Whoever loses, one-way ticket home. One-way ticket, mate. Yeah, that's it. We're into the eliminations now. But the event's going well. We're just pushing through. It's not even 9:50
a.m. here local time, and we are what? How many heats in? I lose track. 6 heats in already.
We are heat number 5 of round number 3 already, so let's not forget. Continue on here the competition. The idea is we complete round number 3 of the men, and then we will be moving over to the women. So already the ladies will come out and play. We saw yesterday Muna White take the wing on the kiting. Last year she did the dynamic duo and took the kiting and the wing event. Looks like she's going to be trying to pursue that again this year. And we are going 16 minutes, 17-minute heats. Top 2 waves count, 10 wave count. It is on.
It is on indeed. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the girls out there, how they're going to handle these conditions. Like we say, it's challenging, to say the least. I would be probably stood on the beach thinking twice with my gear pumped up right now, and definitely waiting for the right moment to get out there, that's for sure.
A little, so suddenly if it goes silence, Tom, we know you are out on the break.
Yeah, I have to admit I am frothing today. As you can hear, my voice is starting to break. Starting to break with not just the fact that I've been talking for 11 hours straight for 4 days in a row, but also,
details.
Also the frustration behind the fact that there's an absolutely piping right-hand point break just to the left of us here.
Yeah, I've blanked out my left eye. I don't want to be looking there. I'm just all eyes ahead because it is ridiculous. Some of the conditions we have had here today. And now Gregorio and Artur out there. Gregorio Pugliese, he is such a stylish surf freestyler and really getting in the waves. We saw him out there yesterday getting some nice rides. He is up against Artur Tobal. Artur, yesterday, the youngster, taking out the heat, winning the heat where he had Wesley Brito in there as well. So, you know, he knows how to take out the big boys, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, looks like Finn got that last heat. His clean, smooth style, just delivering the scores. Wave selection, I'm sure, had a big part of it as well. Some slightly bigger waves. But we're seeing the sets, just as I look to the left, there's some sets pumping through again. And yeah, it looks like we're going to see some good action here. 13.5 minutes to go. Heat 5, round 3. Here we go, Ozone Rider dropping in, about to put his first chalk on the board.
Yeah, Gregorio, here we go. You can see him out there on the ozone flow. That is a 4.5 if my eyesight treats me well and glasses are on. So he's going to be going and firing the first one out the chamber as he comes down. But look at the line stacking. I mean, it is so glassy. This is torture, Tom.
It is indeed, it is indeed. What you don't want to happen here, look how he ended up very close to the rocks on that one. What you don't want to happen here is to take that first wave of the set.
True.
And then make a small mistake.
That can turn into a big mistake.
It can turn into a big mistake, exactly. Yeah, we're starting to see the potential for some definite pummelage out there today.
Yeah, and I can see our cameraman already. I was talking to one of the boys who is a surfer himself, and he says he doesn't know what's harder, to be, seeing the waves like this through a lens, or actually, be able to look up and just have it on the left. I think I can see he's got his surfboard there ready, so as soon as he's finished today, he is pretty much 3 meters from the break, and I know he's going to be jumping in.
I saw the event photographer Lucas Stiller in his wetsuit and helmet earlier. Is he thinking of swimming?
He is. So I can see a little white boy there in the middle of the lineup. So yeah, that is obviously, and I'll give him this. Being out there in these waves with those foils flying through is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, dicing with the shot.
All right, and here I can see Noé Cuyala talking to our head judge, Alvaro Nieva, as he lost by 0.03 of a point. So wondering, where it was. We're going to see what happens there with that one, as it looks like he has some video evidence that waiting to see. And yeah, Joe Matthews, I'm glad you are liking the drone. The boys are killing it. And there we can see that's Artur out there and getting himself ready to go. He is, but Gregorio at the moment in the lead, 4.93.
It's always tough when you lose a heat, Joe. I remember the feeling very well myself.
I remember it. I remember mostly the feeling.
Yeah, exactly. It's one thing one thing both of us have always been quite good at. Is
Very
just
good.
losing.
Very
good. Yeah, it's always tough when you lose a heat. You know, it's at the end of the day, it is the judges' decision. It's up to the judges, and competition is competition, and it goes one way or the other. Sometimes it goes with you, sometimes it goes against you, and
it's always the equipment's fault.
That's normally the board's fault, exactly. Yeah, but you know, it's easy to think that something went wrong, or you know, I mean, it could have gone one way or the other, especially when the margins are so small.
Yeah.
0.3 is a tiny margin, and it could have been one way or the other.
Yeah, also, you know, that's the reason why we have a panel of 5 judges, so those first 5 scores come in. The lowest score goes out, the highest score goes out, and then it's the average of those middle 3. That's the numbers you see. So all different decisions coming at us, but yeah, those small margins are really hard. Alright, Gregorio again coming down as he makes his way along. Already 4.93, Ozone athletes. And just look at the footage. In and out and all the way around. Just flowing, as it says there. That name goes very well with Gregorio. He is a flow maestro. And now just going past the break a bit to make his way back out, as he has a little less than 9 minutes to go. Artur Tabal still yet to score a wave. Patience is a virtue, as they say. I've never really handled that myself, but we are looking at some sets coming through. Having a little look at the tide. We are about mid-tide at the moment. Low tide, excuse me, is at 11:30. It is now coming up on 10, so we are getting to the lowest points, and then normally there's a little bit of a half an hour lull when it kind of the change of the tides, and then it will start to push. So yep, action is going to be very, very good because we are going to be on the push. And here we can see Artur as he is rocking down the line. Let's not forget he's going to be out there on the Skysurf, one of, you know, the Skysurf SLS by Duotone. The smaller literage boards there from the Duotone range, as he is, let's not forget, if I'm not mistaken, 12 years of age, and he is definitely light. I reckon one of my legs would be heavier than this boy, but when you take him out into the waves, ripping, and as I said before, already in that round number 1, winning his heat, making him through to round number 3. At the moment, playing catch up to Gregorio. Early days, medium scores out there. Let's see who comes out on top. right, there we can see the lineup breaking all the way along. The perfect right-hand point break. That is Punta Preta. And once again, another day in paradise here. Both of the boys, Gregorio and Artur, out the back, just narrowly missing out on that set. You do not want to get caught inside with this wave. Those rocks are gnarly, and they will take it to you if you don't give them some of the respect that they deserve. But hey, if you want to risk it to be able to get those high scores, you've got to commit. And a lot of people on the stream here, you know, respecting the commitment. And yeah, Jacob 24 coming down here. We've seen a lot of windsurf gear and a lot of wing gear go over the falls, and I agree with you. I would not want to fall dangling around my head in the whitewash and coming out on the rocks. But the best of the best are battling it out against themselves and Mother Nature down here in Cape Verde. Mother Nature throwing us the love all the week long. And really, really good to see the conditions that we've had here. And a big shout out to Giada and Joe from Nautic Sport Aventus for making this event happen. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to come down here with the family. F1 and Duotone for giving the extra push for allowing us to have the stream and show you guys and girls back at home the progression that this sport is happening and the conditions that we're having here. And then, of course, all the institutions and everybody that makes this happen. You know, the GWA and the GKA crew, all of the volunteers and everybody that puts a little grain of sand. It is a team effort, and it is so cool to see. All right, well, good morning, Stefan. If you, I can see, if you want to see Cash's heat, you just have to, on the link that you are watching the stream on, you just have to press a little bit further back. He was in, let me check so I can tell you approximately the minutes. He was in heat number 4. And we are now number 6, so a couple of heats back. You will be able to recognize him with the Armstrong wing as he is out there on the white and the black wing. So scroll probably about half an hour ago and you'll be able to see that heat. I hope it helps. It's definitely one to watch as he had a 10 and a 9.83 or 7, memory serves me well. Some of the biggest scores we've seen so far. Enjoy the action. Artur down the line here as he is just coming and popping into our screen. And here we have the youngster, the young Frenchman, firing like Napoleon all the way along and back. All right, now committing back to the foam ball. A little bit of an air. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. It is so cool to see the talent that these young athletes have here on the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And all the way to the end section. Great ride in there from him. That is definitely going to put some kudos on the scoreboards. Let's see how he's doing so far. So he's got a 2.93 as his best wave. That is going to be turned into his backup score. Gregorio 4.60, 4.93. And that last wave from Gregorio is going to get a good score as well. It's going to become a lot closer. But we're going to have to see who is going to take it in the end. Just coming up on 10 o'clock in the morning. And it looks like the coffee run was unsuccessful, Tom.
Oh my goodness, Joe. It is a struggle without coffee. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not good.
Not gonna lie. What have you been live? Almost 2 hours now this morning. Not a coffee, not a sniff of a bean.
A sniff of a bean. I could go many ways.
Yeah,
speaking of it, and it shall appear. One thing, I'm gonna let you a little inside info. The Judge Tower has a coffee machine.
What?
I would dabble. I would take a bottle of water and see if they have the capsules. I saw it on the back seat of their car. I reckon they're holding out on us, mate.
Do you reckon?
I do.
Well, maybe I'm going to have to take a little wander in a minute and get heavy with the judges. So but I won't put them off at the moment because they've got enough on their hands.
In that transition time, and look at this wave here. Artur all the way down. You can just see dodging the bullet there on that one. Yeah, I definitely. So if you know in the transition, if in the next heat the scoring isn't working, that's because Tom has got angry with the judges about not letting him have some coffee.
Things are gonna get broken.
Look at that. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. You can see flying down the line. You duotone athletes. Youngster, it is close. 9.20 Artur, 10.10 Gregorio, slightly in the lead. Artur out of position. Gregorio is just getting back up there. As you can see, just flying past him, a little bit of wind. Looks like maybe Gregorio's going to have enough time to jump on another one. Is Artur? We're soon going to find out. 32nd on the ticker.
You can see Lucas Stiller out there. Little yellow helmet in the lineup, getting those water shots. Look at that.
No easy feat, but look at that.
Gregorio just wrapping into a few turns. Not the biggest wave, bit of white water on the face. Is he going to get out the back before it punches him on the inside?
Yeah, it looks like he isn't. So it is going to be it because, oh, wait a minute. We're going to call this. I'm not sure if he was on that in time, but we are going to soon find out. And Artur did jump in on this wave very close to the buzzer. The judges obviously will have the official decision if it was in time or not. But he has already got a nice ride. He's going to have to improve by 0.9 of a point on his overall score if he wants to take over Gregorio Pugliese, which I'm seeing that is not going to be so. And here we can see the event setup that we have down here at Cape Verde. There's little white towers on the edge of the rocks is where we have our cameras. And while we're waiting for the results, let's go to the highlights of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody. And now we're going to be seeing Mano Genole up against Julien Boyer going out on the water. Heat number 6, round number 3 of the men. Green flag is in the sky. Let's get out to the action. Already we got guys jumping in on the waves. Let's have a little look. I can't quite see yet. Okay, yes, I can. There it is, Julien Boyer, RD athlete, already going to be throwing down the hammer and jumping on that first one. Nice turn off the top there. Just getting loose, groovy, or loosey-goosey, as Mr. Angulo would say. And we can see him just making his way over and back into position. And here comes Malo Genolé. Malo, an ex-world champion himself. He is one of the best wing foilers in the world. And all the way down, the Gong athletes heading up the team, and just look at the speed and the cruise that Malo has. Caught up with him this morning. He was racking out the double creamed Oreos, getting the power. And he was there together with his teammate Clement Hamon. And also a big shout out to Francesco Capuso. Francesco, we miss you. The new addition to the Gong team, the Gong Galaxy. And yeah, really cool to see Gong, one of the brands, pushing very, very hard. And great to see their athletes here on tour. And here the replay there. Beautiful. Just nice and easy, cruising along there. You can see Malo out there. He's looking like he was on the either the pulse or maybe the Neutra. Just trying to see. So I reckon, no, excuse me, that is going to be the Gong Neutra UPE Aramid. As that is the wing that's going to be available 30th of April 2024. So I'm calling maybe that's going to be the one that he's on. It's going to be the Neutra, Team Series Neutra here from Gong. We'll double confirm that, as I couldn't grab Malo just before he went out on the water, but we will grab him afterwards. And Tom Court coming back into the booth. He doesn't look happy. Might have been successful to the coffee. Here we can see Green Helmet. Malo Genolé getting ready, having a little look-see, but turning back. Also a big shout out to Bastien Escoffier, as he is heavily involved in the development on all the Gong gear. Looking forward to seeing him very soon. Bastien, one of our top surf freestylers. Got the first 10 when we started with the combos over there in Lucan, and also one of the fastest wing foilers there is. So shout out to him. Hope to see you soon, my friend. And 30 minutes in, Malo Genolé, 7.53 already. And we continue on here for the second day of the wing foiling contest. Was the coffee successful?
Oh my goodness, Joe, yes, it was indeed.
It was, there you go.
They did not like it, I have to admit.
Well, I told you.
They did not like it.
Secrets of the trade, mate, I saw it.
A few sense of humour failures in the judging tower there.
Was it? Okay.
But we got there in the end.
Do we care? No.
Well, you know, there you go. There you go. Fortunately, not everyone can have a great sense of humour. But luckily here in the box,
we're always laughing.
We're always laughing.
Always laughing. I mean, we've got to be doing something after 12 hours of talking today, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody's got to be making... Well, actually, we don't really need to make this interesting, because this is some of the best wing foiling that there is and that we've seen.
Yeah, we just saw Malo there getting some awesome rides there. We can see Kessiani Rodriguez, one of the top kite surfers hailing out of Brazil in the Kitely family. But it is Genolé at the moment with a 7.53 out there on the white Gong. And then we can see Julien Boyer out there on the RRD. Julien also looking like he's rocking up the Evo Wing Gold there from Roberto Ricci Designs. And I was talking before out there on the Beluga. Again, Malo, he likes to go on a little bit fatter and chunkier board. Having a look at the specs, we're going to get an interview with Malo to see exactly what he's going to be out on. Because if I'm not mistaken, he is out there on one of the Flint SP Pros, but I will confirm that as we are seeing which one to get you guys and girls the information there. But still, very big range, the Gong brands, and here we have some of their biggest representatives, and then Roberto Ricci there with the Evo, with the Alula. And as I said before, front wings around 500 to 650s seems to be the name of the game. And talking about 650s, 10s, 20s and 55s, we can see some sets starting to roll in as there is lines stacking to the horizon, and the misty haze of the Kalima, as we can see out there, it's probably about 20 degrees already. Sun's starting to come through just past 10 o'clock in the morning. If you're just joining us, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from. Dropping in there, we can see Julien Boyer.
That's it. Get involved in the comments below the live stream. Ask us any questions you have, and whether it's equipment, technical aspects, judging criteria, you name it, we'll try and answer it. Look at that.
Beautiful. Oof. All the way down the line. Julien here catching the wing a little bit, almost going off balance, but nice and float. Oh, better to go off at the top of the wave than the bottom.
Definitely. I was about to say he's looking a little overfoiled. And this is one big topic out there, especially when the waves are this big and we're seeing some huge sort of 6-foot sets rolling through. It's a thing to be overfoiled. I mean, it's a real interesting game of balance to play, what size wing you're going to take out, because it can be tricky to get going if you're on something smaller than a 500 is very small.
Oh, and just going, tacking around right in this. Look at that shot. Malo Genole all the way, deciding to take this one. And this is looking like a very nice wave. Malo cruising, keeping up the speed and not even dipping down. This is looking like a very nice wave. Malo, one of the favorites for this event, together with Cash Bezzola. Oh, little longboard style there, making sure keeping that foil control so he doesn't kind of fall out, and a roundhouse as well. Great wave there from the Frenchman, just going down at the end.
Ooh, tries to wrap it into a nice little foam bounce. Gets a little caught up. Let's hope there's not a backup set just to wipe him out now, but it looks like he's not rushing. Looks like he's got it under control.
And a big shout out here on the stream. Joan, ¿cómo está mi niño? Un abrazo fuerte, maestro. Good friend over there from Spain, Joan Ubide, been in the industry since the beginning and hailing out of Thailand now. So obviously a little later in the day there for him. Hope you are enjoying the stream and the waves, and I look forward to seeing you in Tarifa soon and hear the action of that last wave from Malo. Let's have a little look at the scores, Tom, so far. Oh, looks like there's some big numbers going to be racking up. 8.07 for that last wave there from Malo.
Yeah, it's great to see some of these guys riding. That's an interesting one. The reverse wing disturb the balance, and it is a topic as well. Like when you're riding the wave, you want to make sure that wing control is on point, and when your wing flips upside down, obviously it's an inverted dihedral, so you've got your tips are closer to the water. So if your wing's upside down and you're cranking a bottom turn, you're much more likely for the tip to catch.
Of course.
Especially bottom turn, top turn. So you really want to make an effort to keep that wing up the right way, yeah, make sure that it's flying nicely behind you and that it doesn't get snagged in the wave.
Yeah, I've even seen on some watching Gregorio there, sometimes just before they engage on that top turn, he actually touches the wing with his other hand to kind of make sure that it's, in a nice position to keep it as stable as possible. So, yeah, interesting to see there, different techniques, different style, but then also sometimes, you just got to go with it because the waves are cranking and you just got to get out of the way of the freight train.
Yeah, indeed. Stay out of the way of that relentless grind.
Taking no prisoners this one, I can tell you.
How's the forecast looking today, Joe? I saw you looking at it earlier. You got it up there.
Yeah, it says it's going to be windier today. It's calling 26 knots which it is definitely not there yet. I mean, we've seen 4.5s go out. I've also seen a few of the athletes down here on the left that they've been pumping out some smaller equipment, and now we are just getting ready to see how that kind of progresses. Waves are dropping today and tomorrow, and it's a little bit less of a period, but I mean, doesn't the forecast isn't looking exactly what we see on the screen? So I say the waves are equally as big, or maybe even occasionally bigger.
Well, like we said earlier as well, the forecast did come in late, so it makes sense that it's going to go on a little longer than forecast.
Yes.
I hope, anyway.
That's
so,
a good point.
Because it came in around a day late.
It did.
Look at this. He is deep in that pocket there.
Oh, Julian, but yeah.
He's got the wing up the right way this time. Looking a lot smoother. Just linking those sections, pulling out nicely at the end, backing up. Oh no, it looks like looking out the window there. We can't see it on the live camera, but there has been an inside snag.
Oh, Malo Genole,
yeah,
down.
It'd be good to get a little replay of that if we can.
Yeah, there he is. Let's see if we can get a replay of that last wave, because he is
like
in a
he's in
sticky
trouble.
situation.
I wonder if he's got a board leash. Looks like he has got a board leash.
It does look like he has a board leash.
He
Gutsy.
looks like he might have got away with that. Well, there you go. He's proved it. You can take it on the head and get away with it. Holding it together and getting back out. Look at that. That was really impressive.
Good skills. Good skills there from Malo Genole to be able to get by.
Yeah, really good recovery.
Continue on with heat number 6 of round number 3 of the men. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to drop out for a minute because I want to check the leaderboard, because unfortunately it looks like on the webpage it isn't going. So I'm just going to have a little check and I'll be right back.
Okay, that's great. Great little replay there. These riders looking like they're having fun out there. The dust in the air is getting thicker. As you can see, it's almost looks like a foggy day out there as this Kalima, this rising wind starts to blow sand off the Sahara Desert. And yeah, fills the air with sand. But it means one good thing, that the wind is here, is coming, is going to stay windy. And yeah, these riders are going to be set for a good shred all afternoon. Questions regarding Malo and Cash, if they both get through. We'll have to have a quick analyze of the, I'll get Joe to do that, analyze of the heat ladder to let you know when they'll come up against each other, if and when that happens. Looks at the moment like Malo's definitely taking the lion's share of this heat with a 16.30 combined score of 2 8-point waves. But that said, 2.5 minutes on the clock. It's not over yet. Julian has got a 7.10 and just needs a solid backup score, and he could still take the win. But 2.5 minutes, long period groundswell. It's not a lot of time. We're into heat 6 already. This is coming towards the end, the second half of heat 6. Moving rapidly through the event today. It looks like with a bit of luck, we will get everything complete. I know that the women's event's coming up next. We're going to make a start on the women's winging, and they're going to get out there shortly as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see some action there, how this goes down. Point Break is lit up. But we are, as Joe said, looking at building wind, dropping swell in general, but as we've seen, the swell tends to be a little late, or the forecast tends to come a little late here on the islands. Oh, amazing. Little critical 360 off the start of that wave. knows he needs a good score. Great start. A few nice little wraps, little hook, pulls out for, you can see those inside rocks starting to bare their teeth. I imagine the riders are starting to, probably riding longer masts than they did yesterday if they had the option to change, because you can see on some of these bottom turns, some of these big arcing maneuvers, it really does pay to have a long mast so that you can, so that you're not breaching your wing on the bottom turn, which is destabilizing and can be, it can be a factor, definitely. Going back to some, it's good to see everybody getting involved on the live stream, commenting below the video on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, to the GWA YouTube channel. We're going to be hosting, obviously, live competitions. Oh yeah, from multiple disciplines. So there's going to be a lot of action to watch over the course of 2024. Obviously, you can keep up with me, Tom Court, at Court in the Act on Instagram, or you can also subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. I will be in the comments alongside Joe Siastula, and that looks like the end of that heat, so let's go to some highlights.
We have to watch
Sorry, beach interview with Joe right now.
All right, so standing down here, Gregorio Pugliese, new member to the Ozone team. Congratulations, moving through.
Thank you very much. I'm super happy. I made it to round 4, so like the condition is crazy and the level is super high. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be here and to make this happen. Thank you very much. Okay.
Gregorio, tell me a little bit about your equipment. Obviously, you've just moved over. It looks like, you know, really working for you. What the judges are saying, nice and flowy, easy turns. We know you from the surf freestyle. You can get the flips and the hits, but now it's looking like you are getting some nice carves. As you say, level is very high.
Yeah, level is like crazy high. But I'm training to be like competitive in wave riding too. And yeah, like the gear is working super well. Like I'm training since like 1 month and I'm already getting like the feeling. So I can't wait to go again in the water and to train more even for the next stop. But now, let's see the action.
Well, there you go. I wish you the best of luck. Get yourself out there, everybody. Gregorio Pugliese.
Okay, and we're back for the next heat. Axel Gerard versus Wesley Brito, one of the local heroes here on Cape Verde, and definitely favouring Wesley today with these massive waves and his powerful style. He's ridden this a lot and he's ready for this event, but I know after yesterday he only just scraped through.
Yeah, that is right. We caught up with him a little earlier this morning in one of the long moments of the heat. We'll be putting that out. But I will say, do not bet out the axe. Axel Gerard, as you can see, starting off as soon as we open, and already with a very nice wave. You can see him out there on the AFS gear. He is flying.
Yeah, we've got more comments, Joe, on the live stream about this. We've got Bulls Muller getting involved, and a few people mentioning the this backhand wing air rule about being able to boost off the lip and to create some sort of wing-powered moves. It's something we have been, if you've only just joined us, it's something we have been discussing. But, you know, when you've got waves of this quality and you've got a setup and a forecast like this for an event, I mean, it's hard to deny that this pure surf style is really delivering right now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a discussion that they will be having with the committee to see how it is. I mean, yeah, Bow's great to see you, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you very soon. We were saying yesterday, how cool would it be to see a Radicular 7 off the lip? So,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
those kind of freestyle moves. But also, I think, you know, it's my personal opinion, it needs to be off the lip. We don't want to see people suddenly doing, you know, freestyle moves, just going down the waves or spins or that. We want to see also the surfing side and, you know, to clip the sport so at such a young age, I think it would stop the progression. So I know it's one of the things that is going to be coming up on the committee, but enjoying the action out here today. All right, so Axel Gerard, 8.10, mate, already.
Not a bad way to kick off the heat, that is for sure. Nice wave, good wave selection, solid face size on that one, and just connecting those turns fluidly.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, Tom, while we're waiting, I caught up with Wesley Brito early this morning as he was just chilling and sitting in his car. Let's see how the current world champion felt, because yesterday, stressful day for him.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, he just scraped through after receiving a massive hammering on the inside. Let's go and see what he has to say.
All right, standing here with last year's champion, Wesley Brito. Wesley, kind of a hard start for you, but then in that second heat going vertical, I saw you sweating there for moments.
Man, yesterday was tough for me. I lost my first heat and then I went for the second one and I tried to do all I could to get through that one. It was tough, but as they wanted me to go vertical and deep, so I tried my best and I ended up going deeper than I should and getting on the rocks.
I mean, Wesley, one of the things about Punta Preta, it's a powerful wave. And if you want to risk it, you have the possibility of getting munched by it. Now, round number 3, we are in elimination process. I can see the Mambo is ready to go. Where's the fire?
Man, I'm here, I'm ready checking the conditions and trying to see what I'm gonna do today, and for sure I'm gonna go critical again, and whatever happens, happens. I'm gonna do my best.
Well, there it is. Whatever happens, happens. Wesley Brito, everybody.
Okay, there we hear from the man himself. He, you can see he wasn't particularly happy about how things went yesterday. I know he's got it in him to outperform anyone on the water here today in these sorts of conditions. But like you say, it can go any which way.
It can. I mean, especially, you know, wave selection throughout the whole week in both of the disciplines. Wave selection is key. If you can get those bigger set waves and throw down and perform on them, you are going to get the love from our judges if you're just joining us. How does the judging work? We've got 5 international judges. The top score and the bottom score gets cut out, and the number that comes up on your screen and the number that they are getting rewarded is the average of those 3 middle scores. That makes it as fair as possible. Judges, they're looking for 100% waves. They are looking for the surfing, linking the moves, linking all the way down the line, reading the wave, hitting it in that critical section, and adding style and their own personal secret sauce to see if you can get those 10-point rides. And already the Maui athletes getting a 10.0. Cash Pizzola, who you caught up with on the beach before, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to catch up with Cash, and he's definitely one of the favourites out there, and definitely he has had the highest scoring wave of any heat so far in the wing event. We've seen a variety of moves from him, and also during the break, which wasn't on the live stream, we saw some, like maybe a 20-foot air off the lip, which you know was wing assisted, was exactly what we've been talking about, and I think it's a sign of things to come.
It certainly is a sign of things to come, and it looks like we might be having some waves coming our way. Wesley Brito there on that last one.
Looks like Wesley's he's almost underwinged out there at the moment, or there's a lull in the wind. There's definitely a lull in the swell, and having a very small score on the board at the moment, it's looking a bit slow for him with a 3.87 as his best score so far. But let's go to an interview with Axel whilst there's a gap in the sets, shall we?
That sounds good. Axel Gerard, everybody.
Axel, you axed your own wing out there yesterday. Conditions were hard. Waves are looking big today. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah, je suis très content parce que hier j'ai passé mon hit. C'était un peu compliqué parce que dans le short break j'ai abîmé ma voile et du coup quand j'ai voulu prendre une vague, elle a explosé dans les mains et du coup j'ai surfé avec la voile crevée, mais j'ai quand même réussi à gagner le hit, du coup je suis content. Et aujourd'hui ça a l'air joli, les conditions, le vent et les vagues, donc voilà, je suis content.
And Axel, tell me a little bit about your setup. What are you going to be using out here for Punta Preta? Because we know this wave is fast. We're seeing very small foils. What are you going to be on there?
Là j'utilise le Pure 560 de chez AFS. La planche c'est la Pro 4.5 et la Wing c'est la nouvelle D-Light en 4 mètres.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you out there. Good luck on your heat. Axel Gerard, everybody.
Alright, so there, just do a little translation there. He was very happy to make his way through the heat. He does feel the pressure and the power that is Punta Preta. And then we were asking him a little bit about the equipment. He is riding the AFS, saying he was on the 650 Wingfoil, so front wing, and then he was going to be going out on his 4-meter wing, and he's got a 44-litre board. So kind of the average sizes that we are seeing everybody going out. But yeah, Axel Gerard, a very talented young athlete, and it is very cool to see him here because he is throwing down. But I tell you what, the Mamba, not seeing the big waves, like you say, he looks a little underpowered.
He looks a little underwing to me, and he just tried to dip into that swell there and didn't manage to keep up with it. It's being a little too far on the outside. But it's also been a slow set heat, which is not what he wants. Axel Gerard, obviously, with an 8-point ride already on the board. Wesley's really going to need to pull something out the bag here. I mean, it's not unachievable. He's definitely not comboed by any means, but he's here we go. He looks like he's just tacked around the priority buoy, and he's going to try and chip into this one. Is he going to commit to this wave?
It does look like he's going to be taking off. There's the switch of the feet. Here we go, Wesley Brito.
The really good thing about having a small wing, of course, is not needing to control it quite as much. You're much more free to ride the wave in that surf style with a small wing. It's not getting in the way. Look at that. Perfect wave selection. Lovely down the line. Hooks right back into the pocket. He's behind the section the whole time. And this is what the judges were saying they were looking for. They want you to be deep behind the section in the white water. I mean, here, look, he's same again as yesterday, except this time he didn't get pinched. He's really pushing it, so if anything did go wrong, he is in full jeopardy. But with Axel Gerard riding really fast there, putting some turns in on that second scoring wave for him, this will be. But one difference between these two riders is their size, for sure. I know Wesley's up around the 90 kilo. is the 90 kilo weight zone, which makes, for me, I'm also around 90 kilos, and I know riding foils as a heavier person does make a massive difference.
It does. It definitely does, mate.
It can be to your advantage, definitely, to hold the power, especially through these big, fast turns on these big waves. But when it comes to getting back upwind, when it comes to kitting up with the smaller gear, it can be a disadvantage as well. So, these riders are all playing to their different styles, different advantages.
Boy, look at the speed, Axel.
I know, he's really top to bottoming this.
Beautiful off the top there on this last wave, as he has already got an 8.10 and waiting to see that second score. I tell you what, the young Frenchman is firing and taking it to the current world champ. We have a battle on our hands, Tom.
Yes, mate. I know it's looking like it's hotting up out there. It'll be interesting to see what score drops for Wesley on that last wave, because it was one of the nicest looking waves of the heat so far. But they're already both back out the back. And it looks like Axel's back in priority straight away, and he's going to get onto another wave immediately. That's it. Like, the wind is looking very, I don't know, it's very offshore, the wind. So it's actually making it quite difficult for the riders to get onto a wave. You want to make sure they don't tack out too far. Otherwise, they run the risk of not being able to keep up with the swell line when they're coming in. There's a for sure a technical game to be played out the back there when it comes to taking priority on these waves and making sure that they get into the swell line. Okay, got a question for me on what size foils are these guys on the YouTube comments. I think, you know, the average foil size out there, as we've spoken to a lot of the riders, is between 5 and 600. But again, it depends, like I was saying, quite a lot on the rider's size, the rider's weight. But yeah, in the mid 500 range, just so that they can deal with the speed of these waves. And obviously, if you can deal with the speed easily, you've got the ability to put in these critical turns without like losing control of the foil. As we've seen, a few of the riders have been overfoiled, and it makes it a lot harder for them to keep controlled in the critical section through those bottom turns. You've got to remember, it's not just straight line speed. Lovely little 360 there from Wesley, and you can see he is on a small foil. I reckon that is a
650, I reckon.
650 carve. It's one of the lower aspect foils as well, which gives him the possibility of like really so cranking the turns and not building up too much speed through the bottom turn. But you see, on the bottom turn, you're not just taking into account the forward speed, you're also taking into account the outer tip speed of the wing. So because as you crank a turn, if you imagine the tip of your wing is really going a lot faster than the inside tip of the wing. So you've got multiple elements of sort of hydrodynamics, I guess, through the wings as you're riding the wave, and not to mention the change of water speed as the wave sucks up the face as well.
Yeah, and then also I was talking to Wesley earlier. He is out there on the Sky Style SLS. So that is the board that has a little bit more volume, because obviously, you know, being the bigger boy, he won't be going out on the 45 liters Sky Surf. So a little extra info in there for you guys and girls back home. Keep it coming on the comments if you guys want to know what equipment the athletes are on, what equipment they recommend to go out on. So, you know, we've seen on different aspects of the sport, some riders have preference to use one gear and then another, depending on if it's more offshore, if it's faster, if it's sloppier, if it's onshore. You know, let's get that discussion going, because I think, you know, foiling is a love of tech talk, and the more info you have, the better the beers will be with the mates.
Foilers do love talking tech, that is for sure. That's one thing that we can say about the sport. There is chat for days on what setup's right for which conditions, and I mean, for me, it's been a long journey of, you know, over many years to sort of trim down that foil quiver so that you can turn up to a spot with one setup and just be comfortable with it. But I think, you know, often a mistake that a lot of riders I see make is changing their equipment all the time, you know. And it's good to know, it's good to get the knowledge of change, but at the same time, sometimes there's a lot to be said about sticking with one setup, learning it, understanding it, and making it work.
Ignorance is bliss, mate. Ignorance is bliss. It definitely does make a big difference. And one of the things I always remember, like when you go to locations like Brazil, and, you know, suddenly you turn up at the lagoon and you see the kids using 10-year-old kites patched up, duct taped, and, you know, with all different knots in the lines, etc., and they'll be throwing out the latest moves with ease. And then you turn up there with your next year's gear and start whinging that it isn't working for you. You know, a lot of the time it ain't the arrow, it is the Indian. But obviously, you know, details can help. But yeah, I think sometimes we overthink things, and go out there, have fun, and like you're saying, Tom, get a setup that can work in most conditions. Get used to it, because then at least you'll be able to go in a car and not in a trailer down to the beach.
Yeah, at least you can leave your the trailer at home. Exactly. And also you don't have to keep buying the new bits and pieces, new shims. And if you are gonna like go on a downwinder or like an air mission on a foil or something, don't change your setup just before you go.
No, bad idea.
It's like bang half a Coke can into the shim, your back wing, just before you go downwind for 10 miles. Probably a bad idea. But I have seen it done.
You've probably done it.
Right, what am I saying? Exactly.
Check out the vlogs and you will see that happening in action.
But yeah, it's looking not good. 4 seconds left of this heat. It's not looking good for Wesley. He's got an 8-point ride. Can he do some sort of inverted technical maneuver right here to up his score? He's going to need something big on this last wave of the day. He's deep, he's technical, he's critical. He went for a grab 360. It did not go well for Wesley Bristow here, unfortunately. The local legend, he is not going to be happy about that. He's had a hard event.
He has had a hard event and waiting for confirmation, but I can confirm it. Axel Gerard is through. He has kicked out last year's winner and the reigning world champion, as Wesley Brito, unfortunately, second position here in this round, meaning that is it for his Cape Verdean endeavour.
It is, exactly. He's going to be waiting for these heats to finish now so he can get out there on the free ride train and start enjoying the conditions. Now the event for him, unfortunately, is over.
And there you can see not a happy Vegemite out the back, but there was some very nice waves in that one. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat.
we're back for the next heat here with Nathan and Theo going up against each other. South African versus French, looking like a stacked heat for heat 8 of the men's today in this perfect racking right-hand point break of Punta Preta is still firing out there, and we're straight into the action right now. I'm not sure who that is. I will get Joe to confirm that, but that is looking like a nice first wave, straight into the air game. Lovely first turns off the point. Who are we looking at there, Joe?
Yeah, there we can see Nathan van der Veuren out there already starting. Theo de Manis out on the Cabrina gear. Both of these boys very good, but yeah, Nathan van der Veuren originally out of Maui but living out in South Africa. You can see representing the South Africans, and they are on the PPC here and flying.
Nice way to open the heat, that. Great first wave, as I've said, throughout the whole event, both the kite surfing and the winging. You want to get chalk on the board early. They're not long heats. And when you're out there, 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes just disappears like a flash. And yeah, really, really important to get that first good score. Look at that, 6.90 for his first wave. Just takes the pressure off.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him out there on the Surge Wing V2. And also, I tell you what, just jumped out a second there, Tom. It is getting very windy. A lot of dust flying. And you said it earlier this morning, but you can see out the back already the white horses starting to come in and some of the public rolling up to see the action. And yeah, really good out there on the water. And here we see Theo de Manis dropping in as he is flying down the line all the way along. Very nice riding there from Theo de Manis. Just easy open face carving hacks. Is he going to be going down this one? I tell you what, it could be closing out in front of him. Ballsy move.
Mate, that re-entry was a serious decision. But yeah, look at that, perfect. Then you can just use the wing a little bit just to get around that inside section and manage to deal with it. Good choice. Nice. He's going to get extra points for that.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can see him out there on the Mantis V2 there from Cabrina. Theo de Manis, a very talented young man, as he is getting ready. I think he's out on the 4.5, if I'm not mistaken. He was pumping one of those ups when I went and had a little see with him before. And look at that. The wind is definitely increasing. You can see it getting windier as the speed of the wave.
Better. Does not get much better than that.
It is. This is torture.
Yeah, it's a spectacle to behold. You see there, we've got people lining the beach already with their phones out, just in awe of the power of Mother Nature. It is quite something, just funneling down this point here, Joe.
Oh man, I mean, I can see some. It's just like a zipper all the way down. Look, right in front of the booth here, Tom. This is ridiculous.
It's somewhere between hard to watch and great to see. But yeah, what a pleasure to be commentating on the first stop, the GWA World Wingfoil Tour, and to see such progression already, and to be part of the future of this growing and evolving sport, and to be involved just in the hydrofoiling industry in general, developing gear, developing equipment, keeping up with the young riders, and yeah, just seeing where the future can go. I think it's part of the most exciting thing for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see where this sport will go and how it's coming. And just seeing our photographer Lucas coming back from the beach. He's looking a little flattered, as I'm not surprised being out there in the water with those waves. As we continue on, and now Here we can see, as we are watching, yes, I do apologize, thank you very much, getting that one mixed up. As you can see, Nathan out there on the fly surfer as he comes in. Once again, our sheets there wrong, we do apologize for that. So Nathan fly surfing his way down the line.
I like his double grabs. He's doing these turns where he's grabbing toe side then heel side respectively, just to keep the crank, and it's quite a nice little touch. It's a little personal flair. I don't see anyone else doing it. I think, at this stage of the game, it's all about those little personal flairs.
There it is, Nathan rocking out as we're waiting, but here we can see Teo de Manis down all the way along, crouching the grab, double side, grabbing each side. Going to be interesting to see how the judges are liking that. At the moment, we are seeing Teo de Manis at 4.33, 3.90, so he is in the lead. And then Nathan, who, as we said, thank you guys on the stream, getting that one wrong, is out there on the fly surfer towel, and looking like also he's on a 4.5, so from what I can see.
Yeah, like you say, the wind is definitely picking up. It's filled in. No problem with wind strength out there right now, which is good to see. Let's just hope these waves keep pumping, because we are into the tail end of this swell as it rolls down through the Atlantic now. But what an amazing few days of Mother Nature delivering some of the best waves that we could hope for. It's going to start to become even more technical if the swell starts to drop about wave selection.
Yeah, Nathan really already got quite a few waves, looking like he's on fire at that. He had a very good day yesterday, getting some nice surfing style, and now just waiting to see how this heats at. He's up there against Teo de Manis. So both of these boys knows what it comes to when you got to go up, down, left, right, and center all the way around the waves. As we got Nathan with a 7.40, Teo we can see with an 8.23. Who is going to be taking that first place? 8.5 minutes, we will find out.
Yeah. Like I say, he got off to a good start with that first score, but he has not managed to back it up. But he still puts him in a very good position, although he's not currently in the lead. It's not going to take much to improve on a 0.50. All he needs is that next big set wave to roll through. We're seeing some of these heats. What's the heat length currently? 17 minutes. 17-minute heat length we've got, and within the 17 minutes, we're seeing up to like 8 or 9 waves ridden. So there's plenty of action out there. Unfortunately, in the heat we saw last with Wesley's heat, there was a gap in the swell. You can see that there's less options for people if you can only get 3 or 4 waves inside your heat. And we can see there some technical coaching going on just before the heat. Getting what's he got on his arm there? Is that timer?
Yeah, that's the timer. That's Axel Gerard, who just took out the world champion Cape Verde, so he is definitely happy. And there Bruno, the owner of AFS, so giving the ins and the outs for his team member. Great to see both of them here, and congratulations to Axel. Some killer riding.
Yeah, he's going to be really happy with that. That was a big heat for him, and it's a big doorstop to get out of the way for progressing down the heat ladder.
Yeah, no, and already we can see. So Alan Ditch, the current wind, I'm going to say it's getting close to 20 knots now. It is definitely getting close to 20 knots, and as you were saying before, Tom, on the back of those waves, even more. Forecast is saying throughout the afternoon it's going to get up to 28, and looking at the flags, and we have a reading in 22 knots out there already.
There you go, 20 knots. I mean, that can accelerate on the peak of the wave up to, as you say, a lot more, I would say. Probably 22 knots could probably get up to 30 knots on the peak of the wave, making it very difficult for the riders to actually get into the face, especially from a long way out. You've got to be sailing around and staying close to the critical section to be able to get into that wave so that you can flag the wing and then penetrate, you know, into this offshore breeze.
Yeah, and there you can see both of them out the back already as they are looking to see to land another set. 6 minutes to go. And now we continue on.
So there, just taking a little peek at that one. Yeah, just going Alan Ditch, going back to the wind strength. We just discussed it, but yeah, it is picking up. It's definitely 20 plus knots now with the current wind reading of 22 knot average. But yeah, variable conditions really. Like in between the waves, there's lulls, and then on the top of the wave, there's highs. So when the waves are this big, you're dealing not only with the wave conditions, but the variable wind conditions between the waves as well, because the waves themselves are affecting the wind. You know, even when the waves get big enough, even on a kite, you start to notice the increase of the wind speed off the top of the wave. So with a wing, you're even more affected by it. That said, because you're with a foil, and on a foil you can easily cruise through sections that you wouldn't be able to on a board that is unfoiled.
You can see definitely some of the wind really starting to clean these waves up, but do we want it to get windier, or do we want it to stay like that, mate?
I don't think we want it to get too much windier. I mean, it becomes, as I say, harder to get into the wave. Like if it gets really windy, like if it was a 30 knot average, that means on the peak of the wave there's going to be like 35 plus knots, and that creates a lot of like, you know, a lot of wind resistance, on the rider, even on a flagged wing. It's going to put a lot of people off. But look at this, Theo just picking off an absolute flyer. Nice little air, looking very composed. Some really nice deep pocket turns. He's gone for a 360. Would have been a nice finisher. Didn't land it. I think it was a nice choice though, and a nice time and place to try it. So as long as he doesn't get snagged by this wave behind him, he will be all good. Making that equipment look real fluid out there.
And there, just the view all the way down. Love this drone view. Big shout out to our drone pilot. Getting all of the gold all the way down. And now here we can see, waiting for it to come in as we go and have some more waves. 11.80, 8.23, 6.90, 4.90 Nathan, 4.33, 3.90 there for Teo de Manis. And both of these guys just waiting out for that final set. As we continue on, I can see Machi Lopez, good morning, here on the corner. Just one of the top kite surfer riders. And there we can see the ladder. We are just coming at the final of that round, number 4. And it's time for quarterfinals, Tom.
Yeah, already. 11 a.m. here, and we're moving towards the quarterfinals of the men. Oh, look, here we go. It's talking about wing control. Did you see that? Yeah. That was an interesting little technique there, which I like. As you see, a lot of people getting quite creative with how they use the wing on the wave. And I think, you know, there's a lot to be said for wing control and different ways of doing things. And it's something I personally like to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, control is definitely one of the things you're going to need here. Looks like Nate is having a little look-see at this one. He's trying to see if he's going to go on it. No, going to be staying out in there in positions. We have about 90 seconds left on the old buzzer, on the old ticker. We will see if we can try and get an interview with one of these boys, as it looks like at the moment, unless anything changes. Having a look at the scores here so far. They will have to get another wave if they want to mix this one up. Theo de Manis is in second position. Nathan van der Vuren from South Africa in first. 1 minute to go. And looking out of the booth here, I can't see much energy out there on the back. There you can see on your screen is Theo de Manis, the Cabrini athlete. Just cruising and perusing and circling like a shark out there to see if he's going to be thrown a bone before the end of the heat and have a last blast to see if he can get past the South African. And there's something coming up on the horizon. Is there going to be enough time? We will soon find out. 30 seconds to go.
Looks like this wave might just be coming in the nick of time.
Yeah, he has been thrown, but is he going to go off on this first one? I would have expected him maybe to go on the second, but
well,
he is on the wave, so this one is going to count, Tom.
Yeah, a 15-second period. There's not enough time for him to choose another wave there, but here we go. Dropping in right off the peak. Nice little hook under the lip. Arcing bottom turn. You can see how much difference it makes using the upper body just to wrap those turns and like how you position yourself. You can see the wave behind as well. He's also on a wave. I wonder if that one will count.
Yeah, I wonder. I couldn't quite see if he got on that on time. I mean, Theo needing a 6.27 if my calculations are right, with unofficial numbers, of course. Nathan getting a nice one there at the back.
Drone on drone there.
Drone on drone, Star Wars over here in Cape Verde. And Nathan all the way along. Great ride in here from him. So we're going to be waiting to see scores dropping in. And while we're waiting, let's go to the highlights of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, as we are here getting ready. Benoit Carpentier versus Kasper Zoller big heat coming our way. Big heat, because these are two of the heavy hitters already out there. And let's see as we are getting ready to go.
Yeah, here we go, guys. This is going to be a banger. Yeah, this is going to be a banging heat. I was really impressed with Cash's riding in his last heat. He's got a unique flair, unique style, and you can already see he's thinking about things very differently to a lot of riders out there, and obviously really experienced as well. Hailing from Hawaii, Maui, Hawaii, riding obviously inspired naturally by some of the best riders in the world of all water sports, and yeah, just a big history of innovation going on from the Hawaiians. So the general attitude on the water is always a good one.
Yeah, I mean, these boys, they have water in the way, but now we can see, as it looks like there's been a change of situation and we haven't been informed.
Yeah, I think we got that.
We have round number 1 of the women going out. All right, so round number 1 of the women are going to be going out on the water, where we're going to be seeing Nia Swardias, Bowen van der Linden, and Charlotte Carpentier.
Okay.
We do apologise about that. Looks like there was a change.
Yeah, I was going to say, it didn't look like Cash out there. But they've got the women getting ready for their first heat of the day, and it has got to be nerve-wracking to be taking to the water in these conditions. There's going to be some really good action for sure, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle this point break. It's pumping. Sets keep on coming. Here we go. Straight in, as I've mentioned before. Important to get that those early scores, making sure you get the points nice and early in the heat. Makes a big difference. We've seen it make the difference multiple times already. As this wind is going more and more offshore, it's almost making it quite difficult for the riders to get up to back to the point, because it's blowing them out to sea quite fast. So by the time you come back in on one of these lines, you find yourself quite a long way down the point already. So it changes the whole game, changes the whole way to ride. You can see here Armstrong rider just cutting that wind onto their face.
And a little information of that last heat. Nathan is through, so Nathan van der Bergen taking the win over Theo de Mana, so congratulations there to Nathan. And now here, so that is Bowen van der Linden out, who's just recently joined the Armstrong team. As we can see her there, just making her way in, coming down. She is out there on the A-Wings XPS. And there we can see Camilo Soran and Daniela, as they are getting some of the kite surfers starting to enjoy the vibes down here. And I mean, who wouldn't with sights like this? I don't know if they're enjoying it or wanting to get out on the water. Nia Swardias we have also already with a 5.83, as she is your reigning world champion, and she is out there on the left hand side. You can see the yellow and purple duotone, and then we have Charlotte Carpentier on the white and black core further out.
Yeah, shout out to Willow coming onto the stream, onto the comments.
Ah, my boy.
Yeah, you know, Willow's big wingfoiler, doing a lot of wave riding out at the epic Mauritian left-hand point break in Mauritius of One Eye, which is another wave that is very similar to this, but obviously in reverse. And one of the places where wingfoiling has developed in the last few years, and wingfoil wave riding has definitely been pushed to its limits out on that wave. But look at this. This is a great wave here.
Yeah, beauty there for Bo. You can see her there on the Wing FG board from Armstrong Foils. Oh! 360 in a wave!
Boom.
That's the first one we've seen from one of the ladies. Nice. I mean, she has been a world champion of the surf freestyle discipline. She knows how to get the spins, and already starting to mix it up with the turns. Watch out. Netherlands power. Bowen van der Linden.
She's here to play. She's here to play nice and deep, nice, drawing some nice lines along this face, reading it well and staying in front of the section. High on the wave, obviously, to give herself space down the line, and then busting that little 360 from the top to the midsection of the wave. Great call. Nearly had it, nearly had it. What are the judges going to count that, do you think? Or?
Waiting for scores. It's coming, obviously, innovation. So we're gonna be seeing, you know, some big numbers here. And yeah, Willow, definitely hope to be checking you soon, mate. It'd be good to see you as we have 10.5 minutes left.
Mate, look.
And waiting for...
Just getting some information updates. And that's the first time I've ever been told my voice is not loud enough there, Joe.
I know. It's a perfect moment there, mate.
They want more. They want me louder.
They want more. And here we can see Charlotte Carpentier out there on the XC from Core for Wolf Omen. And you can see her, Charlotte Carpentier, big congratulations to her as she got 4th on the overall ranking of the GK Kitesurf World Cup over here in Cape Verde. And here we have Nia Suardias. So Bo, 9.112 in the lead. Nia Suardias, had a little talk to her before. She's out there on her 650. And when we have a lull in this seat, we're going to catch a quick interview as I caught up with her earlier this morning.
Yeah, it's great to see so many multidisciplinary athletes at an event like this, Joe. You know, handling it on both the kite and the wing, really understanding the wave and how to ride it in many different ways, you know, and that's what we were saying yesterday about hydrofoils in general. I mean, look at this. This is a great wave.
Beautiful surfing here from Bo.
Another absolute banger here, and she's really nicely positioned, just linking those turns. Not even hesitation between those first 3 carves, and you can see she's banging in a little air section at the end. She's landed that one, and I mean, that really is a good wave, Joe. There's not much difference, I would say, there between some of the men's waves and some of the women's waves. I mean, that's she could give a lot of, well, most guys out there run for their money, I reckon.
She can make them shed a few tears, I can tell you that. So, in the information one more time, we got 22 knots is what the reading is. It is supposed to be picking up. There you can see Bo and van der Linden on your screen. All right, so 8 minutes to go as we can see Nia Suardias out the back, Bowen van der Linden here on the inside, and Charlotte Carpentier, we saw the core rider just making her way back out to the break. All right, wow, I caught up with Bo a little bit earlier this morning. Let's see what she had to say before going out for this heat.
Yeah, I'm looking really happy. The waves look really good. I'm happy to finally get into the water. They got through 2 rounds of men's yesterday, so I'm really amped to be able to get into the water today. It's looking a little bit smaller, so maybe a bit better for me. And the shore bank's also looking a little bit better. I'm really excited to just go out and rip and have the wave with just one other person. Just have Punta Preda to ourselves.
Wow, there it is, and definitely having it all to herself out there at the moment as she is leading the pack, Tom.
Yeah, 2 of the best waves we've seen coming through for this 17-minute heat. There's only 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, and she has got 2 of the biggest scores with quite a convincing lead. Charlotte has struggled to drop scores, it seems, at the moment.
Yeah, waiting for numbers but yeah, she still hasn't. But Bo, 6.87, 6.67, 13.54 total, and there you can see on your front of your screen of the screen of the stream, as is Nia Suardias. All right, Tom, looking like Nia's going to be dropping in on a nice bomb here. And what do you say, you going for it? Who is going to be taking this one?
Oh, mate. So I'm on the stream again today. I just got a message from Daniel Anderson.
Daniel, how's it going?
From Australia, thanking us for the stream yesterday and bigging up the West Australia crew.
Freo.
Yeah, Fremantle, massive. Yeah, big up the Australians. We know that Australia is also...
Yeah, Daniel, always really cool to see him.
Australia is also a massive, probably I imagine got a massive wingfoil scene now. It's just a great water sports location. Some amazing places around that coastline, both on the west and east coasts. So yeah, big up, guys.
Yeah, really. Hopefully, I think, man, the last time I was in Oz, I was celebrating my 25th birthday. Was the last time I was in Freo, and that is a long time ago. I'm not going to say the number.
Yeah. I think the last time I was out, 2012, probably.
Oh,
like
mate, that's a lot. Yeah, pretty similar to myself as we are waiting for waves to come. All right, well, I'll tell you what, while we're waiting for sets to come through, is Nia going to be taking off on this one? It doesn't look like she is. Let's go down to the beach as I caught up with her earlier this morning, Nia Suardias from Spain. All right, standing here with Nia Suardias. Nia, ready to rumble?
I'm ready. The conditions look really good, really strong wind, and the waves look pumping, so I'm really excited to get out there.
Nia, one of the things we've been seeing on the stream is a lot of people are asking about equipment. They're asking what you girls are going out on the water with. We know the wave here is very powerful and very fast. What's your setup?
My setup for this competition is going to be my 650 carve front wing. I love it for waves, especially it carves really good. Then I'm going to be using my 45 liter board. I use it for every single competition. It's my favorite board. And I'm not sure yet about the wings, but I'm for sure using the Unit 2 D-Labs.
Well, there it is. If you want to rip the waves like Nia Suardias, that is the setup.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Sending the shackers in the love out there to Daniel Anderson. Good to hear you, mate. Look forward to, if you ever fancy coming over to colder Europe, get yourselves to Tarifa, hit me up. And now, Bo, dominating out here at the moment. She is with a smile always, and she is already with a 13.54 general total here. Nia Suardias, backside here at Punta Preta, 4.0, 3.50, as making it through. Let's not forget, first round of competition, so this isn't an elimination round, but everyone wants to be able to take the win as soon as they get onto the water.
Yeah, that's it. Getting out there, getting straight involved, and just chalking up that board ASAP. The heats, I would say they're not that long. Like 17 minutes for me is a short heat. It sounds like a long time, but it's easy to waste that time.
It certainly is. And talking about that, Nia Suardias is on her final wave. I'm wondering, it's looking like they got 12 waves this time. That's why they're going a little bit more heavy on the wave count. So Charlotte Carpentier, unfortunately, not in position and not really getting anything so far. Charlotte only been winging a few months. Very talented water woman. As I said, she was 4th on the overall here at the event for the GWA Kite Surf World Cup Cape Verde. And now she's getting into the wing scene, and Q, absolutely, Boeing is shredding without a doubt. Once again, everybody, thank you for joining on the stream. Get into those comments, get involved, and we will answer questions. And aloha iwa. Hope you guys are good and rooting for Nathan. That is a good bet.
From Melkborough Strand. Great spot, Cape Town.
Ooh.
Love that place. Yeah, what another great location in the world for water sports, wing foiling, and just generally playing in the ocean. Spent a lot of time there over the years for many different disciplines.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Cape Town, another one of the wonders of the kite surfing world. Probably a lot of the kite surfing industry and athletes go down there for the winters. Great conditions and very known for its big air conditions where you see the guys and girls go sky high.
Here we go, dropping into another wave. Really starting to engage with these turns. Like you can start to see a lot more confidence on the water now as this heat progresses. Only 12 seconds left to go, but few scores on the board. Have we been getting the scores as they come in live on the screen there?
Yeah, there you go. It is going to be a final wave there for Nia, but looking at it, it ain't going to be enough. So Bowen van der Linden is going to be taking the win in that heat with some of the best surfing we've seen so far. Let's grab the highlights of that last one because it was a banger.
And we are back for the next heat of round one of the women's wing foiling, and it is going off out there today. If you're just tuning in, make sure you get involved in the comments. Big up to Q for mentioning me there in the comments, and stoked as always to be an inspiration and to get people out there on the water. Obviously with my videos over the years on my YouTube channel, I try to just document having fun on the water and the opportunities that can lead from living a good life on the water and being healthy with water sports and engaging in these sorts of action sports. It's really, really positive for everybody. And it's great to know that it's been an inspiration. And look how inspiring it is out on the water right here at this event. It's such a good day here on the water, both for men and women. And we've got heat number 2 of round 1 of the women's out there right now, and they're dealing with head and a half to double overhead conditions with rolling sets on this 15-second pulsing groundswell rolling into one of the world's best right hand point breaks here the island of Sal and Punta Preta, and it is pumping. Yeah, it's great to have everybody watching. It's great to be able to be the voice of this developing sport and this developing discipline. I can see Poseidon Watersports joining us there. Big up the organisers of the Kerno Foil Classic that I was at earlier last year, and we obviously did some prone foil contests and wingfoil contests at that event. But we've also been discussing a lot of like rule changes and things that we had in that event that have now are starting to apply here on the World Tour as well. So yeah, big up guys, big up to the UK crew, and let's get in because yeah, the next heats are looking fire.
All right, so there we can see out on the water Sofia Machetti, Elena Moreno, and Muna White. But I can see that going down to the beach as we have Tom is there with Nathan, the winner of that last heat.
Okay, so I just popped out of the box to catch Nathan down here on the beach, fresh out of the water. You had a great following on the live stream. How was it out there?
It was so awesome. I mean, the waves were absolutely pumping. We couldn't ask for better conditions. It is cooking out there, like overhead swells, amazing wind, so it's just amazing to be out in the water again.
Yeah, so how does it compare coming here on this amazing point break versus the conditions that you get at home? I mean, it doesn't get too much better than this.
Yeah, I mean, in Cape Town we do have a lot of wind, but I mean, the water is warm here. That is such a bonus. And then there's such an amazing point break, which where I come from, we don't have too many of, mostly shore breaks. So was kind of trying to just get used to more of a longer wave, so much time to be on it and actually just enjoy it. So yeah, definitely a bit of getting used to different conditions, but worth it out there.
Yeah, big up to everybody watching the live stream, big up to the Cape Town crew and the Safa crew, and yeah, stay tuned.
Congratulations, Nathan. Thank you, Tom. Great to catch up, and yeah, big up, as Tom says there, to the South Africa crew. Thank you guys for getting involved here on the stream. Nathan making his way through, your boys in and continuing on. Cash is definitely on fire too, as I can see here. The sign in water sports as we are going in and continuing on here. Sofia Machetti, Elena Moreno, Muna White. All right, well, I tell you what, we're going to use this opportunity, as I can see not a lot of waves coming out the back, as I caught up earlier this morning with Sofia Machetti from Italy.
Good morning, everybody. Sofia, good morning. Punta Preta once again.
Siamo qui a Punta Preta, le onde sono buone, il vento sta per entrare e speriamo bene. Lo shore break non è semplicissimo, non è dalla nostra parte, ma lì fuori sembra bello.
Sophia, I was just there with Nia and asking their setup. A lot of people on the stream are asking what you girls are going on the water with. Punta Preta, powerful, speedy. What gear are you going to be using?
Io utilizzo ovviamente una vela più grande per essere più sicura sulle onde e una front wing piccola, una 6,50 perché le onde sono super ripide e veloci e posso tranquillamente fare i turn sull'onda senza che mi sputa fuori.
All right, well there you have Sofia Mercedes. That is her setup. Sofia, grazie mille.
Ciao, grazie.
Yeah, always good to catch up with the riders earlier on this morning. And talking about getting caught up, Elena there getting taken out.
Oh my God, look at the wing. Her wing's taking some damage, but she managed to keep everything together and she's getting back on it and back out there. But that looked like one of the highlight waves of the heat. She was so deep all the way down the line. Look at this commitment. It is at least a double overhead wave and she is just rifling. Oh! And you can see she just got that tad wrong. Will she be able to ride the rest of the heat even with that wing damage? It's looking
holy.
Yeah, it's looking less than ideal, but she's getting back out there.
Swiss cheese is the word that comes to mind, but I'm not surprised. I'm still, for it just to be
maybe
up.
she's just going to try and ride the rest of the heat like this. I mean, that is a hero move. She is going to get some
people's champion
respect
right
there. Yeah, I mean, that was deep. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a really good score, even despite the absolute trashing. But in my opinion, she should probably get scored high for that.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that number to be hit, but very good, committing all the way. I mean, committing at the sacrifice of her wing, but, that's what it's about. You can see out there on a 4 meters, so a lot of people asking about the wind speed. It is increasing. We have gusts of 25 knots now, so it is saying to go up to about 28 or 30 during the day, just coming up on 11:30 as we continue on. Muna White has an 8.86. We see Elena Moreno there is leading, and here we have Muna with a big outside roller, Tom.
Yeah, here she goes, dropping in, full commitment from the top of the reef, looking comfortable.
F1 rider, winner of the GK Kitesurf World Cup. She did the double win last season of the kitesurfing and the wing. Let's see if she can pull this off today. But I tell you what, Elena Moreno, 7.67, 14 total. There's a battle on our hands.
Right, that was the most committed wave we've seen from anybody out there, actually. And just unfortunately just breached that foil as she tried to get around that extra section, causing one of the most legit wipeouts we've seen as well. And not only that, she got through it. She got straight back out there. She's now out there on a destroyed wing, still riding and sitting in the top spot with just over 5.5 minutes left in the heat. It's looking good for her.
It certainly is, and you can see some of the athletes making their way back out as we continue on here. Round number 1 of the women. Just over 5 minutes to go as we continue on.
A little air there on the outside. Not sure what's hoping to be achieved with that, but yeah, 3.5. It looks like the ladies are on 3.5 meter wings.
All right, we're going to be going all the way back up to the point. As you can see them starting to look down. That was good. Benoit Carpentier just warming up, mate.
I think that drone had just blown off downwind there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Struggle to keep the drones back upwind if this wind keeps building like it is at the moment. But yeah, just answering the questions on the stream. Looks like the ladies are on 3.5 to 4 meter wings. And yeah, I imagine they're riding smaller foils as well. Yeah, 500 centimeters squared, probably mid aspect wings, just to keep that control on the wave. Mid to high aspect wings, I imagine. But yeah, it's difficult. Every rider's got a different setup. Everybody's sort of tweaking and tuning their gear as the day goes on and as the heats progress. I mean, obviously, she's not tweaking much of her gear. Her wings, she's
tweaked it out.
She's fully tweaked that wing. But like, let's face it, it's still performing, and she's making it work. Yeah. 2 of the highest scores of the day for the women, and looking like she's in a confident spot with 2 banging scores with 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and here we can see for Sofia Machete, who we caught up with before there on the NSYS gear, just changed over to the NSYS team and looking like it's working very well for her. And there is Elena Moreno, and here with the F1 Strike V3, the neon green and orange. Muna White currently in second position, just coming up on 3 minutes to go. Let's see who is going to be going in the lead, because Elena Moreno putting in the work early there, Tom.
Yeah, that's it. Always pays off, like I say. Now she's, you know, although she's damaged her gear, she's sitting pretty. And that's just further legitimizing how gnarly the conditions are out there right now, and how to really show how you're going to put risk versus reward into these down the line rippers. I mean, here we go. Muna looking comfortable. Look at the shape of that wave, Joe.
Oh, that's the shot right there. The money.
Money shot.
All the way down the line. Just look how long this wave is.
Just keeps developing, you know.
It really does. Yeah.
It's interesting. Like some, you know, we saw it in the kite surfing as well. The judges really do score it high when you keep on that wave all the way down the point, and make the most of the whole reef. You know, like pulling off early and avoiding sections is not something that's gonna get you to the top of the scoreboard.
True. I know, very true. But Muna, very nice wave there from her, as we're waiting for some numbers to be dropped. But Elena, as we said, putting in the work early, really getting some good scores. And here, yeah, as we can see, it is looking like we have our athletes out on 3.5 meter wings. That was a 4 there from Elena. And going again, and she is over the falls one more time.
She just can't get enough, Joe.
I'll tell you about it. Wow.
Has she got a wing leash? Sorry, a board leash. I think she might have a board leash. See, this is where a wing and a board leash becomes a situation. She'd probably end up having to release the board, I imagine, at this point. You don't really want to be... She seems to be more concerned about saving her equipment here than saving herself. But look at this, straight up the rocks. It is not deep, and there are serious conditions. She's leashed to her board and her wing. If I was her, I would probably be...
releasing like no tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, respect, full respect. She has shown exactly how much commitment it takes to ride these waves, and just
going for it.
Put on the best show that we could have hoped for. Yeah.
Oof. There you go. You can see the boys getting in there so they can grab some of the gear. There's Vinicius Martin.
There are no excuses now.
No excuses. Absolutely. Great ride in there, and ridiculous
smile on her face. Look at that.
She's just left them with the gear.
Yeah.
I'll get out and I'll just leave you boys with the gear. You deal with this. A little bit of water is going to be needed. And now let's watch the highlights of that last heat.
Fluttering deep. Didn't put her off.
Boom.
Oh, man. But again, I think she hit a little bit of white water from the wave in the front there. A little bit of disturbance under the water. But look, it looks like that was a tiny front wing. Just looking at that gear on the beach. She wasn't overfoiled, and that's what I think what you can hope for, especially in waves this size. If you're looking to ride them critically, get really deep in the section, you're going to want to be on a very, very small front wing, something with a lot of speed and a lot of potential to hold it together when you're really under that lip pressure. Yeah, and again, big up to the guys commenting on the stream. Q, great to mention my my videos and how it's inspired people over the years. I'm stoked to hear, and that means a lot to me as a rider and somebody that enjoys all of these water sports. And something I hope to do on my YouTube channel, inspire people to do these sports and to really experience how good water sports are for everyone, including the younger generation. It's great to see all the young kids getting involved in wing foiling. They're going to start making it their own, start pushing the limits, and over the next years on my YouTube channel, I'm going to keep pushing myself too, having fun, doing lots of challenges, long distance things, new advancements in the foiling game, whether that's from flightboarding at Nazare or wing foiling hundreds of miles around my home island on the Isle of Wight. That's the things that keep it fun. But right now I can tell you I wouldn't mind being out there in this grinding right-hander.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the action. Quarterfinals of the men is in the water. Cash Pizzola, Benoit Carpentier, very big heat coming our way. These two know what it is to be surfing and ripping up the waves. Cash, we've seen him with the 10.0 and the biggest combination score. Benoit did an absolute killer event last season. Who is going to be taking the win as they are now in the quarterfinals? And there we can see Elena just coming out after destroying herself on the water.
Yeah, that was some of the most legit wing foil action we have seen, and what an exciting heat that was. She absolutely destroyed it. She's sitting number one. She won the heat, and she took two of the most committed waves we've seen from anybody out there on the water, I think, Joe.
Yeah, no, taking the win there and making her way through to that round at number 3, as she is going to be able to have a breather. But now it's time for the boys to come back out and play. Benoit Carpentier, Cash Pizzola coming at you. 17 minutes of action. Let's go.
Yeah, this heat is going to be a banger, guys. Get ready, strap in. These are two of the best foilers out there today. And yeah, after seeing Cash earlier, we've just seen the buzzer go, and that's who gets the first wave. Big shout out to Sam Gillard, sending messages, watching the stream. Good to hear from you, bro. And yeah, if you want to get involved in the comments, make sure you comment on our YouTube channel. Follow the GKA on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour Instagram account. and yeah, keep up with everything that's going down on our socials. And we're going to be here for probably what feels like another week, talking constantly about the epic action here on Punta Preta.
Yeah, and everybody don't forget to tune in live as we are getting down action on the water. Press it out here as it is go quarterfinals of the men.
Yeah, and it's about to heat up now. 16 minutes on the clock, 1 minute down from the start of this heat. No points scored yet, but there was a massive set. I think as the wind's swinging offshore, it's getting harder and harder to get into position, and you know, you need to be in that critical section to be able to take the wave. If you let it blow you too far out to sea, it's going to be really hard to take a wave. So you've almost got to stay on that inside, which is tricky, because when you're riding a wing in bang offshore conditions, you're getting those gusts from the waves themselves. You get like a gust, heavy gust that goes over the lip of the wave and can really disturb your wing. So yeah, it's a real art form to be staying in that right zone to take these waves, especially as the wind's swinging. It's almost like offshore the wrong way now.
It is. It has swung a bit, but I'm going to say it's picking up as well. And like you mentioned there, Tom, there are some glassy patches out there as well. Swell is supposed to drop a bit, but surprisingly, as you also mentioned earlier this morning, the swell did arrive a day late as what it was on the forecast. Hopefully it will last a day longer, because that would what we need today.
Yeah, it looks like we're settled in for the day, and the swell is pumping.
It is, and look at that. You can see that wing of Elena is in absolute pieces. All right, Benoit Carpentier here, dropping in on an absolute beauty. Big top down, drawing his way down the line. Look at this drone shot. That is what we're talking about. Another here, the starboard's free wing athlete, all the way over. And you can just see him off top to bottom, looking like, if I'm not mistaken, he is out there on the wingboard, which is the new one there from Starboards, where it has those side channels, letting it drain all of the water, and nice round rails to be able to get those turns. And talking to him, I think he's going to be going out on that 500 wing he told me about. Here we can see the replay of that last one. All right, while we're waiting for the boys to get another wave out there, we are going to go down to the beach with Elena Moreno with one of the best scores we've seen all day, and commitment is the word.
Okay, so just popped out of the box, straight down to the beach here with Elena. That was one of the best heats we've seen from the women, and you took some of the heaviest waves out there. How was it? How did you continue?
It was a challenging conditions, even for going inside, because the breakshore was very hard. But we managed to go, and the waves are awesome. They're super, it's shallow, and the rocks are watching out. But we have to try it, and we have a long journey. We have more heats today, so it was just the start, I hope.
Yeah, and it was super impressive to see you continue on even after that first wipeout. I managed to make it work with that rip in your wing, and yeah.
I think I was lucky, because on the first crash I broke a bit the wing, but I decided that if I could wing, I stay riding. I just decided a quick decision, because if I go outside to take another wing, probably I lose the time of the heat, because it's too long to pass the shore to go inside. So.
There we have it. That's professionalism right there, and one of the best heats we've seen so far. So back to you guys in the studio.
All right, congratulations, Elena. Thank you, Tom, as we continue on with the heat out there. And a big shout out to Javier Fernandez here on the stream. Esas sesiones en Dakla. Es que llegar aquí ya. And Elena absolutely throwing down. And here we can see some of the replays of those last waves. The boys already firing. Let's have a little look at the scores out there. We have a 7.10 and a 6.50. So Benoit Carpentier in the lead and all the way along. And here we can see Casper Zola there from Armstrong rocking up the A-Wings XPS. And he looking to see as he's going to be jumping in. Ladies and gentlemen, Casper Zola, here he comes.
Look at these lines being drawn here. Oh man, I love it when they're getting that wing, getting that foil above the surface of the water, really using the speed, and you can start to see that style just oozing out of the face of that wave. Yeah.
Oozing is the word, absolutely.
And it's a real combination of moves as well, not just one, not just using speed and arcing turns, but also, killing the speed with some of the turns. They're so sharp, skidding the wing over the surface of the water, and just maximizing what potential there is out of the face of the wave.
Yeah, Benoit, 2 good waves, 7.8 and a 7.1, already getting a comfortable lead, 14.90. But let's not forget Casper Zola in that final heat just before he was in that last round, and he already got a 10.0 ride and then also a 9-point plus. So pushing it on and making it happen. Who is going to be going through, as this is the quarterfinals, leading whoever wins will have a place in the semifinals here in Cape Verde.
Yeah, this is serious stuff now, knockout rounds. If you're out of this heat, you're out of the event, and it would be a shame because you're missing out on that podium finish. And I know these two are hungry.
Oh, they certainly are hungry. And a big shout out to Dominique and Dejan Dolinac, who are out there in the Swiss Alps. Glad you guys are liking and enjoying the vibes. Hope you guys have some good slopes as well. Here in the snow is good out there, as we have our own slopes coming in, as we can see both of them. So it looks like Cash is having a look, see if Benoit goes. Yes, he is. So he's going to go off. Oh, what? Losing the wing.
What happened there? It's I would say that was a little mistake.
Unforced error.
Unforced error. Yeah, that was strange. Strange to see, but as we see that last score from Cash dropping at 8.07, so he's put himself in a very solid position with just over 8.5 minutes to go. He just needs one more wave to improve that 6.50 by even a tiny amount, and he is going to do well here.
Yeah, you can just see just lost the grab on the handle, and obviously missing out on that wave. Carpentier, unforced.
Yeah, unforced error. It did seem to put him off the whole wave. What? Maybe something happened.
I don't know. It looks like everything's intact. Oh, he is just
getting up a little bit there.
Small foil. Look at that. Yeah, that is a small mast.
Small foil, yeah. This is the thing with foil choice. With everything in hydrofoiling, you change one thing, you're making sacrifices somewhere to improve one thing, you're sacrificing another. With small underwater foils, you are really sacrificing lift, which means that you struggle to get going easily. Early planing, it doesn't exist. You have to keep that board speed up just to stay above the water. But that said, you can hold those real hard bottom turns. You're not getting overpowered when it comes to the wave face. So it's a game of swords out there.
Yeah, and there you can see going around that priority buoy, so they make sure they know where they're at. One of the rules that has been put on here earlier this morning. In the front there we can see Cash rocking out behind him. That is Benoit. Cash, an 8.07 highest wave. Benoit, 14.90, highest combination score of the two. So he is in the lead. But there is a hairline in between these two. Little under 7 minutes to go. We got action packed, and it ain't going to be stopping all day. The plan is to be continuing on all the way to the finals, as we have the heat order here. So it is going to be We are going to be having now the quarterfinals of the men, and then we will have the women's round number 2 and semi-finals, and then move over to the men's semi. So quarterfinals of the men, and then we go over to women's round number 2 and semi-finals of the women. That is what is going to be happening out here. I hope you guys and girls on the stream are enjoying yourselves. We have some of the best waves, and thank you very much for joining in here on all of the comments. Let us know what you guys and girls want to know. If you want to dot the I's and cross the T's, do you want the ins, the outs, who's with who's doing who with what, and we will let you guys in. I can see you laughing over here, mate.
Yeah, sorry, just a little message from Ayrton there. You know, always nice to have a little supportive message from Ayrton.
Cosolino,
the funny man. He's around here somewhere. He's always down on the beach supporting his fellow teammates. So we saw Machi Lopez looking down for Wesley, having been knocked out of the event earlier today. And it's, you know, just as much as these guys share their victories, they share their losses too. So the local vibe is strong on these islands. And I don't know about you, Joe, but this looks like one of the biggest sets of the day that I can see out to the left coming through. It's feathering on the horizon.
Are they out there? I can see Benoit, but I can't quite see Cash. All right, Benoit had a look at it, but decided against it. Waiting to see where Cash is. Is Benoit going to be going on this one?
Cash,
all right, Cash. Here we go.
One of the biggest waves of the day. And he means business. Look at his. I love his crouched approach. Really
in the pocket,
getting himself into that right position, dealing really well with the speed and that technicality.
Yeah,
man. So that was a technical high risk going for that foil slide right in the pocket, cutting back into the white water, and then. Man, he could be tucking into a bow right now. 360 wing pass right in the zone. I mean, this has got to be, and I think will be, one of the highest scores we've seen. Is he going to just go for a double-handed? Yeah, he's going to,
he's making it all happen.
He's just making it all happen now. And big roundhouse on the inside, back onto the white foam ball. I mean, 4 minutes left on the clock. Couldn't have done much more with that wave.
No.
Absolute banger.
Yeah, and here we can see Benoit getting the one behind him, but Cash pretty much doing every single aspect of foiling that is possible.
Yes, mate. He's look, that's beauty to watch. That.
Oh, right in the pocket that turn. You can see just pushing down Lars de Groot. Yep, 18 to 25. I think that's fair. It is nice and windy out there, but look at that 360. It just makes it look so easy.
I mean, it's basically a 360 wing flip too. Like he actually, the wing flipped at the same time as he rotated. And I mean, to deal with that is a hard thing to deal with. But yeah, look at this backup score again.
Benoit, nice. Yeah. Open face carves all the way along. So I'm going to hit the scores here. And a big shout out to Moritz.
It's a 10.
It is a 10. Here we go. Another 10. 2 heats, 2 10s for Cash Mazzola, 18.07. And a shout out to Moritz, who has been here all during the streams. Rainy Hamburg, we're sending you some sunshine back there, mate. And thanks for keeping the stoke.
Yeah, keep the stoke, guys. It's what it's all about. Here in Cape Verde, everybody's been stoked since we arrived. The conditions have been better than we could have possibly dreamed about, and it is a pleasure to be here in the box with you, Joe, commentating on some of the best wing foiling in the world. I mean, look at that. Is what dreams are made of.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, that is now. Earlier this morning would have been a coffee, mate.
Well, I'm still dreaming of that coffee, to be honest. But yeah, just coming up to 12 o'clock.
Here. Right on the face, 360, passing the wing behind him. Is there anything this kid can't do? He is looking, I'm going to say it, the favorite for the event so far.
I mean, for me, definitely. He's, yeah, I'm going to come away from this inspired, I think, to be changing up some of the things that I'm doing, trying a few new things on the wing. I mean, he's really wrapping different styles into one package here.
Yeah, no, and you can see kind of like, you know, breaching reaching the foil out there, sliding the foil, then with the 2 hands on the wing to get the extra power. Just, you know, showing all of the different avenues. And I'm pretty sure if Bausmuller is still connected here, Radiculo, I know you're liking what you see with the youngster.
Definitely. And, you know, what would be nice is to maybe see him try some, like you say, try some two-handed airs just for giggles.
Just for giggles. Haven't heard that one in a while. For kicks and giggles, giggles and kicks.
Kicks and giggles, yeah, that's it.
Bring it on. And Deborah, hello once again. Get yourself out of that office and get down here to the beach, as we want you to see this in person as well. Big shout out to all of the Cape Verdean crew. A lot of people here supporting and looking forward to everybody getting down, because if we are lucky and if the wind stays with us, it looks like we could be crowning our champions here.
Yeah, interesting comment about the board size as well. Yeah, it looks easier on a sinkier board. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the smallest board I've used is about 40 litres, and for me that's small at 90 kilos. And it was actually easier than I expected, because, you know, as you learn through wingfoiling, as you progress, obviously once you start, you want to start on a much bigger board, gives you a lot more time, makes it a lot more stable to learn. But as you start getting better and better with your wing control, you can drop the size. I personally average a 75 litre board most of the time, but, you know, I mean, once you're at the level of these guys, you know, they're all about wing control, all about, you know, the control of every aspect of what they're doing out there. So smaller boards start to become favourable, definitely. Maybe not in really light winds, but once you've got the wind strength and you can rely on the wind strength being there, then you can start to, rely on the fact that you can get up every time with a small board.
Yeah, and there we can see, just starting as we're waiting for scores to be confirmed, because Benoit is on a wave here coming down, but looking like we are going to be having Kasper Zoller before we go. So yeah, Kasper Zoller is going to be making it through to the next round. Congratulations to him. Let's see the highlights of some of the best waves we've seen yet.
Look at that.
welcome back, everybody. There you can see the beautiful point break just flying down the line. Tommelbear is going to be going up against Finn Spencer. Duotone versus Duotone. Let's see who can survive. And also a big shout out to all of the Maui crew. I can see Kevin Collins here saying aloha to everybody. Cash and Finn. And he is about to enter the water. And now there he goes. As we get ready to rumble out here. You can see just starting to make his way down the line. That is going to be Tommelbear.
Yeah, here we are with this heat. Looking like another banger. Shout out to Toby Irons, sending messages through, watching from the UK. Supporting Leon, the young ripper from the UK that was out there yesterday and unfortunately was knocked out by Wesley. Just pipped at the post by Wesley's slightly more powerful riding style. But yeah, we've seen some amazing action today, some great heats, arguably better waves than there were yesterday, if that's even possible.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, if that is even possible. And a big shout out, bon dia to Brazil. Tercio Brito for joining us in here. A fuego. And here, oh, nice arcing turns there. Starting to get scores on the board for both of these athletes. Let's have a look at the numbers. Tommelbear waiting for quite similar in between the two of them out there. And it is Tommelbear is in the darker blue and Finn is in the lighter blue.
Both in blue rash vest, just making our jobs and lives easy for us there.
Yep, thank you.
Especially as I'm colorblind, that really helps.
Well, dude, with the jacket, the jacket that you turned up in today, I doubt the colorblind is real. My man had flair this morning, I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't come to Cape Verde and leave without flair, that is for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Big up to the crew in the Swiss Alps, by the sounds of it. I don't know what you're doing, not out there on the slopes, but they're choosing to listen to the dulcet tones of us here in the studio at the GWA World Wing Tour, and some of the best conditions for wingfoiling that we have ever seen, especially in a competition. I mean, this is going to be hard to top this year, but it has definitely set the standard for what is going to be a very exciting season.
I mean, what a way to start a season. You know, double overhead, triple overhead. And yesterday, the left of Punta Preta, we saw some absolute giants rolling in. We've got some solid sets here today, probably around, would you say about 6 foot, Tom, would kind of be the average size that we're seeing out there today?
Yeah, I reckon sort of between 5 to 8 feet, swell size. There's been some bigger sets coming through, definitely. Like we say, it's a lovely looking groundswell, long range, reasonably long period, 15 seconds, rolling into these island chains here and just gracing us with some of nature's best conditions right here.
And there you can see on your screen, that is Finn, that black helmet with the dark blue lycra. Finn Spencer, black helmet, dark blue lycra, as he is just scoring. He's already got a 7.83 in the lead and going to be backing that up with a decent score.
Yeah,
waiting for Aubert to get in.
Yeah, he's one of the young up and coming duotone riders. Finn Spencer. Been putting it down, got a very smooth style, very nice surfing flow. As we've seen over the course of today, there's different approaches and different ways of riding, and it's going to be interesting to see which ones win out. But yes, just going back to the comments, big up to AC, giving us some props on the commentary. Glad you're enjoying it. Apparently it was first towed on a foil by Mr. Liam Dredge himself. Had a good time with Liam recently over on the west coast of Ireland with the Pure Magic crew for the Battle for the Lake, who I know are very big into their wing foiling themselves as well. Big supporters with the Wing podcast that they were doing over the COVID era. Okay.
All right, Aubert here, nice. Tom Aubert there, you can see with the white helmet, Finn with the black. And getting some speed. Oh, little air, okay, nice. Aubert looking to get a backup score. He's already got a 6.63.
There's some high scores dropping.
Doggy door there, doggy door.
Yeah, it's important to get the exit. If you don't get the exit, you could be in trouble here. That's for sure. And the early stage of the heat, you want to make sure that you can stay out back. But as we've seen, you're not always rewarded for getting out of the wave, as we saw in that female.
Doggy door, doggy door. There's nothing wrong with the doggy door.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You can either take the doggy door, or you can take it on the head, Joe.
Yeah, probably better if it's in the final minutes of the heat, not at the beginning. I'm just saying, I've never been the best competitor myself. It was all go ahead and break it all in minute number 1.
Yeah.
Hence why it never went well. But details. So here we have Finn here with the black. Nice little air. I mean, this drone, it just gets and shows you how beautiful this wave is. And Finn, one of the Maui boys representing Canada, all the way down. And a big shout out there from Dubai. We've got people watching. Kunjin Shaka, hope you are enjoying the stream. And thank you very much for tuning in. Send out the word. We send the link out to the chats, to your friends, get them involved, as we are seeing some of the best wing foiling to date right now here at Cape Verde.
Yeah, we can see. I was actually out in Dubai at the end of last year, and the foiling scene in Dubai is building, you know, with Wake Surf Dubai and the Surf House Dubai, and also the e-foiling scene and Flightboard developing a lot of scenes out there, actually. And I competed in the Dubai e-foil championships with Flightboard, and it was a lot of fun. So big up everybody out there that's tuning in. Big up all the foilers around the world that are enjoying this absolutely epic show. As we know, there's many ways to ride a foil, but they are all a lot of fun, but not many as much fun as steaming down a triple overhead wave just like this.
Yeah, no, agreed, mate, agreed. It doesn't get much better than this, as we are 9 minutes to go in this heat, a little bit more than halfway through already. Let's have a little look at the scores, how the boys have been doing. 2 ways for Tom, he's got a 5.83 and a 6.63. 3 ways for Finn, he's got a 7.83, a 6.0 and a 6.60. Finn is in the lead by about 2 points, 1.97. is where he is going so far. So a little bit of a comfortable lead, but we know with these set waves anything can happen. And there you can see the two duotone athletes. Little look to the left, little look to the right. Both of them rocking the unit, the new unit D-Lab. And they are pretty much on exactly the same setup.
Yeah.
Dropping in.
Yeah, it's a solid setup and some good equipment out there this year from everybody. But these guys going head to head, who is going to take it? They've both put down some good scores so far. Tom needing a little bit of extra juice, but Finn just locking into this one and is opening up down the line. Look at that hook back into the white water. That's what the judges are saying they're looking for. They want to see you in that critical section. The closer your wing is to the breaking part of the wave, the deeper you are, the better they're going to judge you. It looks like he's going to probably set up for a little roundhouse foam bounce.
Nice, Finn.
I really like that. That's a hard move, especially with the foil, because you know if you hit the white water with a foil, it can throw you off. You never know how it's going to go. So it's a hard move. It's a risky move to pull.
Risky business, mate. Risky business out here, Punta Preta. But Finn, that is one of the nicest rides we've seen so far. Let's see what because pure surfing as well. Let's see how high that one scores. It's got to be a medium to high 8s.
Yeah, there's going to be some big scores dropping here. Look at the size of this wave as well.
And right back, you know, like you say, hooked around. Yeah, absolutely. Talked to Finn before out there on the 650, the D-Lab 2.0, as you can see, a little bit extra sharper profile, a little bit more durable, and definitely the brand's putting the durability to the test here in Cape Verde. And there also Tom Aubert, similar, not going quite as deep as Finn, but also another nice wave here from the Frenchman. 8.77 for Finn. I'm waiting for numbers to come out, but this one from Tom, he ain't going out without a fight.
Yeah, exactly. They're trading waves, head-to-head action, and you can see it as some of the best wave conditions you could hope for. And there's no points for not going 100% out there right now.
Yeah, no. We've got a 16.60, 877.783. Finn Spencer, we have a 12.46, 663, 583. Tom Albert, 6 minutes to go. Plenty of time for action, but Finn already starting to lock in some big numbers.
Yeah, he's in the driving seat. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. In command. There's a definite set on the distant horizon there. So there's plenty of time for things to change, but they are trading waves, no doubt, learning and inspiring each other at the same time. Just being out there is one of those magic experiences today, which would be nice if we managed to get this done and I managed to get out there at some point. Having been sat in the studio for 5 days now, but it is a pleasure to be commentating on this event. And also watching some of the amazing footage that we're getting, you know, and yeah, big shout out to the media crew here, because yeah, like you say, it's great that we've got a nice live stream product coming out to you guys. It's great that everybody can get involved and you guys can appreciate what's going on here right now, because we're seeing the start of something really special. And I know wingfoiling has been around for a long time, and well, not a long time, but comparably like 5-6 years, but you know, we are starting to develop what will be the sport of the future.
Yeah, very much so, and seeing it happen front and right in the action is an absolute privilege, and great to be hanging out here with yourself, Tom. It's been a laugh, and there's going to be many more to come, as it looks like wingfoiling is pushing on, and what a way to start off the season. We could not have paid for better conditions.
No, exactly, Joe. Exactly, Joe. And something I'm, really passionate about myself, foiling, and I know you being a passionate person behind the development of sports throughout the years. It's just a great pleasure to witness these sorts of moments.
Yeah, nice to be involved. And once again, guys and girls on the stream, send the feedback. You can send it to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour Instagram account. Send it to me personally. Send it to Tom here on our accounts or over here on the stream. What do you guys and girls want to see? What have you seen on the stream that you feel is missed? What else would you like us to get info on? We are going to be going as hard as possible. We're getting the interviews with the athletes. We'd like to be doing some tech talks as well in the future. Give us your views. Give us the constructive criticism. We are doing this for you guys to take it and to be able to see where the sport goes. Sky is the limit. Let's make it happen.
Yeah. Shout out to Maeve, watching from Thailand. Only ever watched big air kite surfing, so doesn't know whether they approve of this.
Ooh, I know there's no big air kite surfing in Thailand, mate. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee,
There's a frustrated big air kite surfer potentially there, yeah.
I can guarantee that. My parents lived there for 20 years. Hua Hin, I think the windiest I've ever seen it was about 12 knots.
yeah, exactly. And big air kite surfing though as a discipline has also developed massively in the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, myself having competed in the Red Bull King of the Air years ago when it first came back, since that point the development has been insane. And those guys are next level now as we see the younger generation push through. And we hope that through all of these different sports we're going to start seeing everything become more appealing to everybody. And I know it's something that I'm very passionate about on my YouTube channel as a free rider, doing as many different sports, representing as many different ways of riding the ocean and enjoying nature as possible. And nature is delivering for us here today.
Yeah, she is. Look at that view. Tom Albert from France all the way down, rocking it side to side. He needs to up those scores. Can he hold it together? No, he doesn't. Just gets caught out there on the end of that wave, Tom. That was a shame. Could have been a high scorer.
That was a shame. Well, the wave behind it looks like he's in trouble with the wave behind him now. Can he make it back out? It's always a risky business to pull out those moves in that critical section like that, especially when there's a firing, heating set come through, and judging by the people running down the beach, I don't think he will have made it back out after that missed air attempt. Here we go, Finn just sealing the deal with this last wave here by the looks of it. 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see if we can get a replay of this. You can see just on the inside, left, right of the screen there. There is some hammering action happening.
Yeah, and Ian connecting also from Thailand. I'm getting words here. He's saying that he's ridden Hua Hin with 20 knots. I'm looking forward to go there for a session myself. But Ian, our copywriter here on tour, good to see you, mate, and glad you are enjoying the comments and the things on the stream. Thank you very much, Gemma. Water in the house. As we continue on, 30 seconds to go. It is coming to the end. And there we can see athletes coming in as that is a wing deflated.
Look at that sad sight, a D-Lab on the rocks. That's not what we want to see, but that just goes to show the risks involved in this. How legit these conditions are. There's one mistake, one failed air, one missed turn, and yeah, you can end up looking very dejected on the rocks there, as we can see.
That's what sponsors are for, mate. That is what sponsors are for.
The D-Lab wing, one of the best wings around, but it's a sad sight to see it washing up the rocks like that. Seen several items of equipment suffering so far this morning.
We're suffering looking at the waves from the booth.
Yeah,
we're suffering.
It's not just the equipment that's suffering out there, that's for sure.
I tell you, it isn't. But now, enjoying the vibes as we continue on. Let's see the highlights of that last heat. Hello, hello, hello. As we continue on, quarterfinal number 3. Gregorio Pugliese out there from Ozone. We caught up with him before on the beach. Malo Genole, I was with him this morning. He was eating Oreos with double cream, mate. He's got the power, I tell you. Got the power.
Got those morning snacks, being fed Oreos out the back of the van. I mean, he's ready to go. That's what these kids are running on. It's mainlining sugar out there today. And, yeah, this is going to be a banger. Just to make it to the quarterfinals today, it's got to be an absolute pleasure. And, well, even more so to make it to the semis.
Yeah, and a big shout out to the people over there in Denmark. Mad Sand, welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. Denmark's such a cool location. Have a great up there in the cold Hawaii, and then, you know, in Kitmøller, and then also down in Verde where we had our kite surfing event. Also, talking about cold Hawaii, congratulations to Tobias and the guys, and to Christian, as it is one of the official satellite events for the Red Bull King of the Air. So cold Hawaii, some of the best big air conditions there are, and great to see that they are joining the circle, because I'm telling you, we're going to be seeing some epic conditions today. And going down, Gregorio, this is when you start to scramble.
Scrambled eggs going on, but it looks like he might have got away with it. Let's see if we can get a replay on this. But talking about scoring early, it is important, but you don't really want to be scoring the reef too early, that's for sure.
I mean, you know what they say, as our good friend Liam would say, you know, got to break a few eggs to make an omelette, man. If you can't stand the heat, get yourself out of the kitchen, mate. He was going for that 360, risking it, and makes it, pulls it together.
Bogged down, he got bogged down in the whitewater, yeah. Definitely hung out with Liam in the west coast of Ireland recently, and definitely made a few omelettes.
Yeah, and I've heard, we're not going to disclose any inside information, but I do hear vehicles are really good down there.
Yeah, no, it's great to be there, and obviously some amazing wingfoil action for that event, and some great kite surfing action over in the Pure Magic Lagoon for Battle for the Lake. Great event, big shout out. It's great to see events popping up all over the world for different aspects of the sport.
Yeah, and I can see here, shout out to AC, as he said, Liam Dredge towed him on his jet ski for his first fall there, over there in Littlehampton. And yeah, so shout out to him. Liam, looking forward to seeing you more, and he will be coming. I'm going to be seeing, he's going to be over there for Bucharest for the GK Kite World Tour event of the Big Air. And then I've been told he might hop, skip and jump and come over to see us at Lucat for the GWA as well. So cool to have so many of the team all the way across the globe and making sure, but hey, worldwide, that's why it's the World Tour.
Yeah, definitely. And it's great, yeah, like going back to that Big Air thing, Joe, like you're saying, it's great to see Red Bull and Red Bull King of the Air, you know, as the original Big Air event from Ruben sort of developed back in the day. I guess it originated actually in Maui back in the day from all the original boys, but
yeah,
you
the
know,
Sky Ride even before that.
Yeah, exactly. But like coming to Cape Town and then now setting the standard for Big Air, it's great to see the Big Air industry, or the Big Air, you know, discipline kind of embracing all these events, opening up opportunities for people to get involved and networking like that. But look at this set here.
Yeah, beautiful wave here from Pugliese out there on the Ozone flow. Big shout out to Ian from Ozone. It was good to be catching up with him. Gregorio 360,
Lovely,
he does get
backside.
it. Nice hand claim. There was a hand in the air. Even got a claim.
He might get marked down for the claim, but other than that, it was
Italian
an
claim.
absolute banger.
Malo Genole, the gong athlete, he is ripping what has been a world champion. Powerful speed hack. Look at that in the pocket, Malo.
He was almost upside down on that turn.
Oh, absolutely.
This is a really nice wave.
Ripping.
This is a really nice wave. Look at it racking down the point there. There's no escape. Oh, critical air.
section.
Critical air. That I think is going to score very highly as well. For me, personally, that's how airs should be done. Like you know, you can do straight face airs. You can just pop the foil out.
That is what we want. That is what we want.
To be cranking a bottom turn and actually busting from the lip. That's
kudos, respect.
That's where we're going to go.
And here you can see, all right, so Gregorio Pugliese, nice and deep as well. These boys are meaning business.
This is absolutely unbelievable.
That is all the way top to bottom, and the speed both of them are going. So looking for some good numbers coming. Malo had an 8-point ride for that first one. Gregorio got a 5-point, and there it is. Malo Genole, another 10.
I was
well
say,
deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah, that was the best wave. Yeah, for sure. I'm getting messages pinging over here saying that was a really nice and well deserved 10 for sure.
We're going to be seeing a replay of that one very shortly, but Malo, once again, you can him flying through there with his pulse, the aramid from Gong, as he is just top to bottom. But that air in the critical section, that's what we want to see, Tom. That is what we want to see.
That is, exactly. Look, and there we go. He's almost over the lip. This is what I was saying about those turns that you can do, which make foiling so unique. You can turn over the top of the wave, off the back of the lip. You can drive that foil and then re-enter again. And, you can really see him making the most of what is available on a foil.
All right, and there's the replay of that 10-point ride here. Malo Genole, let's just enjoy. Pushes, driving through the top of that wave.
Just pay attention to his upper body and, what he's doing with that, opening that arm out on those turns, and how high he's going on that lip.
Yeah, another one, and now this, if I'm not mistaken, this is one where he goes to that critical section, pops it, and right back in. That's pure surfing. 10.0, great to see the judges giving the extra love to those kind of moves. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've just had the two definitions of two styles out there. What do you prefer? Do you like those kinds of airs, pure surfing that we saw from Malo? Do you want to see the more bigger airs that we're seeing from Cash Pizzola? Shoot us out here on the stream. We want to know. And yep, the waves, Kevin, are definitely picking up, and we are starting. I'm going to stand up in a minute, mate. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Getting excited.
Yeah, I'm going to paddle out in a minute.
Caffeine is kicking in. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's great to see everybody getting so involved on the comments. Mav, yeah, you definitely got to try kite surfing, or at least try one of these sports, especially if you're avidly watching it online all the time. Would definitely advise getting out there. Big up to the Maui boys, Hawaii crew, obviously big support here for them, and a lot of the riders doing really well. Some of the best riding we've seen from Cash so far, obviously originating from those Hawaiian islands.
Yeah, the surfing paradise that it is, but I mean, nothing to be envied here in Cape Verde.
Well, I remember my first time in Maui, actually, Joe. I remember going down to the beach at Kite Beach near Sprex and meeting my original first ever kite surfing heroes, Lou Wayman, Flash Austin, the boys.
Max Block.
Yeah, they were all there in the car park as if you would never expect. And I was so overexcited, I actually forgot to connect one of my lines when I rigged up my kite. So when I
Starstruck, mate.
Yeah, starstruck. So they threw my kite, and obviously I then three line looped off down the beach and dragged off down towards the airport and spent the rest of my afternoon collecting my gear. So
kook of the day.
Yeah,
then,
it was a kook of the day moment. But I got back and there were shackers in the car park nonetheless.
They're all good. I mean, we've all done that. The old line, forget to connect the line, be it or be it not. If there's a hangover involved, those are details we won't disclose. But still, going back to the action. Now, having a look at the numbers, Cash Pizzola had the highest combination heat score with a 19.87. He got a 10 and then a 9.87. Malo Genole, he has got that 10 and 8.83. But I tell you what, we've been saying it all throughout the week. Body language. He is charging the same way we're seeing with Cash. Pushing, let's say, a little bit more on the pure surfing style than Cash. Cash hitting in that innovation. Going to be interesting because we can start to see paths aligning, and as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and there's only one person who's going to be taking that crown home.
Exactly, that rhymed rather nicely, Joe. And I think for me, it's about deliberacy, being deliberate through what you're doing, and as you can see, that's what I was saying.
Commitment.
Look at the body language, look at his upper body. He's committing to those turns before he's making them. You know, he's locking in those shoulder movements. He's really arcing through the turn with his shoulders and his arms, and he's thinking 2 turns ahead and deep in that section. Like one of those turns, he was actually under the lip. Like his foil was almost riding upwards, which I wouldn't see. In the future, who knows where we're going to go with this sort of thing? But because you're riding a foil, there are no limits.
No, I mean, it just opens an absolute can of worms, and Pandora's box has just been opened over here. Malo Genole with one of the best surf waves we've seen yet. There's double 10s already in the competition. Kasper Zola, Malo Genole, they are the 2 names, but Gregorio Pugliese, do not edge him out quite yet. Anything can happen because, as we know, he can be a final here at the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour, because we have the best athletes out here on the water. Cape Verde island of São Punta Preta, the right-hander that has been giving us nothing but pure gold all week long. And as we are here, we are in heat number 3, quarterfinal number 3. After the quarterfinals of the men, we're going to be moving over to round number 2 and the semis of the women, and then it is back to the semifinals of the men. So if you are here, make sure to keep us on all day, as it is going to be a long one, and we're going to have the best action. Once again, thank you for tuning into the stream. Thank you to all of our sponsors and to Duotone and F1 for the extra push to make this happen. But with conditions like this, it could not be missed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these conditions don't get any better, especially for wingfoiling. I mean, literally almost any sport out there right now would be an absolute pleasure, whatever you were choosing to ride. These waves are just delivering.
And a big shout out to El Maestro, Giulio Gasperini. I hope you are okay. Looking forward to seeing you soon, mate. And yeah, as you say, school is first. Education is important. We're actually going to be going to the school here of the island of Sal over the next few days to do a few talks with the youngsters, because yes, it's all good to be getting into sports and going full at it, but education is first. Do not forget that, kids. And it's cool to be giving back. And I know a lot of the brands, like F1, where they have the young generations, those young blood camps from Duotone as well, where all of the brands kind of get together and show their younger athletes that we want them to be ambassadors. And we've talked about this ourselves, Tom. It's not only about doing the work on the water. The work outside the water is equally as important. And I think we can be 2 examples that if you keep your work up off the water as well, you have a very long career.
Yeah, it's something, I've spent a lot of time now talking to younger riders, and, obviously it's all about passing things down the line, isn't it, Joe? But, it's easy to think that you need to be number 1 in the world to have, to be part of the industry, but actually the reality is there's a lot of opportunity out there, right? There's a lot of things to be done. I know myself, I've been a part of a lot of the different parts of kite surfing throughout the years, a lot of different parts of now the foil industry, even with things like developing e-foils recently with Flightboard and things like that, where you can really start to see that there's so many opportunities both in front and behind these waves.
Beautiful, nice replay there. That one there from Malo. Here we can see Gregorio on kind of the smaller set waves, just keeping themselves busy. And then a question out here on the stream from Hannes. No, unfortunately, Hugo Marin is not in the competition anymore, as he was taken out there by Finn Spencer. So the Reading athlete, unfortunately, is out. Very tough competition out here, but great ride in there from Ugo's. You saw him on the new Supernatural Lula wing there from Reading. Make sure to check all the gear out. But here, Ozone front and center with the flow. Gregorio Pugliese. I think the name fits nice and easy with that one.
Smaller wave, but he made the most of it. I think you got to get it in nice and early. 2 minutes to go. It's not going to improve any of his scores with that one, I don't think, though.
No, I mean, let's have a little look at the numbers we got here. They are on their 5th wave. 4 waves for Malo, 5 waves for Pugliese. At the moment, Malo comfortably in the lead, especially with that 10.0. that is going to be a confident booster. And as I said, it does look like the double cream Oreo is giving them the power out there today, mate.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, nothing like a bit of refined sugar before you get on the water.
Oh, yes.
I tend to agree with Kevin Collins on the stream chat there, saying deliberate powered foil slides are next level. And, you know, I think when it looks to those top turns, and you're seeing the riders start to actually slide the foil along the surface of the water through the turn deliberately. I mean, it shows so much control, so much timing, and so much knowledge, not just for like the foil that you're riding, but the length of the mast, and you're like judging, you know, almost to exact perfection the you know, the setup that you're riding at that point, you know. So it's I agree with you there. Deborah looks like she's about to quit her job to come down and watch the finals, which is
she's been saying it all week long. Put your money where your mouth is. Come on, Deborah, get yourself down here.
Yeah, nothing more frustrating than being sat in a small box right next to the waves. I can tell you that. I know exactly how it feels.
A nice cold refresh. Oh no, sorry, sauna.
Yeah, it's good, mate. I'll be completely detoxed after this week here. Is Hugo Martin still in the contest? No?
I just mentioned that before. He was kicked out by Finn. Great riding there from Ugo. Third overall last year. Excuse me, second overall last year on tour. But, yep, Finn has been really riding well. And now is in this quarterfinal. Also, Finn is through to the semi-final. He's going to be going up against Cash next. And it's looking like in the third one is going to be Malo Genole is going to be moving through to the semi-finals as he just comes down and has a little dip on that last wave. But before we continue on with the action, let's have a look at the highlights of some of the best surfing we've had yet.
Oh, duck diving on the peak right there.
welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. And next up, round number 2 of the women. Muna White, Charlotte Carpentier are going to be going out there. Muna on the F1. Charlotte is going to be out there on the core. Let's get ready to rumble as we continue on. Here we can see down on the beach there, Nia Swadith, as she was out and continuing on. She's going to be coming up very shortly, as we are here for the season opener of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And what conditions we are having so far. There we can see the Bouillet brothers, Camille and Julien, also having a little look-see. Because let's not forget, they are waiting to continue on, as now all of us are waiting for the final moments to see what is going to be happening out there on the water. I'm just going to find out, because I think there might be one question that has to be answered, so bear with me as we enjoy the action.
Again.
All right, well, it looks like Bo just having some fun out there while we are going into action. Muna White versus Charlotte Carpentier. Looking like, yeah, that is going to be Muna, as I can see the colors of the Strike V3. The Hawaiian already up there on the point. And I can't see Charlotte so far. So it is looking like, as we stand, only Muna is in the lineup. We will be getting that information to you very shortly. Charlotte Carpentier, I can't quite see her, but I do know that that is Muna White here. We are first going to be running this one, then we are going to be moving over to the men one more time for the final quarterfinal, which is going to be in between Nathan and excuse me, my screen is just short. Got an elephant coming into the booth right now. Axel, Gerard, and Nathan. You're right, mate. All right, so that is the heat. So Muna White and Charlotte Carpentier, there they are. A little bit of a mix up there from both, from what I can see. And we continue on with round number 2, heat number 1 of the women.
Oh, finally got myself a coffee there, Jay. There we go. We're into round number 2, heat number 1.
Yeah, the women are out there. Bo jumping the gun a little bit and being out there when she shouldn't have. And here we can see Muna White, Charlotte Carpentier. Both of these ladies still yet to land a wave. It looks like Muna, it's looking a little lighter out the back. I can see some glassy sections.
Yeah. Yeah, I just walked down through the sort of paddock where everyone's setting up. There's a lot of chat about Cash being a good bet for the top spot here this afternoon.
I think that is a safe, one of the safe bets, but I will also put some money on Malo Genole.
Yeah.
Looks like those two seem to be the two athletes at the moment pushing forward, and then I call Finn Spencer as well. So, but we've seen it before. Some people having suddenly an amazing quarterfinal, get them in a semi, and they don't do anything. So, you know, every warrior has their last battle, and they've got to battle until the final if they want to take the title. We will see, because one thing is free riding, another thing is doing it in between the buzzers.
Exactly that. Exactly that. It's the exact reason why I stepped back into free riding.
Amen, brother.
Did you reply to Giulio out there? I mean, he's saying he can't be here today because he's at school, blocked with school commitments. And yeah, well, that's just the way it goes when you're still at school. But yeah, mate, stick with it. Stick at school. Don't worry, there'll be another big wave day out there for you to come. So hope you can at least enjoy watching some of this stream, even if it is between lessons or during class. But just keep the volume on low. You won't be able to hear the bands. Anyway, great to see everybody out there enjoying it. And these girls are just getting this heat started. 9 minutes on the clock. Doesn't look like there's been any scores laid down yet. I don't know whether there's a problem with the scoring system. I've just been trying to get myself a coffee, so I'm a little behind on what's going on here. But still looking good on the wave front. But we've maybe seen the wind drop a little bit. And then we have, that's the sort of beach scene going on as everyone's getting ready. Looks like he's coming maybe up to the judging area, up to the scoreboard to see how he did in that last round. Maybe we'll get an interview with him down on the beach shortly with Joe. But at the moment, Muna White, definitely one of the favourites out there for the women as well, hailing from Hawaii. And Charlotte Carpentier, who we saw a great performance from in the last round, with some of the most ballsy riding that anyone has displayed on the water so far today. But yeah, there's been so many innovations recently in the foiling industry, and the equipment is, as we say, developing constantly, all the time. One of the most recent and most exciting ones, if you do any prone foiling, is from Flight Lab. It's going to be a very interesting board dropping later this season, which you can also wingfoil on as well. And a shout out to Mr. Bennett, who's got to have been one of my big inspirations over the last few years for riding waves on a foil and prone foil surfing as well. He's definitely pushing the limits on flow, style, connectivity, and how waves can be ridden. That's what comes into the judging criteria of this competition as well. Style, flow, connectivity, and making sure that you choose the right wave. But as the wind gets lighter, it's offshore, it gets hard to get onto the face of one of these sets. As we can see here, though, Charlotte just trying to eke her way onto the swell line through this offshore wind. You can see that offshore wind just making it difficult though. Look, she could end up getting blown off the back of this swell, not making it down the face. I think that might be what's happened. Forcing a jibe, sailing back out. We don't want to end up too far down the point, struggling to stay in position. Whereas Muna, far out the back in the offshore wind, with slightly more of an advantage if a set starts to roll in. There you go, she's just tacked round onto that one. Can she make it work from the peak? But, you know, as soon as you feel that wave energy under the foil, you want to start flagging that wing so that offshore wind doesn't pull you off the wave. There she is. She's flagged it. She's locked in, committed, and she's putting a few nice little carves down before this wave's even started to break. Look how nice that peak is. Just so perfect. But she doesn't like the look of what's happening down the line there. Just a few little wiggles and then off the back. Big up to Simon Peterson, Swede, working in Zanzibar, watching from there, supporting Cash and Malu as they progress rapidly through these heats. Malu's got the best surfing style, saying Hopper Surf House. He definitely does have one of those true surfing flow styles, as we saw in that 10-point wave, that top to bottom, cranking, almost flawless flow with one of the best, you know, in-flow airs that we've seen so far as well, just ripping the foil out the top of the wave and like landing it almost flawlessly, riding back onto the wave again and linking back into another turn. I mean, that's as good and as flowing as we've seen so far, and that's what the judges obviously want to see. Whereas Cash's riding style is super varied. He's got the ability to do almost anything, as he's displayed so far, from roundhouse wraps, foam bounces, 360s. He's really kind of mixing it up and experimenting with what's possible on a wing. And I think there's a lot to be said for that, as we've talked a lot already about, you know, what should and shouldn't be, you know, in the criteria in terms of how airs are done, how, you know, whether that backhand being put back on the wing is a slight flaw in the surfing style or not. I know, yeah, some of the foiling events that we've run in the UK or have been run in the UK in the last year have included that rule as well, that as soon as your backhand goes back onto that wing, your scoring wave does end. So just encourages you to ride the wave for what the wave is and really concentrate on locking in. And here we go, see Muna just taking a peek down the line of that one, but not liking the look of what was coming. So pulling off the back, but it will be a scoring ride. There's a few turns on there. She's got a 3.83 on the board. Charlotte yet to score. Caroline, not sure what you're going for with that name, but just commenting back to you there, looks pretty terrible conditions to run the women. I don't know about you, but I would not class these as terrible conditions. This is some of the best wingfoiling, wave riding conditions that I have ever seen, and I'm sure a lot of you out there would appreciate being out on the water right now. I mean, obviously the wind is a bit variable. It's light, and it is offshore, but it has been the same pretty much all day, with the variety of probably about 4 or 5 knots in wind strength, so it hasn't changed that much. And obviously there isn't anything we can really do about the conditions. It's all about dealing with what you get when you're on the water and what Mother Nature delivers you. But here we go, we can see Muna again just tack round onto this peak hump, coming into the top of the reef, putting in a few turns straight away before this wave's even broken, and she's looking to improve on a 3.00, which is looking like she's going to do.
Yeah, Muna just, you know, having a solo ride out there. Charlotte Carpentier coming out of the water, deciding that she doesn't want to compete in the conditions, as she's been wingfoiling for a few months and deciding that no, she ain't going to be going in this heat. So Muna just having a little bit of a practice run, having a spot to herself. I mean, I'm going to say it. It doesn't get much better than being out in Punta Preta with these waves and having the whole break to yourself. That don't often happen.
Exactly, Joe, exactly. These are close to perfect conditions, to be honest. What was that in the water there? Little turtle.
It looks like it.
Hmm.
There are a lot of turtles over here. And Carol Collins saying that pretty terrible conditions to run the women in. What's the wind? The wind, you got about 20 knots. I mean, I wouldn't call it terrible. I think
Sounds very something like Colin Carroll. That name,
yeah, that
doesn't it?
sounds like it was something he would say. But yeah, I mean, I think conditions are absolutely epic out there right now. And I know there was talks the girls, you know, they wanted to go and battle it out with the boys and go in the same conditions. And we've already seen Muna getting some of the nice outside bombs. And I think, you know, Punta Preta is known for its side, it's known for its power, and we are having some of the best conditions so far. So girls are proving themselves out here, and they are, you know, passing with flying colours.
Yeah, by far one of the most hardcore heats so far has been the women's heat, actually.
It certainly has. All right. Now, moving on, as we are going to be continuing, if I'm not mistaken, yep, okay, information in, we're going to be going back to the men, so bear with us, as it looks like quarterfinals coming our way. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on quarterfinals out on the water. And Nathan van der Vuren is going up against Axel Gerard. Two very heavy hitters. We've seen both of them have great heats in the previous rounds. Looking forward to this one because Axel, the Axe, coming out of France out there on the AFS gear. He's got his trainer Bruno, the owner of ASS, down on the shore as well, giving the ins and the outs. There are some solid sets coming through, and the Nathan from the South Africa rocking out the Fly Surfer. Battle is on, and I tell you what, 3, 2, 1, green flag all the way.
Yeah, that's it. I caught up with Nathan on the beach a little bit earlier, and you know, he couldn't have been more stoked, to be honest. The conditions here, with the conditions in general, and just to be out there sharing waves with one or two people on the water is a magical experience, and they're both going to just be loving this, that they've made it to the quarterfinals, and they're battling it out to advance onto the podium.
And Mad Sand, give us a shout and tell me what brands you would like us to talk about. And obviously, as we have all of the riders, been talking about pretty much every single brand here, not just the big ones. And to be honest, in my eyes, every brand is a big one. So representing. But if you have a specific brand or gear you would like information on, we can go get it from the riders and make sure to get it back to you. Thank you for joining in and giving us some info on the stream.
Yeah, if you've got anything you want to shout out, drop it in the comments too. I mean, you know, that's one thing we have seen with wingfoiling, which is interesting, is new brands dropping onto the scene. I mean, you know, obviously in kite surfing, it's probably been around now for coming up to like 30 years, maybe 25 years as a sport. You can see the industry narrowing down into those key players, those big brands.
Absolutely.
With wingfoiling, it's only been around 5 years,
Yep.
and we're starting to see new brands coming in to develop and to start in this industry. So it's at a real stage where the industry is exploding, and obviously you do have big brands like Duotone, like F1, like Core, like, you know, all the big players. Like actually Gong is a good example as well of a foil specific brand which has done really well just in this industry and just in this space.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to Bastien Escoffier, one of the team members and one of the head R&D designers in Gong, and you'll be seeing him look at. We will be talking about their gear, ask for some ins and outs on the new setup, so we can see. We saw Malo Genolé out there on the Nutra, and he's on a 600 front wing, and then on a 44 leader board, which seems to kind of be the go-to for every brand over here for Punta Preta. So now we know if it is firing conditions, 44 liters, 600 front wing, that's kind of seems, and you know, try and hope. Then there's the difference you've been saying about the fuselage, the longer or shorter. If you want to be on the shorter one to be a little bit more connected, you know, to be able to get those turns, but then the longer would give you a little bit more upwind, a little bit more room for error. As you said before, Tom, sometimes, you know, if you want to go one way, you've got to sacrifice something on the other side.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like they're favouring slightly longer masts as well. And we see Maeve there. Anyone riding North foils? Yeah, we've had some North riders. There's some North riders in the event. Who's been riding North, Jay?
Yeah, we have Chucho Nunot is out there on the North. We saw him on a prototype there, Chucho, hailing out of the Netherlands. So yeah, we had some North riders out on the water. I'm pretty sure we've got pretty much every single brand here, and we're just missing Nash.
Yeah, just
off the top of my head.
Yeah, SPG, Nathan, let's go. Big comment there from the Cape Town crew.
Yeah, Wingfoil Sessions. Thank you very much, Cape Town. Beautiful place. I mean, the downwinders there must be insane. They're great on a kite. Never done it on a wing, but I bet there'd be some fun.
Yeah, definitely. Don't
want to hit the kelp, though.
No. Well, you don't. Yeah, you want to stay away from the shallow spots. It's true that kelp past Meltboss Strand. You know, there's people watching from Meltboss right now. I've been tangled in that kelp myself.
Yeah. All right. So, any axis foils out there? I haven't seen any axis foils out there quite yet. I will ask around, but no, I haven't seen any axis foils yet. We will see.
It's interesting because Axis being one of the OG foil companies that really sort of, you know, they got behind developing the underwater wings, you know, really early, and have a huge range of equipment. I know from my dad, he's a big fan, and a lot of the local crew back home on the Isle of Wight riding Axis stuff. But another really interesting development coming soon, Joe, which I don't know whether you've seen about, is the Flight Lab setups. Have you seen that?
I have.
Flight Lab could be a very interesting thing coming down the line this year, with sort of incremented power boards and setups that are going to allow you to prone foil in some very, very interesting conditions. We see riders like, you know, Mr. Bennett's getting behind that sort of thing, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting space to watch. But like I say, the industry is blowing up, and riders are getting involved, brands are getting involved, designers are getting involved. Look at this replay here, absolutely epic surf style, and probably the nicest wave of the heat so far. Top to bottom turns, not shying away from that section. It's going to be a good score with Nathan Van Duren from from South Africa. 7.23, dropping some nice chalk.
Yeah, you can see him out there on the towel from Fly Surfer. And you can see it's an effective forward traction, individual control throughout the wind range and light wind construction. And it is one of the wings that they have the pre-tension sail and the ergonomic strut shape. So obviously, you know, one of the top wings there from Fly Surfer and Nathan. Oh, nice curvy, chilled, laid back style.
Arcing turns. Yeah, there we go. Really nice air section that was. Perfect sort of down the line air. Not really stalling his speed too much. Working it nicely into this roster of turns that he's putting in here. Here we go. A little roundhouse wrap back into the section. Probably going to call it a day now. He's put his backhand on that wing. Happy with that, I think.
Yeah, he definitely does look happy with that one. And questions coming in. Yes, we will get more info on Nathan's setup with the SPG gear. So what we are going to do is we will get an interview with him as we finish off, and we're going to ask him personally. So you're going to hear it from the man himself. So thank you for that. We will make sure that we get that to you guys, and he can tell us about his SPG gear.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, there's one thing that is super interesting about hydrofoiling is the equipment. We've talked about the equipment a lot. I mean, it's not just about talking about the brands, obviously. It's talking about, you know, how it is developing in general, you know, the equipment. And also, you know, I was at a design event recently in London, in Mayfair in London, where they've used a designer, Mark Newson, to design their new foil setups, and you know, like that's the guy that designed the iPhone. Yep. You know? And it's like there's designers and interested people in this back end of this sport that are going to be really pushing things forward, I think. And you know, that goes across all the brands. Doesn't matter, you know who's riding it. Everybody in this industry at the moment is looking to push. All the brands are looking to develop. All the riders are looking to go further. And yeah, it's a really interesting space to be.
Yeah, no, it is, and looking forward to seeing how far this is going to go. So far, it is Nathan Van der Voort in the lead, Axel Gerard in second. And both the athletes out the back. So Axel Gerard 10.83 as we have Nathan Van Vuren from South Africa 15.36. Great total 8.13, 7.23. We'll be catching up as you guys want to know a little bit more about his SPG gear. So we will be grabbing him after this heat to get that to you. And also I can see that we are getting ready as Tom is going to be going down onto the beach, as I can see that Casper Zoller is going to be joining us one more time, as we're going to talk a little bit about the two air styles that we're seeing. We just saw Malo Genole with the pure surfing air, and then here we have Casper Zoller, who is, you know, kind of doing the double-handed and get in the fly and see what he thinks about it and get the ins and the out while we're just waiting for the lull through this heat. I can see is Ivan here and Maeve. What are the benefits of a Lula? A Lula is stronger and lighter and allows the wing to have different, different aspects and different torsions. That is really taking it into new levels. And yep, we do know that. Christine Fraser, thank you very much. And that's why he is going to be the best person to ask about it. And we will be getting him as soon as he comes off the water. Axel Gerard right now dropping in as we are going to be watching this wave till the end. As he is getting a very nice ride, And Axel Gerard, roundhouse. This could be one that's making a difference. A little bit of an air at the end there. The AFS rider from France. Allez. Full taquet, Axel. Full taquet all the way. Great riding. And it looks like he is going to be going out. And while we're waiting for the athletes to go back out, we are going to go down to the beach with Tom as he has Cash Bazzola.
Okay, we are here on the beach with Cash, and the conditions continue to deliver. It's been great to see you scoring a 10-point ride out there. Also, Malo scoring a 10-point ride. You've both got very different styles. How do you feel it's going to develop?
It's always insane to compete in great conditions, but these conditions have been insane. I mean, the best, we have crazy wind and, of course, crazy waves, as I'm sure you guys have seen. Watching Malo, especially in his last heat, I mean, the guy rips, and he's someone who I look up to. Amazing style, and he's pushing the boundaries of the sport. And hopefully I can make my next heat and go against him. But you never know with this spot, and anything can happen, really.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a lot about taking risks. It's a lot about developing where the sport can go, and it's going to be super interesting to see how it goes. But like you say, those risks could call an end to your heat any moment.
Yeah, you want to go out there and basically survive. You don't want to end up on the rocks, but in the end, the judges are looking for risk, and that's what they're rewarding high for the 10s. So every once in a while, you got to go for it and hopefully come out on top.
Yeah, so there we have it, the difference between two styles here on the water. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Cash. Yeah, the two styles out there. Interesting to see. As we move on, Nathan, an absolute blazer of a heat out on the water so far, as he has got an 8 and a 7, and that last wave there from Axel, a 7.83. As we move on, 13.83 Axel Gerard, 15.36 there for Nathan, with just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, so interesting hearing from Cash there. It's obviously risk is on everyone's mind out there today. It's like one of those things, style, performance, just making it through the heat is something special. And every rider that's out there is running some risks right now, but to obviously come out on top, it's going to be the risks that are rewarded. So, yeah. Different styles, different opinions, always going to be the same case in the sport. But, oh, there we go. Look at that. That was a really nice air as well. Popped out early, landed very close to the lip of the wave and flowed right through it, hardly even touching the water with the board. Following it up with a few turns, then a 360. This is going to be a really high-scoring wave. Obviously, put the backhand on there to skip a section. It's gone for a huge air on an almost unmakeable area of the wave, but awesome. Look at that energy on the water. That's what we want to see. That is what we want to see. Really cool to hear from these guys talking about, looking up to each other, respecting each other, knowing that they're at the forefront of a of the sport right here and of what's possible in these sorts of conditions. And it's not like, you know, even if you're from Maui, it's not like you get these sorts of conditions every day. You know, some of us are more blessed than others as to where we live and where we get to ride on a long-term basis. And you know, I live on an island in the south coast of the UK, which can be good, but it's not consistent. So this is something special to see, that is for sure. Let's have a look back at some of the comments on the live stream. Yeah, talking about Alula, the material of the new wings, sort of the a lot of the stiffer, lighter weight materials that are being put into the new wings on like the D-Labs and the other models from Core and other brands starting to follow suit. Really definitely changing the way these wings perform, especially because of the flex in the material. I mean, that's the way I see it. The stiffer and the lighter the material, the higher the performance. We've seen it in sailing. We see it in all the high-performance sailing boats. They go to almost rigid sails, and you know, those are the sails that get you up to the higher speeds, get you, you know, really performing well in lighter winds. But here we are in the ultimate seconds of this heat. There's going to be no more points on the board. Let's go to some highlights. And we're back, GWA, and we're back with the next women's heat semi-final. Heat 1, Moon and White, Bowen van der Linden. This big heat for the ladies out there. The conditions are pumping still. We've got a good 15 to 20 knots side offshore, and the waves are still delivering. It has been an absolutely amazing day of competition so far. It's 1:31 in the afternoon here, local time. And yeah, wow, what a day for wingfoiling this has been. Let's see, it's looking a little flat at the moment. It's a shame for the start of the heat, because as I've been saying, it's important for these girls to get chalk on that board as quickly as possible, just to avoid the time pressure at the end of the heat. So you always want to take a wave as soon as you can. But both these girls have showed that they are capable of ripping this point break. And yeah, it's really it's going to be a good showdown. You can see Duotone D-Lab set up down there, struggling a little bit to get upwind. It is getting more and more offshore, so you're staying at the top of the point is tricky for these ladies. You got to really make sure you play the positioning game to get to the top of the point and stay upwind. Moon out there on that Cabrina, but she's slightly more upwind at the moment in a slightly better position, so let's see. Okay, just news just in from that last heat, because the score system seems to be giving us a little jip again. Nathan won that heat with 15.36, I believe. So yeah, what a result for Nathan. He's going to be happy to advance to semifinals. Okay, Joe just heading out onto the beach to see if he can find Nathan for a little bit of a Q&A about his equipment, because we've had some questions on the live stream comments about his SPG gear, and of course that's what we want to do here. We want to deliver some info. We want to get you guys involved and keep it interesting as much as possible, because that's what it's all about, spreading the word, spreading the word of the wing, what wing foiling is all about, what kite surfing is all about, and in many ways unifying these sports, because it's all about the fun of being out there, being on the water, and just understanding nature, because that's what I think the beauty of a lot of these sports give you, is a real education on appreciation of the world around us, appreciating the natural environment, keeping our beaches clean, respecting the wind and the waves, and understanding it on a deeper level.
On a deeper level, mate. You're getting sentimental when I get out of the booth.
Yeah, I'm going pretty deep, Joe. Going pretty deep. That's what happens when you sit in a small hot box for 6 hours.
Yeah, the old Cape Verdean sauna, playing with mind games, mate. And yeah, so Moona absolutely killing it out there, and Bowen van der Linden so far. Let's have a little look at the scores, because she has a 6.63, but Moona 7.17. There you can see, there it is, what's happening now. Next up, Elena Moreno, Nia Suarez, Bowen van der Linden, Moona White. The winners will be making their way into the grand finale, and the second places will go into what I like to call the mini final, because I hate calling it a loser's final.
Yeah, I mean, losers final doesn't really take into account the third place, does it? I mean, a lot of people do say, if you ain't first, you're last, as they say, and that classic movie there, little Will Ferrell quote. But yeah, for me, that's never been the case, as you well know.
Absolutely,
yeah,
mate.
I could be just as happy with fifth as I could be with first, but that's just a personal. That's just a personal attitude, I think.
Just venting there, mate.
Just venting. God damn it!
God
Yeah,
damn it.
That's because they eliminated me out of my heat in the last foil event that I was in, because I interfered with somebody apparently. But yeah, it's dodgy judging for you, that.
It is, I told you should have gone.
And the board was wrong.
You should have gone with the double 50 note, not just the single.
Yeah,
cheap.
I took the wrong board out and the wrong foot.
Equipment failure.
Yeah,
equipment failure always. But yeah, no, we've always been good on the old wipeout elimination ladder, mate. We've always been up top there.
Everybody knows where the real competition is.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Bo at the moment, so we have a cracker, or a shocker, as the boys down under would say. Bowen van der Linden 6.63 and a 5.50, so now leading Moona White, the winner from last year. She's the winner of the GK Kitesurf World Cup last year, and this looking to make it twice. Can she do it, winning both disciplines both years? We will soon find out. She's got the higher wave score, and now it is going to be a thing of patience, as let's not forget that patience is a virtue, and wave selection is being key down here in Cape Verde.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of support for Muna on the live stream right now, and yeah, she's current reigning champion, defending champion, and obviously winner of the female kitesurfing discipline over the last few days here. She's handling the conditions like an absolute pro, from kitesurfing to wingfoiling, and you know, that's what it's all about. You know, dealing with what nature delivers and making the most out of it.
Yeah, and there we can see her already. Both of the athletes are back out. Very impressed with Bo as well, as she has been going, you know, joining the Armstrong team. And it looks like Muna is deciding to take off. I tell you what, there are some lines starting to form. Even the left is starting to work a little bit further up. But here we have it. Muna White dropping into looking like a very nice outside set. Look at the beauty there. Muna, big first engaged turn all the way around. Now she's going to be going underneath us, keeping it together, even going faster than the drone there. And open face hacks, keeping it easy, keeping it calm. She knows she wants that second score. And this is where the section starts to get steep, as this one has lined up perfectly for the Hawaiian, top to bottom and all the way along the point. Great ride in there from Muna White. Let's see what the judges have thought about that one, as she is currently in second. Let's see if that's going to be enough, as it's going to be a second wave ride of the heat. We continue on here for day number 2 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour.
Yeah, that's definitely going to improve Muna's situation, having 2 scores on the board. It's looking like
looking good.
It's going to be some good numbers there. And she, you know, like she's already got a 7.17, so that's a nice situation to be in. 9 minutes left in this heat. Looks like the waves are still racking to the horizon, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, there we saw Bo on the back end of that wave, waiting to see as we are continuing on. Que pasa, Javier? As we can see Javier Fernandez here from Spain, just come and say hi over here, and not enjoying the dust by the looks of it.
Big support from Cape Town again, coming through on the live. Big up the Cape Town South African crew.
Yeah, Muna 7.43, 7.17. Bo 6.63, and looking like she's going to get a high 6 for that second wave. So the story has been set, and let's see who can come out on top, because it's very close in between these 2 athletes. As we continue on here, Cape Verde Punta Preta delivering all week long.
Yeah. Some questions there, Joe, about the elimination ladders online, whether they're currently accurate or not.
Let me have a double check here.
Muna White in a strong situation now. Back-to-back 7s. That's a nice scenario to be in. I think if you end up losing with back-to-back 7s, you can be happy that you've performed well. But it's often a winning spot to be in, you know. Having a combined total of 14.60 is a decent heat score out of a possible 20 points.
And I am checking the elimination ladders, as it was confirmed to us that Nate was going through, and I'm looking at it here on the elimination ladder. Quarterfinals 15.36 for Nathan, 15.23 for Axel. I'm going to jump out quickly and see, as it does look like there's an error there. I would double check and get right back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for the message. Thanks for keeping on it. We are here for your entertainment, but we are not running the event. But yes, there's some good action on the water right now, and these girls are shredding. Bern van der Linden upping her score though. Looks like 13.13. Combined total, it's pretty close. She doesn't have to do too much in order to upset things in the next 6 minutes. But looking to my left out of the box, that doesn't look like, maybe there is a set peaking on the horizon. But 6.5 minutes to go. It's all about what the waves are going to deliver here. Here we go. Here she goes. Looks like she's going to take this one. Right off the peak, hooking a few early turns. Oh, but not liking the look of it. Deciding to step back off that one.
All right, everybody, if you refresh that elimination ladder, it is confirmed. Nathan is already through, so thank you very much for that. It obviously hadn't updated. So Nathan will be continuing on, and I'm checking mine here, and we can see that he is already through. So it is going to be the second semi-final of the men will be Malo Genole versus Nathan Van Vuren. Thank you, everybody, for telling us about that. For the internet down here just a little bit slower. And Penthesilea from Greece, how are you doing? Thank you for tuning in all the way from Greece. Love Greece. Spent some time in Paris and Rhodos. We had the racing event over there also in Rhodos, where we saw the free fly slalom and the Europeans, and looking forward to being back. Gotta love Greece. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of a Peter to get it all going, huh?
Can see Clement Rosario coming in here. He's just gone out for a little free surf up the point, and looks like he's in a state of semi-ecstasy.
He does.
Classic big wave surfer, always in for a shred. Great to have him in the event.
Yeah, and also we're going to be getting Nate on for an interview. I was just asking the boys from SPG as he's going to be explaining and what we have been told. Obviously, as he is designer, he's on all of the things that he's designed. His whole setup is everything designed by him, and we're going to get him. He had to come out all the way down the point and going to be making his way up, and we'll get him here on the stream for you guys and girls to talk a little bit about his setup and the SPG gear.
I have to pull him out of that shore break to get him onto the camera. He'll be stoked to talk about it nonetheless. But yeah, I've got friends at home favouring the SPG wings, and a lot of people riding them. It's always good to have a good rider on the side of the designers, you know.
Always, yeah. You'll be able to test it in and out the water, and then also to understand what things to change. And here we can see Bo all the way down. Another good wave for her. She is very close. 13-13, 14-6-0. So only about a point and a bit distance in between these two athletes, and this is a very nice wave here from Bo. Let's see, we've seen her do some freestyle moves. Airs it out and right onto the face. Mid-face air, but still getting the technicality involved. And let's see if we saw a 360 before. Saw Nia throw some of those downs in last season in Dakla, and Bo the first one in this event. And waiting for numbers to be coming in after this. We will be going over and changing to the men. And here we can see how many disciplines are in winging. Well, we have surf freestyle, which is the acrobatics and the move.
Yeah.
We have the wave riding, which is what you're seeing here on screen. And then we have the free fly slalom, which is where they start off and go across the finish line with aspects of pumping in there, a course race. And then, of course, we have the pure racing involved as well. So all the action, all the things. Thank you, Tom. A little snackaroo coming our way. And we continue on. I wonder what it's going to be. Fish and rice.
Yeah, but that's really interesting what you were saying, Joe, there about the disciplines and about, especially about the racing. What was it? Free fly
slalom.
Free fly slalom. And that's the main racing discipline?
That's on the GWA. On the GWA, so it's slalom, so not racing.
Okay.
And there is a pumping track. So there is a section of that where you have to release the power of the wing to the neutral position and pump your way through. It can be through buoys, through gates, a certain distance, depending on the course layout.
Okay, so engaging all elements of what the foil is.
Exactly.
But is it first over the line?
First over the line.
Yeah, okay, so essentially a race. But it is interesting, though. There are, it's such a creative sport and it's such a young industry that there will be more disciplines, obviously, coming up over time.
And let's not forget we have the big air discipline as well, where we saw Ratotti and Nia took it out. We tried that for the first time over in Pozzo Izquierdo, the famous, you know, the bunker of windsurfing. We were privileged, thank you to Bjorn Dunkerberg and his crew for allowing us to be out there. And we saw big air championship as well, so another discipline there. And Maeve, as she said, she liked the big air. Maybe that's one for you to take a look at.
Yeah. Big air is always a good one. I mean, big air on a kite is something special, isn't it? It's a bit like big air snowboarding or something, you know. It's one of those few sports where you can really send it properly. But as we see, you never know what to expect from a wing.
All right, Bo racking up another one there. It is so close in between these two athletes. Look at that at the moment. 14.30, 14.60. Is there going to be enough time to see if that is going to change? We will soon find out as we continue on here. 15 seconds to go. And it is on. So Nathan Van Vuuren, the winner of that last heat, and we are going to be getting a interview with him. We continue, but now waiting for final confirmations. And before I get them on this last heat, we're going to take a short break and watch the highlights.
Okay, I'm out here on the beach with Nathan. He's just come off the water. We've had a lot of questions on the live stream about SPG gear, and just thought we'd come down here and get it straight from you.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm currently riding is actually something that I've been designing for Signature for the last few months. Absolutely loving it so far. This is sort of like the testing just to make sure it goes well in the bigger waves, and so far, man, feeling so good. It's like a really small foil, probably like 500, but feeling so dialed into the sets right now. And then also, yeah, it's like a whole new setup with everything we're doing. So love competing on something that I've been able to design and bring to World Champs. So it's very special.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's really important, like, to have behind the designers or the designers themselves, you know, good riders that understand the sort of future of the sport, where it's going to go, and some of these, you know, more progressive conditions.
Yeah, so I mean, today is the ultimate testing for like power and speed. I mean, the amount of power in this wave is incredible, man. Like, as you go up on the foil, especially on foil, as you come down, this wave generates so much lift. So it really tests the foil, and so far it's doing amazing. So super happy with how the outcome of the product is right now, and excited to share it with everyone soon.
So there you go, guys. Stay tuned. Keep commenting on the live stream, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Tom. Congratulations, Nate. Great riding and getting the ins and the outs of the gear. Thank you guys on the stream for, you know, so we can kind of do these things and find out all of the different aspects, what they're riding, how they're doing it. And yeah, enjoying there, Nate. Very happy the South African already through another round as we continue on. Here we can see the two Spaniards, Elena Moreno, Nia Suardia, semi-finals of the women are coming back up here in the air. Elena Moreno going and taking some very big bombs in that last heat and destroying her equipment. And now we are green flag in the sky, and it is time to go.
Nia Swadia is dropping in there. We can see a duotone athlete out there talking to her. She was on a 650 front wing and out on her 45 leaderboard. That is the Sky Surf SLS from duotone. And at the D-Lab, a little bit of a Lula coming out here. A lot of the brands, we can start to see the Lula appearing in the wingfoiling world. Nia Swadia already getting some grooves, and here we can see also that is Elena Moreno. Elena Moreno, I tell you what, she's going to get the Spirit Award of this event. She absolutely went all in. Some of the best wipeouts we've seen so far. That girl is all guns blazing, and we'll have to see if she can put it up here today as we are looking at some beautiful waves. And here we go, backside all the way down. Nia, one of the best freestylers we have, and now looking to see how she's going to hold herself out here in the waves against Elena. Elena, a nice front side ride as well, very stylish and gutsy as we said before. Looking like we've got two big numbers already holding up for both of these athletes. We continue on, second day of competition down here, Cape Verde, Punta Preta. Hope you guys and girls are enjoying it out there. Can see a Nate out here with a smile on his face as he knows he's gone through to the next round. Semi-finals are coming as we continue on, and 14 minutes and a half to go. Let's not forget, athletes have 17 minutes to show to the panel of 5 judges what they can do. The top score and the bottom score is eliminated. The average of the 3 middle ones is the one number that you're seeing up here, and that will decide if they are through to the next round. We are currently here on the women's side. We are in semi-final number 2, where we just saw Muna White. It is official, Muna White. And we're just waiting for confirmation as it see on the score. Muna White with a 14.60, Bowen van der Linden with a 14.30. So Muna White moving her way into the finals. And who is it going to be in between the Spaniards?
Yeah, really interesting hearing from Nate there. Nice little interview on the beach. Stoked he's made it through. And we're rapidly moving through this competition now. Round 3, semi-finals, Heat 2 of the women. And some big scores already dropping. 7.30 for Elena Moreno. And we see there Nina. Just, it does look a little bit like the wind is dying a little bit, tiny bit, but yeah, it has been up and down all day. So yeah, that's just the nature of the conditions. It's up to the riders to be able to deal with, you know, everything that is thrown at them. Just going back through a couple of the comments here. Lots of support for Nate out there. Good to see. Yeah. Wingfoil big air is smaller from Maeve, who we now know doesn't kite or wing. So, but yes, it's true. Interesting point. Hard to compare big air kite surfing to big air anything else. To be fair, it's one of those sports which is over the last few years developing into the premium big air sport in the world. But yeah, we're getting handle passes now in the wing freestyle as well, so it's starting to, you know, the cross-pollination of all these sports is really seeding new things.
Wow, that's an example. Cross-pollination, seeding, and the flowers all along. I'm liking it.
Yeah, we're going to be seeding some new ideas, that is for sure. Big up from the Dahab crew. Lots of people out in Egypt. Probably going to be out there later this year as well. The Red Sea. Look at this. Another awesome wave, but not liking the look of that down the line rifle.
Yeah, she doesn't want to get caught up on that inside again. She knows she's up against Nia 633 and then coming off on this one. But I'm going to say that one was probably looking like another good score. Elena looking very solid at this event.
Yeah, she'll be she'll be happy to get two good scores on the board. Definitely.
Look at that view.
Lovely view.
So semi-final number 2 of the women out here at the moment. Muna White is waiting to see who she's going to be going up against in the final. Boa van der Linden in the mini-final. Going to be waiting for the second place here. Nia dropping in, waiting for that second score to come up. It does look like Elena is going to have the upper hand so far. Nia backside, nicely, a little bit far out on the shoulder, but still getting a couple turns in, linking it together here for the young Spaniard.
Deborah made it to Punta Preta. Thanks for the live stream work, guys. Keep up the good work. I'm assuming she has now got a cold one in hand and has handed in her resignation at the office just to get down here and watch. Big up.
Yeah, there you go, Deborah. Come and say hi at the live stream booth. I'm curious to, we've been hearing you on the stream all throughout the days. Come and say hi. Be good to meet you. And I hope you are enjoying now it real live, as you can feel the water and you can feel the waves coming down. The point here at Kalima is also strong. The dust is flying around, Tom.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Kalima's come in today. It seems to be, like I said, the wind's been a bit up and down, and the rider's been dealing with some variable conditions. But the forecast in general is sort of between 15 to 20, 25 knots. So it's a bit of dust in the air. Definitely doesn't get more offshore than this. It's pretty much bang offshore.
It is, yeah, dead offshore, like you say.
Which does make it tricky to take the wave. But wingfoiling is one of those sports where you can ride dead offshore. You can even ride up, more than offshore. You can ride into the wind. There's not many sports where you can really ride into the wind. So it's one of those special attributes that wingfoiling does have above a lot of other sports and wave riding disciplines.
Yeah, and there we can see Swadeeth making her way back up. See if she can get back into position. Just under 9 minutes to go. There it is, 9-minute mark. And we continue on here. Second day of comp for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Island of Sal, Punta Preta.
Stuart Fraser, it's not a bad point there. Why are we not drinking a cold one ourselves? Because no one can see us. It's a good point, but professionalism has no bounds.
I'm surprised you came off with that answer. You should see. Nah, yeah, we were. I think, to be honest, I would rather enjoy the cold one, watching it in silence, and have to scull down a beer while we are troughing along here on the stream. But yep, as you say, professionalism, guys. So please don't make it any harder.
Yeah, don't remind us. Don't remind us. Yeah, I have to admit, it's not as hot as it has been the last few days in this box.
It's bearable today.
It is bearable. But I managed to fit in a few mouthfuls of lunch as we come up to 2 p.m. local time here on the beautiful island of Sal. Look at that wind. Look at those flags. Look at that beach scene. The riders could not be more stoked. Every time I've been on the beach catching up with them, they are pumped to just be on the water here today.
And no stress, mate. No stress. The island motto, I reckon, it's tattoo worthy, that. Ink worthy.
Ink worthy, mate. Yeah, maybe that's your next tat, bro.
You never know. You never know. A drunken night could make that happen.
Well, if we get this event done today, I'll put it live on my Instagram. So make sure you follow along.
Watch out! You can see the ink happening. It will be Tom screaming, not me. But yeah, as you can see, Nia Suarez, and we can have them out here. Elena, really impressed with Elena at this event. We're waiting for scores to be confirmed. Nia has a 3.70 and a 6.33. Elena, second wave about to be dropped, and it's looking like it's a big number. I'm going to think that she is definitely going to be going in the lead, but waiting for confirmation, as judges have a different view. They have their a lot higher than us. Sometimes they can see things that we don't. But so far, there it is, 7.53, 14.83. Elena, again, another good heat, 2 good averages.
Yeah, that's double sevens, like I was saying before. Muna's last heat, you know, that's a good position to be in. 2 mid-place sevens is a hard score to beat. If you're up in the 14-point range, nearing the 15-point range, it's a seriously competitive heat, and it's a hard thing to sort out.
Yeah, let's not forget that Muna won in the last heat with a 14.60. And then we saw Elena a 14.27 in the last one. So yeah, definitely she is right up there with the top scores. She's one of the athletes to be looking at for. And I know Muna, who's waiting patiently to see who's going to be joining the final. But do not count this lady out until the buzzer. Nia Swadi is one of the most fierce competitors we have on tour here, the duotone rider. Heading out my hometown in Tarifa. And let's see if she can get another nice set wave to get this one a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, there we go. Some really nice. I mean, as we've spoken a lot about frontside versus backside, I think just that wing position is the thing that makes that backside riding quite tricky. You know, not only does it obscure your view down the line, but it sort of sits there and kind of obstructs your upper body when it comes to that bottom turn. So there is definitely an advantage to being frontside on this wave on a wing. I mean, with a kite, it's a bit different. You don't have an obscured vision. You know, you can still rotate that upper body and keep that down the line. Voob, as they say, if you're inside the tube, the view down the line. But it does definitely affect your approach and how you set things up. But with a wing, you've definitely got essentially a bit of material just stopping you seeing what's happening with that wave.
And Stuart here saying, Shane, guys, we'll drink one for you. That makes two, mate. Don't you back out now. That's two. There's two of us.
Exactly. And the more you drink, the more you're going to comment on this stream too.
Yeah. And when we have a wingfoiling contest in Cape Town, we would love to be in Cape Town. If you have any contacts down there to make it happen. Also, cool hanging out with Nate and the South African crew. So would be awesome to have an event there. Such a cool place. Such good vibes. I mean, Cape Town down there in the winter is definitely a place to be. One
of my favorite places in the world at the right time of year. Big shout out to the Dirty Habits crew, obviously from Cape Town as well. They've been a big part of the development of a lot of sports and cool things that have happened in that area over the years. Big up to Graham. And if you've got a suggestion, Stuart, as to where you would put a wingfoil wave event in Cape Town, where would it be?
Yeah, where would it be? Anywhere else around the world? Where would you guys and girls have a wing event? Let us know the spots. Let us know the places to be. Nia Swadi is here on another wave. She is trying to pursue down Elena. Elena's only had 2 waves. Nia has had 4 waves, but still Nia is trailing. Elena putting on through 2 rockets to start off with. Just coming up on 3 minutes. Now it is starting to become crucial.
Yeah, definitely. Time is ticking. 3 minutes left on the clock. She's not comboed, but she's definitely needing. Here we go, though. This is going to be a nice score. Look at that. Deep cutback. So deep. Too deep. Perfectly judged. I mean, that was right on the edge, Jay.
Yeah, good to catch the fin. Look at that back there as well, as we can see Nia. But Elena grabbing onto a wing to save her life, to make sure she didn't get eat by that one. And here, Nia also moving along. Let's see what the scores are going to be so far. But a 6.10 for that last wave there from Nia. Moving it a little bit further, a little bit closer, but still about 1.5 points separates the difference. Look at this wave. Elena throwing down.
Yeah, look at this. Back turn, cutting right back into the pocket. That is what the judges are definitely looking for. Obviously, lost a little bit of momentum there because I could see the whites of her eyes as she was worried about getting consumed by that wave. But it really, I think it will probably be a high scorer.
Yeah, it is looking like it's going to be a big number, and that could make the difference. That could be the nail in the coffin for the Canary and out of Fuerteventura, as we are just under 2 minutes to go. And let's see what it is going to be. And Nia also a very nice wave. She is going to be upping her scores as well. But I tell you what, it is starting to be close. But Elena, I'm going to say it, looking like she has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely. Looking confident. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock.
Big set coming
dropping into another absolute bomb. Really deep. Little bit of a wobble there. Oh, she's down. Oh, my goodness. That was critical wipeout, I would say.
That was, oh.
She's going to be going through some equipment at this event.
She is.
Where is she?
Waiting to see where she comes out. Here we can see Nia rocking up and going down. She's got an opportunity here. 8.43 for that last wave there from Elena. Huge score. Nia. Can she? Does it? Does she? Oh, that could have been it. That could have been it.
She knew she needed it.
She did.
She went for it. And
looking like we are coming to the end of the heat.
My goodness, look at that wipeout. That couldn't have been much worse. But you see how just balance came off there and then a little wing breach at the bottom. Absolute tumble.
There's no worse place to get hit by than right there.
Peak of the reef with an 8-foot set stacking up behind. I mean, critical.
And that is it. So it's official. Elena Moreno is going to be moving into the final where she will meet Muna White. And then Nia Suarez is going to be meeting in the mini-final Bowen Van den Linden. Congratulations there to Elena. Amazing riding. Let's see the highlights of that last semi-final. Welcome back, everybody. Casper Zola, Finn Spencer coming your way. as we are getting going. This is one of the most important heats, semi-finals. Who is going to be making it through to the grand finale? We will soon find out. These two boys from Maui, they are good friends. Cash has been killing it. Tom, you were down there on the beach with him. He looks amped, 2 different styles. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, this is the battle of the styles. These two are frothing hard on this spot and on the development of the sport. I mean, you can tell they ride together a lot. I think, you know, we're going to see some real progression here.
Yeah, already Cash on the buzzer, just grabbing quite straight down the line. Nice little air signature there. And now this. All right, he's starting to grab on. Okay, went off, decided against it.
Look how late he pulled out, though. I mean, you know, they're really capable riders, can pretty much make that split-second decision even on a barreling lip just to get out the back, which that's hard on a foil.
Yeah, and just, you know, easy kind of first wave. Nice hacking open face turns, big kind of even air drop there almost. And just the speed. The one thing I love about Cash is the speed that he has throughout his turns. And there you go, a nice little air to finish it off. And then he kind of exited as he saw that it was starting to close out. 7.43 opener, not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad. That's a good opener. Chalk on the board early, as I said, probably one of the most important things. And as Cash said, anything can happen out there. You know, it's you know, one mistake is heat over. If you don't have enough time.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there Lena going over. Yes, she did come over on the rocks, but she's okay. She's already on the shore, so that's good to know. And I can see right under, and I tell you what, yes, the gals are ripping, and Elena is not leaving anything out in the tank. And here we can see Cabrina also connected. I hope you guys are okay and enjoying the show. You have your athlete out there in the final, and she's going to be going up against Muna White. There is going to be action coming your way right now. Semi-final number 1 of the men, Cash Bazzola, Finn Spencer.
Yeah, this is an exciting heat. Definitely 2 different styles, 2 different approaches, but we've seen 10-point. We've seen 10-point ride from Cash so far. And Finn is definitely one of the riders that's pushing the more flowetry surf style, you know, connecting turns and arcing body language, which is always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it's graceful. It is really graceful. And there we can see Cash out the back. He is out there on the Armstrong foils. And we have Finn Spencer, who is out there on the duotone, just about to drop in. All right, Finn, looking like he's going to be taking his first wave. Here we go. What's he got for us?
Hooking back deep into that first section, making sure he attacks that lip nice and early. Nice looking wave, nice shape, but doesn't like the look of the development.
He didn't. He got a nice first turn there, right in the pocket, pumping and powering through, kind of similar to what we see to Cash. Look at this. He goes down, and it's here. He engages, boom, powering himself back. It looked like he just didn't like what he saw down the line, and kind of said, "Nope, I'm going to get another one." Going to be a decent score, but he knows going up against someone like Cash, and Cash going up against someone like Finn. Both of them know that they need to be getting the big set waves, getting the ones that have the big scoring potential, because at any given moment, both of these boys could land a 10.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Finn looks like he's riding a 3.5 duotone D-Lab, and I guess I think Cash's on a 4 meter there, Armstrong. It's difficult to see the size, actually, but obviously the smaller the wing you ride, the slightly easier it is as you're ripping down the line. You know, you don't have so much to worry about when it comes to controlling the wing, and it doesn't get in the way so much in that arcing bottom turn. But again, can be tricky for riding out, so it's a tough one.
Yeah, it ain't easy. You gotta find those sweet spots, and all the way out on the reef we can see now. Let's have a little look at that tide, as it is just coming up on midway through. So we are half tide, so mid tide on the push, as high tide is at 6:30 when we have the sunset out here. Currently in semi-finals number 1 of the men. So we have 1, 2 semi-finals of the men, the mini final and the final of the women, and then we have the mini final and the final of the men. So we have 6 more heats to do. 6 more heats coming our way. So we've got about an hour and a half, hour 3/4 more of action. And it is looking like an absolute blazer out there so far. Who are going to be the champions? First, we're going to be finding out who's the women's champion, and then we'll be moving over to the men.
Yeah, and it looks like with the pushing tide, this swell's going to be pumping through until probably the peak of the tide, I imagine. And this break does get better, as we've learned over this week, through the high tide. Starts to develop, starts to get steeper. Here we go. Cash just tucking in deep, little rail grab, nice whippy top turn, hooking in the pocket, and as you can see, he's really starting to push the sort of hybrid foil out turns that the judges are loving at the moment. And yeah, Maui Rippers, big up to Ride Engine joining us on the live stream. Head-to-head heat here. Cash is my hero. Wingfoiler of the year for sure from Nicholas Byrant there.
I can see Patricio de Mattia, and this should be wave riding question. I don't know what you're seeing, mate, but I'm seeing some pretty decent wave riding throughout this whole competition.
Looks like we've got ourselves a hater there, but, bring it on, mate. If you don't think this is wave riding, it'll be nice to see you out there.
And now Cash Pezzola absolutely killing it. And I definitely say, you wait until you see Mano out there. We've been seeing some of the best surfs, but Cash, once again, now starting to get a bit loose.
Just see the energy he's got, man. He's already on the next wave. He's only just taken a wave. He got back out. He's taking it under priority. Oh, my goodness. For me, that was one of the better turns we've seen in the whole event. Absolutely just sending his foil into the lip. Oh, no, though. He just lost control, and this is what I was talking about when it comes to wing control. And then we just saw a flip attempt from Finn Spencer, looking to go inverted, looking to get out there and start doing some inverts. This is what I want to see, Joe. This is where we could go here in this event, and it's good to see it starting already in the semi-finals.
Yeah, no, I mean, we knew we were going to see innovation. We knew we were going to see the new moves coming our way, and both of these boys are starting to throw down. Cash 8.63 and a 7.43. Finn, we can see already he has a 6.43 and waiting for a big score to be coming his way, putting him right back into contention. And here is the move. Watch out.
What do you reckon? A straight line like that. It's difficult to know how do you go about approaching a flip on a wave like this. He'll be lucky not to have damaged his wing, to be fair.
Yeah, he just looked like it was held back.
How do you approach that? It's difficult. If you've got any ideas how you would approach a down the line flip on a wing, just let us know. It's definitely, it's a hard enough trick when you're sailing out into the waves using it as a ramp. But we've seen a lot of progress in the freestyle winging recently, but not that many people are doing downwind tricks, just with the speed of the foil. They're using their wing a lot to create the air time, to boost off the water, even in the flat water freestyle. But this is where riders like Radiculo and stuff are pushing huge innovations, and I guess probably something that will come over from freestyle windsurfing as well. Those downwind, speed generated, whippy tricks.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that, Cash. 9.53 for that last one. So he is now starting to bring out the heavy artillery. Finn is really going to have to up it, but we've seen him with moves like that backflip. He can do it, and he has a good score already up there. So he is looking, he's got a 6.9. So here we have Finn off the top. Nice, stylish, back to the power point, keeps the speed so he can go down the line. I reckon he has a little look back to see where Cash is. We've already seen him to attempt that backflip mid-section. Are we going to see it here again?
I like those top high wrap turns too, where you're not, you know, it's not always about dipping right down into the, you know, to the base of the wave. Keeping those tight wraps at the top on the face is also a nice option, I think.
Yeah, we can see Mike Whitelaw here saying he much prefers Cash's style with more surf style compared to the flips in the air. I mean, yeah, like I say, everybody into them out. I think both of them are very incredible riders, but Cash definitely with the upper hand at the moment and going a little bit more in the pocket. But having a look at this, they are all guns blazing, as we said before.
Could we get a replay of Cash's 9-point wave? Because there was one turn in there that was really exceptional, I thought, especially when there's a gap in the sets.
And we can see Vinny and Bo just coming towards them, as Bo is going to be coming out very shortly, as she knows she is in that mini final, which will be before the grand final of the women.
There we go, like you can see some gusty winds out there. Dealing with the with the lineup out the back, you got to just keep yourself in position. There you go, Finn in the on the next wave. Does he like the look of it? Not by it. No, it's not going to take it. They're both jostling for position.
Yeah, all right. So 5 minutes to go. 18-16, 13.33. Finn has to increase his scores by a little bit shy of 5 points. A lot of groundwork to be done, but conditions are there, waves are there, anything's possible. We've seen sets really rolling in, so you know, as long as you're on that final wave before the buzzer, it will count, and you could get the double or nothing, 2 perfect 10s like we saw in the kiting with Muna. 2 last waves, 2 10s, the old Mary. And let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, it would be nice to see that. This is Finn's replay. I think there's some issue with the replay. There we go. Here we go. This is a replay of Cash's highest scoring wave so far. Look at this wave, Joe. He airs early in such a critical section there, straight into that real crouch bottom turn, and then watch this. I think it's this next turn. Look.
Oh,
I mean,
doesn't get much better than that.
That's a real interesting style move there, but you know, he's created some problems with his wing for sure from that, and obviously had an unfinished ride, but that turn was like a hybrid turn, so high on the wave.
It's one of the best I've seen.
Yeah, Finn's out. Finn's out, mate.
Foils out, mate. Foils out.
Foils or fins, as we say.
Sharp objects.
Yeah.
All right, and here we can see one more time. Take a look at this. As he just... All right.
Oh!
Tube, right. Did he release it? No, he was going on his leash. Now he is starting to play out there. Do you see that, Tom?
I mean, how would that count if he had released his wing completely and carried on that wave?
I don't think it would count, because he is now not connected the same way as when you do a handle pass. If you grab it by the leash, even if you land it, it won't count because it's winging.
What if he pumped out to the wing?
Questions to be asked, but I think definitely sure that it wouldn't count. But still, Cash giving us a show and showing all of the different possibilities and progressions. Great to see. I mean, the Hawaiian, when you have a guy of that kind of talent starting to play in a semi-final, that is what I call body language. Watch out.
Yeah, energy on the water.
Yeah.
And you can feel it as well, just hanging with him on the beach. He's got energy off the water. He's got his head in a good place. He's got that characteristic chilled American style about him, where he's just unfazed and dealing with what's being thrown at him condition-wise. And obviously being from Maui as well, he's probably used to... You know, he's been weaned on the best conditions in the world, some of the biggest waves. So yeah, he's enjoying his time out there.
Yeah, I bet he is. I mean, the conditions are just about as good as it gets. As we are coming to the closing moments, we're just approaching the final 90 seconds out there. All right, so the semi-final is coming to the final minute. Cash, he does! 360 right in the critical part of the wave. He made it, but then got munched. Let's see a replay of that right in the critical part of the wave. Cash just going for a huge 360. Gets the speed, and here, boom, goes round, manages to hold it together. But then here, just got hit by that foam ball and had to let go. Oh, Cash Mazzola just innovating and innovating out there. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, I'm waiting to see if there is any more action. All right, well, before we catch the highlights of that last heat, we're going to go to the beach. As I can see, Tom is with Elena.
Okay, down here on the beach with Elena. You've just progressed into what is your first ever final. How does it feel?
Yes, my first final. I still have to go to the water yet, so I'm trying to calm down because it's too much adrenaline on those waves. So let's see. We have to go again to the water.
Yeah, we've seen some of the most progressive riding from you so far. How are you feeling going up against Muna?
Muna is a referent now for everyone. So for me, being out there with those waves in only the two of us is a pleasure. So I'm gonna try to enjoy and do my best.
Great to hear from you. We look forward to watching the action. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Tom. And before we start, let's see the highlights of that amazing heat in between Cash Mazzola and Finn Spencer. Welcome back, everybody. Semi-final number 2. Malo Guenolé up against Nathan Van Vuren. These two boys have been surfing their hearts out. Malo has already had a 10 in this competition. One of the top surfers out there on tour. Let's not forget, on that overall, he was 4th on the overall ranking last season, just behind Cash Ugamarin and Wesley Brito. Now it is time to get it going there. I can see Javier down there from Huelva, one of the RRD boys from Spain. Big shout out to all the Spanish crew joining us in here for the stream. And let's not forget we have Elena, who is going to be going into the final. But now, South Africa versus France. France versus South Africa. Nathan van der Vuren versus Mano Genole. Gong versus Fly Surfer. Here we go. Alright, so just word on the sheet, it looks like the time is going to be increased for the finals. We will soon find out. So the finals are going to be 25 minutes. Finals will be 25 minutes here. So we are now in the second semi-final of the day. And then we'll be moving over to the mini-final of the women. What a day of action we've had here for the second day of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour here for the Cape Verdean World Cup. It has been an absolute pleasure, and thank you everyone for tuning in on the stream. What is Elena riding? I will get that info for you very shortly. I know she's in the Cabrina gear. She's gone through a couple of wings, to be honest. She has gone through a couple of wings. I'm just having a little look at my notes here. As if I'm not mistaken, she was out there on the Mantis. When it comes to the board, it did look like the Swift. Let me double check. Excuse me, not the Swift. It did look like, as I was talking to Teo also, I think she is out there on the Link. But I will be getting that info to you guys right away. Those are the notes I have so far, but as I said, she's gone through a couple of wings already, so might have had to change it up, so we will find out. But now back to the action. There we can see Malo Genole in and surfing it along. Confirmation Elena was on the Vision, the blue and yellow one that she broke there on that big wipeout. But killing it, to be honest, today I think she could be on anything and still be having a good ride. And there we could see double up Nathan and Malo. As we continue on here, semi-final number 2. Both of the boys have got a wave. We will be getting replays very shortly. Alright, let's have a look at the replay here. So this is the wave from Mano Genole. Looking like it's going to be a top scorer. You can see big open faces all the way along. I was talking to his teammate Bastian not so long ago, and he says that Mano is on the 92 HM mast with a 600 front wing, and he's on the neutral wing. And then here we can see the Fly Surfer athlete out on the towel, Nathan van der Vuren. So yeah, both of these boys starting to throw down. Nathan also, we had a chat with him before, Tom down there, talking about the SPG gear. He is the designer, and must be nice to design your own gear and be able to ride it. And boom, trying the sliding cutback. That would have been awesome. Then we can see Leon here, one of the youngsters from the F1 team, who did a very solid performance, but unfortunately got drawn. Wesley Brito, but I'll say the youngster made the Mamba sweat. A very close heat. I'm sure we're going to be seeing bright things of that young man in the future. So again, big shout out to F1, Rafael, Chloe, all of the team for putting an extra push together with Duotone for making this one happen. A big thanks to Philip and to Ben and all of the Duotone HQ as well, and to Till. We can do without you guys, and I hope you are enjoying the show. So now, there he is, Malo Genole, as he is making his way back, as we are in semi-final number 2. And then finals, the time has been increased to 25 minutes. So we have 25 minutes of action for the finals. So we have the next 4 heats after this are going to be 25 minutes. And then we are going to be calling it the day. So be ready, as we have action coming at you.
Yeah, mate, wow, what a heat. Couple of waves going down out there. Can't quite believe it. Now we're starting to see the knives really come out as this, this really steps up. Super interesting to see. This is what you think, this is what you hope is going to happen. In a contest like this, with conditions like this, riders are really going to start pushing themselves. Yeah, not just pushing themselves, but pushing the equipment too, taking some serious risks. It's great to be able to be here live actually and see the full length of this reef really opening up. And the crowds are starting to come down on the beach. You can see that. All the supporters on the front. Little vibe going on the rocks. Literally sitting and standing less than 20 meters from the lineup is pretty insane. There are not many places in the world like this that deliver this level of showmanship. Normally you are wingfoiling out in the middle of nowhere on your own with nobody watching, but not here. This is a real show. It's starting to go down, and yes, as Joe mentioned, they are extending the length of the heat period for the finals, which gives them an extra 13 minutes, I think, on top of the original heat time on the water, to 25 minutes. And that's going to mean more waves, more bangers, bigger hits, and more risks to be taken, because it gives them the ability to destroy at least 3 sets of equipment and still get back out there onto the reef. Pretty epic. Or at least I think that's the idea. Look at this, we've got a massive set rolling through. Let's see what can be done, but we're seeing this, like the opening air section, arcing into the bottom turn, not afraid of that grinding lip. He's got to read that down the line pace. And if you foil waves, you will know that reading the wave on a foil is very different to reading it on a surfboard. You've got much more to play with in terms of your bottom turn, your top turn, your glide, your drift, and the sort of projection you can take. But that said, it doesn't make it any easier to be critical. Like look at that. That was a critical turn. And to do that sort of thing on a foil is really tricky, because to stay in that critical section is often harder than you think, just by the fact that you've got the ability to arc further into the bottom of the wave. Project out into the flats can make it tricky to stay in the pocket. And that's something that could be easily underestimated if you haven't wingfoiled before. That, really... although it makes a lot of things quite hard, it makes some things a bit harder. And I think that's what we're going to see here. We're going to see these riders taking it as far as it can go. Look at this replay. Well, it's a nice wave selection as well, because he's out there on the clean face. There's a bigger wave than the wave behind it, so he's not interrupted by that. I really like that top turn. It's that arcing body shape, using the updraft of the wave to keep that wing up. Look, oof, nice little snap, stall the foil. That's when like a short fuselage and a small tail wing really come into play, when you can like kind of almost tweak it out to the point of stall on the turn, and then it starts to, and then you drop back in, obviously down the face, back onto the foil again. Got a yacht coming in out the back there. There's a few sailing boats around actually today. Must be pretty rough out in the open ocean, I imagine, with this size swell rolling through. But yeah, if you've got any questions again, get involved. It's actually seriously good interaction now on the live stream, so it's good to have you all here. Good to have everybody watching and to be sharing this moment, because this is going to be a history-making final with 25-minute heats. It's going to allow these riders to, destroy at least 2 sets of equipment, Joe?
I reckon they should go for 3 sets, mate. You know, if you're going to go, you're going to go. And you can see now the beach is starting. Some of the public are starting to come down to check out the wingfoiling. And with less than 6 minutes to go, but Nathan with a 14.86, he got 8.13, 6.73, but Malo throwing down again. I'm going to go to the chalkboard here. Let me have a little look-see on some of the scores that we've been seeing come across the board. So Cash 18.16, Malo 18.06 at the moment. We've seen an 18.83 on Malo in his last heat. So at the, some of the top scores, Nathan 15.36, and then he had an absolute bomb on some of those first heat. Love how he also tries to, breach out the wing on some of those turns, similar to what we saw from Cash, and super stylish. Great to see people taking the foiling into new levels, and these are some of the surfing things that we want to start to see incorporated. And there you can see people on looking at the live scoring, because obviously as we have live scoring here as well, it means you can see exactly who and what the scores are happening, who's it being, and then looks like I can see Meave is going to go to sleep, as obviously in Thailand it's quite late, and you can see the finals tomorrow. Yeah, don't forget you can check everything tomorrow as well, but I will say it's nothing like seeing it live.
Nothing like seeing it live, and it is myself, Tom Court, and Joe Siastola here as your voice of the GWA Wingfoiling World Championships at this event, and it has been an absolute pleasure so far, Joe.
It's been brilliant having you over here on the team, and as I said, first of many. Great to see everybody getting involved in the stream. Thank you very much. It's so cool to see you guys and girls asking questions, seeing what you want, getting discussions on. That's what it's about. We are here for you. We are here to portray the sport, to take the riders closer to you guys. Don't be shy. We will tie them down if they don't want to give an answer. I swear, we will get what you need. And if you guys want to know anything about equipment, locations, we are fortunate to travel all around the world. We have, obviously good relationships and contacts with all of the brands. And, anything you want to know, we can try and get it over here on the stream, get some discussions out. And I think probably the biggest discussion at the moment is who's going to take the event.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game. Well, not anyone's game. It's still the guys in the finals game, but this is looking pretty close.
I tell you what, Surf and Climb, I'll say it again. If you think it's hard watching it on your screen, you should see how hard it is watching it on a screen with the real thing happening 6 foot to the left. I tell you, I need to be tied to this chair. If not, I'm going to go out and get in the water. Oh, watch out.
Liam in the house.
Big Liam in the house.
Big L, rest in peace.
Yeah, there you go. I tell you what, mate, Liam, the kitchen's hot. You sure you can handle it, mate?
The journey continues right here. Yeah, if you scroll back, Liam, on the live stream, you'll see a few regaling stories from our epic Irish trip earlier this season, but looking forward to catching you at one of the next events, for sure.
Just to make you worry, Liam, and it's all recorded, mate, so even better. And oh, whoop. Christopher McDonald's. Big Chris is coming down there, and no, I would not want to be a judge myself either. All right, Nathan, got the speed. These are important moments. 8.13, good score. He needs a big one, and a nice outside bomb here for the South African.
Starting nice and deep, but didn't like the look of where it was going. It's funny, you've got 2 different types of waves hitting this reef. You've got the ones that really sort of start really high up on that peak and offer that big opening starting set of turns, but then they don't quite connect down the line, and then you've got the longer swell lines which are starting to wrap all the way down the reef, and as the tide builds, that's when we start to see the lines really wrapping down the whole length of the reef, and as well as technical turns and risky moves. Just like that one there. The judges are also looking for length and distance and projection, which goes hand in hand with wave selection. But I mean, look at these back-to-back rides going on here.
Yeah, Malo, that huge turn. Nathan going very deep as well, making sure he keeps on that. You can see just in control. But that hack from the Frenchman, Malo Guenolé, looking like it's really working for him as we come into the final 60 seconds. This could be the last wave for Nathan, and I reckon he knows it. So he's going to milk this one all the way to the end of roundhouse, and it's going to be a flattening out. Is he going to have enough time to get another one?
Yeah, 46 seconds on the clock. I mean, you can do a lot in 46 seconds, but I don't know whether you can get another wave.
That is the turn. Gets the forward out of the water and snaps back at it. And then here, Nathan again with that very super deep, powerful carving, always in the sweet spot. Great riding here from the South African as well. As it looks like he's going to be increasing this score. And it looks like maybe Malo going to be slightly increasing as we're coming to the final seconds of this heat. Who's going to be making it to the grand finale? We are going to find out. Who is it going to be, mate?
Here we go. We're coming up to the buzzer, but there's waves still being ridden. So there's going to be scores dropping over the highlights. Let's have a look at them right now. And we're back. The GWA Women's Wave Mini Final, Heat 1 right here. Bowen van der Linden, Nia Suarez. It's going to be a banger.
Yes, Radia's coming at us as well. And these are two past world champions who are going to be banning it out. They've been in heats left, right, and center. They know each other very well. Bo has been absolutely ripping. Nia also going to be interesting here for the mini final. Little update. 25 minutes on the clock as it is the final, as we are moving on. There we go. Let it go as we have green lights all the way.
Okay, as you can see, 25 minutes on the clock for this heat, so we've got longer heat as we move into the finals. It's going to take a lot more waves. It's going to make these guys tired. Hey, they've been riding all day so far. I mean, I've been sat in this box all day so far, talking all day so far, but to be honest, not much changes there. Well, these guys have been on the water all day, shredding this just endless point break non-stop since 8 a.m. this morning, and I don't know about you, but I really feel for them, because it must be tiring, and as you get towards the final end of any competition, it is exhausting, and you know, they're going to start to feel the burn as they try and stay upwind in the side offshore wind, but you can see here opening the account with her first wave. It's important not to make any mistakes on that first wave, but at the same time you really do want to score. Yeah, Nate Dogg going through. Nick Whiteclaw asking about Cash's front wing. I think it's smaller than M800, to be honest. I think a lot of riders are riding very small wings out there. 500 cm squared is around the money number that we've heard so far from a lot of the guys, especially like when you're holding through these bottom turns and these bigger set waves. It really pays off to have a smaller wing, especially if you want to be pushing it, you want to be taking to the air. You do not want to be overfoiled, you do not want to have too much lift, you don't want to be dealing with that sort of rodeo effect that can be derived from too big a foil. Everyone out there sort of rocking different gear, different setups. Super interesting. I mean, no doubt there's going to be a lot of in-person cheesing after this event's done, to find out exactly the ins and outs of everyone's setup. Van der Linden coming in here on a nice wave. Looking very comfortable as she skirts down the point. You can see from the drone shot how nice the lineup is here. It's just an absolute spectator's dream. They're going for a little air there. I mean, it's a bit tentative, and not the best ending to that wave. Feels like maybe her feet were in the wrong position on the board, but nice long ride right to the end of the reef. Definitely going to be putting a score down for that one. Bowen van der Linden with a 5.70 to open the account. Nina Suarez with a 6.27. Nice start from both of these ladies. I'm a little slow on the actual info. Had a few technical issues. It's not a 6.27, a 6.32. Look at that. It's a good score. Good score for the first wave. And 25 minutes heat. So there's enough time. There's plenty of time to be getting plenty of waves. I'll see how many scoreable waves. You can only have 10 scoreable waves in every... Oh no, they can have 12 scoreable waves in every heat. So that's pretty interesting, actually. Versus the difference between the kiting and the wingfoiling, they've actually got 2 extra scoreable waves, which I didn't realise. But that, especially with a 25-minute heat, you could start to see riders getting up to 12 waves in the heat.
Yeah, and it's a nice way also for them to be able to, you know, risk it a bit, get a couple of scores out there to, you know, kind of get the baseline, and then start to push it a little bit more to see if they can get those big numbers. And now just, you know, having a look at the moment, we can see that we have Bo is working, but already Nia with that 6.77 and 6.32, and there we can see Giada, one of our event organizer. Thank you very much for having us over here, and she's been making it happen. Giada Borgi together with Joe Silva there from Nautic Eventos. A big grazie mille to them.
Yeah, it really made it happen. And you know, I've been to events. I mean, we've been to events all over the world, Joe, so we know the ins and outs of different events, and some can be very stressful, but as they say on this island, no stress. This is one of the least stressful events that I've been to. It was running smooth as could be, and yeah, really real big up to those guys for making this event happen, because it's just so good for the island, so good for the local crew, and so good for the riders, because this is pushing the level of not only the riders but the whole sport, and all the people that are involved in this have put everything into it. Everyone from the judges through to the event organizing team, through the GKA, the PWA, the media crew, not to mention all the camera guys, us here in the box, myself, Tom Court and Josie Astula, talking all day about this epic showdown that's going on in front of us, and Mother Nature just also turning up, delivering the goods with this amazing long-range groundswell that's been gracing the islands for the last few days here in Cape Verde on Sal, at the amazing right-hand point break of Punta Preta. And the only thing I can hope is that this swell doesn't disappear for the next few days, because I want to go out on it. I want to get some time on these beasts. Just unbelievably well lined up out there. Little lull in the wind, looks like here. I can see from the flag out the windows a few sort of inside patchy sections. It's definitely going to make it tough, but it's swinging a little more side shore, so should make it reasonably easy to stay up on the point. As I said, that bang offshore strong wind can make it quite tricky to get into the wave itself, and you have to be really on it to get into the wave at the right point. Yeah, the drone shots. Big up Wingsurf magazine. The drone shots indeed are drool worthy. I mean, look at this setup here as she just takes off nice and early, flagging that wing out early, putting in a few real powder style turns on this face, cutting back into the pocket, driving through the bottom turn, using that upper body nicely, and looking like she's feeling the setup on that D-Lab. Is it a 3.5? Looks like a 3.5 to me. Yeah, slightly smaller board, 45 litre by the looks of it. Sky Surf with, I imagine, a D-Lab wing setup under the water there. Van der Linden on the Armstrong. Armstrong looking really strong as well, with Cash just shredding earlier. We can see it performing super well in these conditions, so it is interesting to know exactly what foils they're on, whether they're stock foils, whether they're custom. A lot of riders here are using prototype equipment, and a lot of riders here are either designers themselves, as we've heard earlier from a few of the beach interviews, or riders that are helping to develop the gear, as this is such a new sport. And we've seen over the past 2-3 years how much things have come on, from material progression in the wings, the use of a Lula through the wings to make them more stiff, to give them more forward drive, and the design of the aquadynamics and hydrodynamics underwater wings and foil setups, masts, fuselages, from one-piece setups to sort of screwless designs and single-piece fuselages. All the different bits and pieces that make a huge difference, especially when you're doing like 30 knots. I mean, as soon as you start going up to these faster speeds, arcing out these bigger turns, you are really getting to the limit of the equipment and starting to push what's possible. Peter Trier there, Googling Cape Verde as we speak. Wave foiling is just the best feeling ever. It is indeed. Highly recommend checking out the new DPC Center with Matthew Lopez over on Boa Vista. I'm going to ride it over there with the boys in Boa Vista for something slightly easier than this wave, because this is an absolute beast. You've got to be ready for a shreddy if you want to tackle the infamous lineup here on Sal's right hand firing point break, because yeah, like I say, one mistake and it is game over. There's not many riders around that would be shredding this right now. And these girls are doing really, really well. Nice exit there, just about managing to get off the back just in time before that was a nasty little wipeout there. But yeah, just managing to get out off the back just in time before that next wave. You don't want to be falling too deep so that the next wave behind can have a chance of getting you, because duck diving a wingboard is one thing, but keeping the wing and leash unsnapped and everything together so that you can get back out is another. Yeah, highly recommend Googling Cape Verde though. Definitely a good idea to know where this place is. Check out the spots here. I mean, check out the islands. They are very similar actually to the Canary Islands as well, in a similar orientation in the Atlantic Ocean, very exposed, lots of good wind, lots of good waves, and amazing place to hang out. We have been blessed this trip with absolutely banging conditions, like really good. Punta Preta does not get much better than this, and these girls have got 25 minutes to show us their stuff. Nina looking like she's on top at the moment.
Yeah, Nia, really nice last wave there. As you can see, 13.77 and an 11.0 feel. It's just popped out there. So asking some of the guys the equipment that they're going to be running in the finals and mini-finals. We'll be showing that to you very shortly. But Nia, that last bomb, she was right in the pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Really making the most out of it. What did you find out? What are your findings, Joe?
Well, I can't find Cash because there was a question out here on if he was on the MA800. I reckon he is going to be on something smaller than that, but yeah, he is all the way down the other end of the beach trying to see if we can. Big shout out to Julia Castro from the Canary Islands. Good to see you back in action. Un beso guapísima. And now let's have a look at the findings. So talking to Malo, for a final, he is going to be out on the Gong Droid 4 meter. On a 4.6 lethal, that is his board, and he is on the 92 mast with a 600 front wing. So that's going to be his, hopefully, winning setup, as he says. But he is going to be going up against Cash. We're trying to find out exactly what gear he is going to be on as the sizing. We know he's out there on the Armstrong. He's going to be rocking out the A-wing, the XPS. But when it comes to the foil, I'm still wondering also if he's going to be on that M800 or not. So we're trying to find that out before, but if not, it's as close as we can get.
Yeah, I reckon he'll be on a smaller one, like I said. But it's interesting to get those stats, that information straight from the riders' mouths, because that's just what I was saying. I think he'll be on the M86625.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he'll be on the 800. I reckon he's on the 625. That's going to be my 2 cents worth.
And even that is a big foil for here. We've seen riders riding over foiled, but what's interesting about that information, Joe, is they've gone up to the 92 centimeter mast, the longer mast, which is what I was saying, because at the beginning of this event, we were talking to a lot of the riders, and a lot of wingers tend to ride 80, 82, 85 centimeter masts, because that's all you typically need. But when it comes to arcing out these turns, really drawing these insanely critical lines, having that extra length really does pay off.
It does, you know. Does wonders. Does wonders.
Every centimetre makes a difference at this point.
That's what they say. All right, so Julia coming back in here. Donato Collier, glad you're enjoying the show. Samuel Mendes, Anchor isn't here, and he is missed. It's Maestro Canario. And the guys from Takai Win, I'm glad you're enjoying it, saying that it is epic, and that is a word that's been thrown around a lot this week.
Definitely. Definitely, yeah, and shout out, like you say, to Julia Castro watching. Hope we can provide some entertainment. Hope everything's good over there on the islands.
Looking forward to seeing her back in the water and back in action.
Exactly. And yeah, I expect the Canary Islands are also being graced by this swell at the moment as well, because the whole Atlantic has been lit up for the last few days. There are waves seemingly everywhere, which is just so nice.
It is absolutely wonderful, but I will say, tomorrow we are out there.
Yeah, dude.
So there's going to be a pause. I'm going on strike. There's going to be a pause. We're going to get a session.
So mate,
Tom.
tomorrow's going to be flat with no wind.
It's Murphy's Law. I swear, if it does, you're going to hear me. You are going to hear me.
Don't worry. If it's flat with no wind tomorrow, I'll just go live on my Instagram account and I'll just chat for 5 hours anyway.
Yeah, right. That's going to happen. But yeah, enjoying the vibes down here. And as I said, Nia absolutely killing it out there. Really good wave selection. Look at this one. Big open face hacks here from the Spaniard. Dale, mi niña.
Yeah, high line. Looks like she's gonna head off the back there. Didn't like the look of that re-entry there.
Right here we can see the replay going nice and deep on this one. Here you go, going down the line. That's the last wave there from Nia Suarez. Have a little look at some of the scores. So we've got a 7 and a 6.77 for Nia. We have a 5.3 and a 5.7 for Bo. The battle for third and fourth place. After this, we will be going over to the men, as we are going to be seeing who is going to be taking also that fourth and third place in the competition. Who is it going to be? We are soon going to find out. 20 minutes of action on each one of these finals. And just look at the lines are not stopping. Got about an hour and a bit left, as we have the final of the women is going to be the one that comes out first, and then the finals of the men. So we are going to be seeing Elena Moreno from Spain representing Cabrina, and Muna White from Hawaii representing F1 in the final of the women, which is going to be coming up in just over half an hour. And Mike Whitelaw, yeah, thank you. We do appreciate and enjoying you guys liking the gear discussion. And yeah, it would be always, like I say, throw out on the stream any questions you guys have. We will try and run out and get the answers from them. I said, like I said before, I would tie down the athletes if they don't give us the ins and the outs of their gears. But then, you know, a little bit of the old, no, I can't tell you, it's secret, also goes down very well.
Well, I know that you see a bit of that, especially in the early days of foil racing on kites. There were people, you'd see the foils in their little bags on the beaches, and people getting very protective about what they were using, and you know, it kind of hindered the cheese a little bit, I found.
It did. I'll say it again. It ain't the arrow. It's the Indian boys. Put a bag over your head.
Yeah, there's another metaphor there, but we won't go there.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there. PGA, family show.
Yeah, it's true. It's how you put the gear to use, and and yeah, what you do with it. So it's good to know, though. It's nice to have the exact stats, and as we know, as all foilers know, there are awful lot of changeable aspects to a setup. We could go as deep into it as you like and talk for hours, but in fact that's indeed what we have been doing. But here we go, Van der Linden just taking another little insider, but again, it looks to me like the second half of the reef now is running not quite as well as the top half.
True.
So it's all about these first turns. Here we go.
And Eno Oldings, I'm just letting you know, as you can see Nia here, she is on the 650. Talked to her this morning. So she is on the 650 2.0 D-Lab. A little bit more sharper profile, a little bit more durable there with the new carbon, the modulus carbon, so you can see her there, and then out on the SkySurf 45 litre and the unit D-Lab with the Alula. That is her setup and working nicely so far.
Yeah, really, I mean, all the setups are starting to look pretty dialed in out there as we progress through the day. Like I said, these guys have been out on the water all day now, and we're into our 6th hour. of competing so far?
6 hours, mate. Yep, that is numero seis.
Numero seis of solo shredding, one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. My heart goes out to these guys. They must be exhausted.
They must be exhausted, and can we get out there too, please?
Yeah, it's really good to see coming up to the final. But yeah, actually, one of my standout heats of the day was the female heat earlier.
Yep, absolutely. No, the girls have been killing it and anchored. Buenas tardes, chaval. There we can see him getting in on the stream. Anchor, you were missed. We'll be seeing you in the Canaries soon. Anchor Sosa, a very talented strapless wingfoil surf freestyler. Mixing up things now, mate. It's that time of the afternoon.
Strapless wingfoil surf freestyler. I mean, we'll see it.
The boy rips. The boy rips. I'll put it that way. And talking about ripping, there we have dropping in once again. Swadia, she is keeping it busy. 3.5 minutes. All right, airs it. Oh! Does she go over the falls? Did that go over the falls? There is a wave coming on.
Just missed it there on the
bow here, about to drop in.
Yeah, interesting comments there about the new high performance materials on the leading edge from Chaos 2.0, and struts makes the wing stronger for dealing with these punishing conditions, and it definitely does. You know, the material changes that we've seen over the last couple of years have only just begun, really, I think, and they've improved performance on all sorts of levels, from durability to upwind ability to shreddability in general.
Longevity.
And longevity as well, yeah. I mean, obviously you've got to look after your wing to keep it going, and I guess probably if you're into longevity, you wouldn't be out here riding these waves.
One of the things I saw a really cool thing on the gram the other day is we do not realize if you are not using your wing or kite or equipment, don't leave it on the beach for hours. Pack that up. We're fortunate enough that it takes you about 10 minutes to completely rig up a setup. Go in the water, use it, bring it down, pack it away, because if a wing or a kite is flapping in the sun for hours on end, you are just going to not have that one last long enough. So, you know, little inside tip there, you might think that, you know, packing, redoing can be a pain, but it will make your equipment last a lot longer.
Yeah, definitely. And we hear a lot of comments, you know, about, you know, pricing and like how much it costs these days, but it's super important to just look after your gear, you know, and gone are the days where you used to leave your kite rigged up on a hot sunny beach for the whole day whilst you went for a cold one at the bar. You need to keep that gear packed up, put it in the bag, keep it covered. UV damage is one of the leading causes of stitching and other things to degrade. So the sunshine, although amazing, although board shore conditions are the ones we want, it is important to pack your gear away properly and make sure things are looked after, because let's face it as well, some of this gear you're going to be putting your life in its hands, you know.
Absolutely, especially with these double overhead runners coming right after you with no mercy. 45 seconds. Another question here from Mick. He is asking if we know about the speeds that the guys and girls are going. Haven't got those stats. We will try and get them, but I can tell you one thing in layman's terms: they are going damn fast.
Definitely, and it's not only about speed over the water, or, you know, speed in a straight line velocity wise. It's also about how fast the water itself is moving, because, you know, you may actually be traveling forward at a certain speed, but don't forget that water is sucking up the face of that wave, especially in those bottom turns. So.
Yeah, and here we can see Bo, last opportunity here, 15 seconds. Can she turn this in to the winning wave? She's got a 5.70, so she's going to need to get something around the high 8. Oh, going for the big air.
I was going to say that.
Crashing out.
Looked like the wave of the heat, but look.
Nia behind her.
On an equally big wave, she pulls out.
Yeah, decides
like
against that one.
Barrel section starting to come through.
Yeah, now we're starting. Let's not forget, 6 o'clock in the afternoon is when we're going to see the full tide, so 3 o'clock, so we're starting to get past that halfway and the water's starting to fall. And as you were saying, look at the pullback on the water there. But while we are waiting, as we're going to be going over to the mini final of the men, ladies and gentlemen, check the highlights of that last heat.
Okay, we're live out here on the beach. Found Malo. It's just before the final. You're through into the final. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, the waves are sick as always. So I'm feeling pretty grateful to be able to ride those like perfect waves with my good friend Cash. So yeah, and I'm feeling stressed, of course, but I mean pretty confident. I managed to get some good scores on the board. So yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, it was great to see you get that perfect 10 wave. That was such a nice wave to watch you ride. And I talked to Cash earlier a little bit about the difference in your two styles of riders. How do you see it?
I mean, Cash rides like really good. He's better than me on some points, and I mean I'm trying to surf like I'm trying to ride like if I was surfing. So I mean big cars and getting as close as the lip as I can. Always getting the foam in the foot. I'm trying, and so yeah, maybe less like innovative style, but I mean proper surf. I'm trying to do proper surf, so yeah, we ride different, but we'll see.
There we go, Malo representing a proper surf style on a wing. Let's see the final. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Tom. Congratulations, Malo, as we now go into the water. Finn Spencer, Nathan van der Vuren of South Africa as we continue on. And here we go, Finn Spencer, Nathan van Vuren from South Africa. He has been killing it throughout this event. And just to answer your question there, Etan Kateli, we have his wing has an aspect ratio of 8. So I hope that helps. And I can see Antonio Esper already saying that. So thank you guys. This is, it's getting techie out here, mate.
It's getting techie, getting into aspect ratio now. We haven't even mentioned that one, Jay.
I know. It's yeah, it is getting in and enjoying all of the stats, the ins and the outs. So Finn Spencer versus Nathan van Vuren. We got Fly surfer versus duotone. These boys have been throwing down all afternoon long. It's getting close. Mini final of the men. Coming up next, women's final. And to close it off, men's final with that heat of Malo Genole and Cash Berzola.
Yeah, and as you heard from Malo there, you know, the two good friends looking up to each other from two different styles of riding, both more than capable of scoring 10-point rides. The waves are pumping, the tide's pushing in, the point break's lighting up, and look at it, starting to get steep out there. We're going to see some exciting and critical action with 25-minute heats. They've got time to destroy at least 2 or 3 wings and get back out there, I think. So no excuses, all guns blazing.
Yeah, absolutely. They are important, Etienne. And any info you guys and girls need, we can get to you. But now it's time for the action on the water. Look at that, Finn Spencer, the duotone boy, coming out of Maui, representing Canada. Here we go.
Yeah, my dad chiming in again to ask what shims are they running. I mean, like, now we're really getting deep here. I get the. I'm going to go out there with a little Excel spreadsheet and start collecting some of this info. I'm almost certain, though, mate, they are not using half a Coke can in the back end of their rear wing. That is for sure. Especially not for the first time in the final of the World Cup.
Absolutely, and I definitely reckon you need to go and get yourself a beer for asking those questions, mate. Get yourself out there because the conditions are ridiculous. And we're already waiting for the scores to come on that last one. Nice wave from Finn, and also we got a good wave there from Nathan. Just a kind of in and out. Keeping a, you know, nice little quickie. And he is going to be at 5.15 versus a 1.90. So Finn opening it off with a mid-range wave.
Mid-range score, but, you know, it's still chalk, isn't it? So 20 minutes left in this heat. Longer heats now, time to play. Looks like, I could be wrong, but it looks like the swell's backing off a tiny bit. I mean, it is on the forecast that it backs off. Hopefully it's going to stay solid for the next hour whilst we get everything wrapped up. Hopefully it's going to stay solid for the next few days, so when it's wrapped up, I can get out there, Joe. Yeah. That's what we want. I don't want more than an hour. I want more than an hour.
Yeah, tell me about that. And you can see Windsurfing Magazine, go Canada. So we got the support for the Maui boy, Finn Spencer, as we are moving on and going. And I can see our videographers, I don't think they have enough space in the whole beach to not be dancing over the live stream cable. Thank you, boys.
Yeah, maybe I should get out there and start doing some surveys as to sort of aspect ratio, shims, mast lengths, fuselage tweaks, you know, what things are going on out there, because it's clear that there's a huge depth of discussion here.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, but it's good. It's good to get, you know, we're fortunate enough to have the world's best and all the different brands. And like I said, talk to the guys from Gong and Bastien Escofet, who, you know, and Maloff, all the, you know, Gong also a very big representative here. Got a very big team. We just saw Francesco Capuzzo move over to the team. So congratulations to him as joining the family after, I think, something like 14 years at RRD. So a big move for him. And I think there's going to be good things coming of that. Francesco, one of the top guys on and off the water that we have. Francesco, we'll be seeing you very soon, maestro. And now just enjoying some more wave actions. And Tom, I'm going to say it, you're right. The waves have backed off a bit. And there we can see the vibes out on the beach. Everybody saying hi, giving the shackers, giving the smiles.
Yeah, we just need this pushing tide to keep this swell in for another hour. We've got a solid lineup of heats to come, 25-minute heats. We want to see the action pumping. Finn Spencer on the water with 2 scoring waves at the moment. Only one of them is a 0.50, so a lot to improve on there. Nathan just with a 1.90, looking for a backup for that, but definitely wanting at the moment.
And Ethan, another question. Do we know the fuselage lengths? I do know Malo's is a 92 centimeter. Cash's, if we're not mistaken, he was out there on the 650 setup.
Fuselage lengths, you say? No,
Oh, excuse me, fuselage.
See,
Wrong,
Joe, you're
excuse
getting
me.
confused here.
It's been a long it's been a long day, and this is getting way too techie.
I was going to say a 92 centimeter fuselage would be pretty big.
Yeah, well, you foilers, you do like talking about your equipments and lengths. Why don't we go back to the surfing, guys?
Yeah, I think fuselages, they're probably looking at 60 cms, I would guess. But that is a good question, and it is something that maybe I should just run out and find out quickly.
I reckon you should. You said it 3 times. I reckon you want to get out the booth. Go fetch.
No, I'm going to go and find out. I think it's interesting. And I will ask about the shims, Andrew, don't worry.
Yeah. I know Malo is over near the equipment container where he's setting up his gear. And we'll find out about those fuselages. Cash, unfortunately, was the other side of the bay. So I do know the setup that he was on. So let me find that. Open the old Google. But I hope you guys are enjoying the action that we have out here as we continue on. And alright, so we're back here. So having a look at having a look at the fuselage that we think Cash is on, as we're reckoning he's on that 625 setup, the MA 625 and not the MA 800. He would be on the 60 fuselage. You have 2 options, the 60 or the 70. I'm going to put my money on the 60, and then knowing Cash, he's probably on the 205 tail, because he was going for the smaller tails when he was over there in Dakla. But as I say, I can't confirm that because he was completely over the other side of the bay where there's a little channel for him to get in. And here, Finn, the wing, catching a lot in the wave there, but getting some nice turns, getting some nice hacks. And there we can see Nathan out there on the fly surfer and the SPG cruising down the line. I hope that info helps you guys. So yeah, around 60 is probably the answer on the fuselages. A Canadian in paradise, very true, James McKenzie. He is in paradise and enjoying it all the way, even though he doesn't live out there in Cape Town, which is another paradise itself. So let's go back to some of the scores and have a little look-see. 5.15 versus a 1.90. I tell you what, this wave is looking very good here from Nathan. All right, well, Nathan, we're going to get a replay of that last wave as it is eyeing up to be a very good one as we move through here in this mini final. Here we go. Here's the replay of that big wave there for Nathan all the way down the line. Look at this nice big turn, power arcing as he continues in and waiting for a number all the way up to the top. Now this is what we're talking about, top to bottom, critical position, keeps the speed, pumps his way along, and here a big air managing to stay right on the face, and he is going to be rewarded a 9.0. Nice roundhouse as well, showing all pure surfing style. Nathan Van Ruin, ladies and gentlemen, 9.0 on the scorecard. Now we are talking. And Tom's gone out to have a little chat with Malo and see if he can find Cash. And here I can see la revista Surfavela. Pancho, un saludo, un abrazo, familia. It's cool to see Pancho over there in Fitur. I haven't seen him for pretty much a decade. The general editor and owner of Surfavela, the Spanish Bible that is his magazine. There's been a reference for decades over there in Spain, so big shout out to Pancho and the family. As we continue on here, so 14.57 versus a 14.21. Now it starts to get close. Finn, 2 good scores. Nathan, a big score and then a medium score, 9.0, 5.43. Nathan has just the upper hand by 0.22 of a point. 12.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for both of these athletes as we are continuing on here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour, the Cape Verdean World Cup. And we are getting very close to the moment. So Tom is coming in. As I was just saying to the guys and girls on the stream, looking up on the old Google, it looks like Cash would be riding the 60 if we're right that he's on that 625 setup. What is Malo?
Yeah, no, I've just got back from Cash. I got his
Awesome.
exact setup.
Bring it.
Exact setup. He has got 60 centimeter fuselage.
Oh.
With the
205?
180 centimeter tail wing.
Even smaller than I said.
No, that's the tail wing. 180 centimeter tail wing. And the 650, yeah. 625, sorry.
625, so we were right on the 625.
625 with the 92.
See, I was calling the 205 tail wing, so he's gone even smaller because in Dakla he was rocking some of the small ones. So there's the setup. So Malo Genole, he has the 600 setup, and then he has the 60 centimeter fuselage, 92 centimeter mast. As for Cash, we're going for the 625. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's 625, 66, again, 60 centimeter fuselage, 92 mast, and no shims across the board.
No shims across the board. So I hope that info helps you guys. We've been running around like headless chickens to get it, and all the tech details. And then when it comes to the board, Malo always prefers to go a little bit bigger on the size, as I know he is out there on the, I think it was the 4.6. I know it's the lethal. Yes, the lethal 4.6 there from Gong. So pretty much that is everything you need to know about our finalists when it comes to equipment. I'm proud of ourselves there, Tom.
There you go. There you go. I think at the next event we'll be doing surveys before we start. But that's yeah, it's definitely some good talking points. I think I'm willing to bet that they've all changed and tweaked their gear from the beginning of the event until now. You know, they're all dialing in what it is they're using just to make the most of this break, because it's not often that you get waves like this and you're out there on a wing.
Yeah.
Look at this. We've had some high-scoring waves. What have I missed?
We have Nathan, a huge 9.0, had an absolute gigantic air off of a very nice, powerful wave. Finn here trying to up. He already has a 7.88, but Nathan 9.0, giving him that 2.0, and he's going to be going for this backflip. Watch out. Oh no, 360 on, but goes down. Look at these girls with the coffees.
Unfortunate. He needed something big there. He knew he did. But that was a lovely wave. Look at this. Look at these arcing turns and how low he's putting that wing to the face of the wave, but without touching the water.
Yeah,
this is
really powerful.
What I love about Finn's style. It is fluid and connecting, and you know, he's really got those technical elements as well. Hasn't managed to stick the air game yet, which I think might not give him the points that he wants. But he does only need to up a 6.33 to improve his score. I think he could easily do that with that wave. Let's wait for the judges to drop the score.
All right, so Finn, as you say, waiting to go back out, and some scores are going to be coming up, as we can see all the judges, but still Nathan is the man at the moment out there and has a big following there on the stream. Talk to me, Tom.
Well, just reading a few of the comments that I missed out on, saying aspect ratios are very important, but yeah, they are indeed, but a lot of wings have variable aspect ratios these days. You know, it's not as simple as just setting one aspect ratio. I guess that is a sort of, you know, a one measurement for width versus
Generic.
length, yeah, generic one, but a lot of wings have different shapes which do affect the performance of the wings, you know?
Yeah, and I think also one of the things, we talked about is sometimes it is great to have all the different toys, all the different equipment. Finn, they're landing that 360, but you do have to start, get a setup that works for you and move with it. Not, constantly changing everything of your setup. I mean, if you're going to change something, you want to change one thing, because then if it works, great. If it doesn't work, how to make it happen. And that's one of the main rules when it's in R&D.
Yeah, agreed, Joe. And also, if you're going to change it, make sure you change it and then keep using it multiple times. Don't go off your first impression.
Absolutely.
Because, you could make a change and be like, oh, I hate it, but that's just because you were used to your previous setup.
Yeah, and it might be the session, the conditions.
Exactly. A lot of things change.
Beautiful ride here from Finn. Roundhouses all the way along. And then that 360. Now, this could open the game. Waiting to see some of the scores. It was a slightly smaller wave, and he is trying to up it because he's about 2 and a bit points away from Nathan Van Veuring at the moment. So on the overall score, he's going to kind of have to up. Yes, but as you can see, Nathan, a 9 and a medium 8. He has put in the groundwork early.
Yeah. Definitely saying there you've got to be on the set waves for the finals, but I did also just chat to the ladies that had just come off the water then, and they did say that it felt a little different to it did earlier, that the waves had kind of become a little less reliable, a little higher up the point, and maybe something was slightly changing with this swell, but still seeing some good high scoring waves going down. So
you can see the boys looking at their phones to see the scores. We've got live scoring here as well. So to know the ins and the outs and how the athletes are doing, that is Nathan's crew right there on the rocks as he is banding it out against Finn Spencer. So far, Nathan in the lead. A little over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Chris McDonald, it's true. If somebody gave you a 35-litre board, a 500 cm front wing, a tiny tail wing, and a 92 centimetre mast with a 3.5 metre wing in these conditions, I guarantee you would probably struggle to get up on it as well. Yeah. These riders are definitely making it look easy, and but that's what it takes to be out there today.
Yeah, that is right. You got to have you got to have the skills to be out here in the mini final of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And it's incredible what these guys and girls can do with the equipment they have at hand, because you said it yourself, Tom, if you start taking away from one side, it compromises a lot on the other. And if you're looking for maximum maneuverability on the wave to be able to really start to hit the the sections, you are going to be giving away buoyancy, and if you go down, that could hinder you getting back on the fly.
Yeah, you would be neck deep most of the time. It's true.
I think I'd sink on one of those 45-litre boards,
exactly,
mate.
like a 35-litre board that's what I use for prone foiling. And
I think that's my flip-flop.
But yeah, it's true. So yeah, with every give there is a take. I mean, it's like everything in life, I guess. You change one thing, you sacrifice another, and I think you have to know that setup, and that's what, going back to what we were saying about sticking with one setup, and maybe just having a couple of front wings in your quiver that you can change for the conditions, and not being overly confident in your own skills as well will also help.
True. Very, very, very true. Being honest with yourself, and especially that's an important thing. We saw it with the earlier rounds here on both the kiting and the wingfoiling. It is okay to turn up to a break and see that it is above your skill level. It is one of the most intelligent things to do, is to recognize and admit that, I think that is a little bit too much for me, because you're going to avoid hurting yourself, and also you can avoid hurting other people, because when you're out in the water with a lot of equipment, You got to think of everything that surrounds you, and you know, Mother Nature is boss, and she does not take any prisoners. So if you are going to go out there, make sure you understand that you are capable of, you know, surviving or getting through any situation that can come your way.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. It's a very good point. You know, you can mitigate as many risks as you like. You can run impact vests, wear helmets, have jet skis out there, you name it. But at the end of the day, it will be only your skill level, really, your competency and your knowledge that will get you through. So self-analysis is very important. It's something that I've come up against many a time when attempting some of these like longer distance challenges or hard things that I've done on wingfoils and kites, that you really get to the edge of what your body can do, what physically you can do, performance-wise, and it's not comfortable if you get in above your pay grade.
Yeah, no, it ain't comfortable, and it normally comes with consequences. It could be equipment, it could be yourself. So yeah, and always, you know, when you come to a new break, ask the locals, where are the rips, how is it going? You know, get the info, don't just gunny hole out into the water. And there are some sets coming across the horizon. So far, Nathan in the lead, Finn second position, but I reckon we're going to be able to see a final battle, a final duel, as they are going to be having some waves coming their way, Tom.
1 minute and 40 seconds left, and Nature's delivering. Look at this. This is looking like one of the best sets we've had all heat. What can these guys do with this?
And yeah, here we go. All right, Nathan dropping in 90 seconds on the clock. This is looking like it's opening all the way across the reef. Has he got the speed? It looks like he has.
He's seen the section coming. He's going big. Oh,
that was huge.
By far the biggest air we've seen so far. If he'd re-entered that,
that was gigantic.
Would have been legendary. Is he going to get snaggled by the wave behind? I think he's all right.
That was ridiculous there from Nathan. We have got to get a replay of that. That was huge.
Hope somebody got that shot, because that's the cover of the next wing mag.
Look at this air from Nathan. If he had made that, but he just fell out, didn't quite get the landing.
That would have been insane.
It could have been ridiculous. And there we see the replay of that last wave from Finn, as they are just going at it, as they know it is all on the line. Here we can see top to bottom, stylish, and Finn lining up 360 on the flats, but goes off the back.
Oh, goes off the back. Doesn't quite get the re-entry, but that was an impressive effort from Nathan there. He knew he'd already got some good scores on the board. He's sitting at the top of this heat. We've run out of time. Let's go back over the highlights from that heat.
Welcome back, everybody. Coming up, we are going to see the winner final, Muna White versus Elena Moreno, coming at you here on the Cape Verdean Islands, the island of Sal, Punta Preta. Here we go, Tom.
Yeah, here we go indeed. I mean, it's been a day of absolutely intense wingfoiling action. And I have to say, one of the highlights of the entire day for me was Elena's earlier heat, when she went down as hard as I've seen anyone crash, and yet managed to recover, sail back out with a broken wing, and take another wave. That, in these conditions, is something to be respected, yeah. And, you know, if anyone says girls can't rip, they are ripping just as hard as anyone out there right now.
Without a doubt, mate. I completely agree. And seeing what these girls have been pulling off here, what all of the athletes have been pulling off here in the conditions, it is just so cool to be a part of it. And now the big final, Elena Moreno, the surprise coming into this event, has upped her wave gun. And I got to say, she is one of the athletes who's been going with the biggest commitment. She is going up against the reigning world champion and the reigning champion from last year, Muna White from Hawaii. She's already won the kite event. Can she do a double again? 25 minutes to find out.
Yeah, and not only, you know, has Elena been going critical, taking big risks, but you know, when it went wrong, she's been coming up the rocks with a smile on her face, which for me just shows that she's really enjoying it out there. Look, and we're kicking this heat off now with a perfect set. Back-to-back waves. Who's this on the first wave? I think that's
looking like it's going to be Elena, as I can see her out there. Yep, it's going to be Elena out on the Cabrina. Oh, at least she went. Oh, watch out, the one behind. She's gone down in the impact zone. Has she gone down close enough not to get it on the head? We will soon find out. This is what we were saying. Elena she's got the skills. And look, just getting caught up on this second turn.
I don't know what happened there. That was very uncharacteristic, actually. Did not see that coming. Maybe she changed her shim.
I mean, she's gone through some equipment this event. I can tell you that. She's gone through some equipment,
She's
mate.
probably on her third set of gear.
Yeah, but I mean, we very much appreciate it to be able to see here. Fuerteventura tope. Eso es Encore. Absolutely. And well done, Nathan, here from Cape Town Vibes. A big up to all the Cape Town crew. And
Lekker
brew. And Nathan getting that third position here. And we can see, so third position is going to be Nathan Van Vuren, and in fourth position, Finn Spencer. Now here we are going to see who is going to be the queen of Cape Verde, as it is about to go. 4.0 already up there for Elena. Muna waiting for the sets.
Yeah, waiting for a set out there and looking through some of those comments again. Just coming back to you, Mick Whitelaw, on the question of whether there's been any injuries so far this competition. I mean, we've seen some serious world-class action, some massive wipeouts, obviously some wing destruction, and some gear destroyed, but touch wood, there's been no injuries.
No, touch wood, but also we have the safety crew there ready in case anything happens. But yep, touch wood, a very cool, you know, beach crew here as well, because it's so close to the rocks. Sometimes, you know, a lot of the guys getting out just on the rocks to get the people off. And as you say, touch wood, absolute seamless event so far. 2 heats to go, as we now see Elena with Moreno with a 4.0. Muna White coming back towards us here, the rider for F1. She is the queen of the kite surfing world for the last 2 years, and also of the wingfoiling last year as world champion winner here. Let's see if she can take the win one more time, because Elena has been on fire this event.
Yeah, indeed she has. I mean, Muna obviously claiming the win, yeah, just yesterday in the kite surfing World Championships for the first stop of the GWA World Tour, and now competing again today, making it to the two-woman final.
Seems like a month ago, mate.
Of the Wingfoil event. I mean, she must be exhausted. Having flown all the way from Hawaii just a few days ago, that is professionalism.
Yeah, Muna, always a smile, absolute killer athlete, and such a nice person off the water, you know. Her and Kiahi, really cool to hang out with them over the years, and great to see where they are pushing the sport. And Muna now both on the kite surfing and the winging, absolutely dominating. But this lady here, Elena Moreno, is trying to put a stop to her reign.
Yeah, indeed. I'm glad they extended the heat times, though, Joe, because it's looking like, as we've been talking about, that slackening swell on that forecast does seem like it's drawing out those set gaps. I mean, there's still big sets there, but I can see one on the horizon a long way off, but they are definitely taking slightly more time to come through.
They are that. We can see it looks like Elena's going to be dropping in.
Committing to an insider.
All right. Elena Moreno, wave number 2. She got up 4.0. This is opening up nicely. You can see out the booth as well. All the way along, Elena, stylish.
She just got no qualms with going deep on the wave. A nice few carves. Just not liking what she saw down the line, or the wave not quite opening up enough. But this is looking like another nice wave as well from Muna, looking for her first score. But very similar waves, actually.
Pretty similar. Yeah.
Nothing massive, but a nice warm-up.
And we got some questions on here. Josue Baby Shark, who do we think's going to win? I don't know. I mean, Muna has the experience and she knows this wave, let's say, a bit better than Elena. She's had more experience out here, but I will say it, Elena is hungry and she's had the better scores up until now. Already in that wave, she's going to be getting some nice numbers coming her way, but I think it is going to be a very even battle, and it's going to come down to who has better wave selection and takes the bigger sets and can get past without going over the falls.
Yeah, exactly. Same as Chaos 2.0, just saying Elena's never on the shoulder. Have to agree with you there. You know, Muna is a way more experienced athlete in this situation. She's had multiple world titles. She's competed in multiple sports and disciplines, so she knows exactly what she's doing. But Elena hasn't backed off from anything today.
She hasn't backed off from anything, and one thing's for sure, she's not going to have to take a ball bag home.
She's going to be handing out broken foils to the local kids, I imagine, by the end of this trip.
Yeah, all right. So, Elena dropping in. This is looking like another wave. She's already got a couple of good scores. Here we go. This is where she goes really deep, and it's on this turn. Then you can see back into the power section. She is, I'm going to say it, she's playing it safer than she did in the previous heats. Look, she isn't quite right next to the foam ball, and that's intelligent. That's good. Getting some chalk on the board, as we've been saying, Tom.
Yeah, because I think she knows there's still 17 and a half minutes to go. So there's still the same time now as the heats were long earlier. So she is playing it safe. I think it's a wise option. She does need to get 2 combo scores down. But Muna's following it up here quickly with arguably a longer running wave, but doing maybe a bit less on the face. Just that end section is getting quite fast now when they start linking down the reef. It's hard to keep flowing through that end barrel section. As you can see, she's come off the back of the wave there, and it's not looking like there's much wind on the inside.
No, it doesn't. And here we can see that last ride there from Elena. All right, so Elena, 6.534.00. Looking like she's going to have another good score. Very flowy all the way through. Muna also dropping in a little bit bigger wave. But as you say, maybe not so much amusement on the face, but it is pretty equal out there at the moment, Tom.
Yeah, they're matching each other wave for wave. But as you said, it's important to be doing because the sets are getting few and far between. That said, I can see what looks like a bigger set of the afternoon just rolling through on the horizon out there.
Look at that. And a big shout out to Oran Seris. Oran, hope you are good. Oran Seris, one of our top athletes on the surf freestyle, hailing out of New Caledonia. Hope to be seeing you soon over there in Phuket.
Veritable paradise.
Yeah, and she's saying here, giving the vibes over to Elena. And yeah, that is right, Chris. It is going to be interesting as it does look like the waves are starting to get a little smaller, so it could turn into a air show in between Malo and Cash.
Look at this,
here
though.
we can see Toby. The waves are beautiful. Elena, she's not dropping a beat, mate.
She's on biggest set wave, I think, of the set. This is an interesting one. There have been a few waves that have run through first, so she might have to deal with some white water, as we see there. But she is deep. Is she going to hold it together? She isn't. Oh, no. Oh, no. And she went down. That was what I was saying, because there were bigger waves before that. She really did get...
Watch out for the next one.
An unfortunate take there. She needs to... I hope she didn't get taken over with that.
It looks like, let's have a look. So she's all right. She's
still got all her gear, which is for me a miracle.
I tell you what, those leashes, mate. What is that? Steel?
Yeah, what leashes has she got?
I think she's on the decline.
She's getting back out there. I mean,
is.
She is just unstoppable.
Beast.
Like
beast.
Unstoppable. She should be getting marked highly for that.
Now she is. I'm gonna say she's out of the.
She's gonna make it back
out. Look at that. Look how close. And it was here at that last moment. Boom! Straight over again in the second one. Yeah, definitely. As Mick's saying here, so deep. But you know, she has out of the impact zone. Going to be making her way back out, and she's in one piece, which is the important thing. And now let's have a little look. See the scores.
It's unbelievable.
All right, so Muna 6.43, 5.87, 12.5. We have Elena 7 and 6.53. She has a 13.53. So it is the Spaniard leading the pack so far. Good on her.
Looks like Elena's got a job of official Cabrina durability tester these days.
And throw it to her, and she will tell you if it's worthy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that wing. It's either going to be, I mean, yeah, it's a good sign, eh?
Like
she's just inspecting it, seeing if everything's okay. But the wings definitely, yeah, it looks fine. Can't quite believe it, mate. 2 absolute bombs on the head. Back up and going. Oh, no. Obviously needs a few breaths. Having said that, look at this set out the back. She does need to get moving.
Oh, there is a huge one. Look at the lines all the way.
Is a pumping set. Elena's going to be kicking herself that she didn't quite make it back out for this one, but...
It's going to be sigh of relief that she didn't get it on top of her head. Look at this, Muna.
My goodness.
One of the biggest waves we've seen here today. Dropping in the Hawaiian. Here we go.
What?
No, it looks like couldn't quite get on it. Maybe should be going on the one behind, as that is an absolute bomb. And there is a big one.
I
reckon she's going to, it looks like she's going to be trying to go for this one. Is she going to be turning around? Oof,
oh, no.
Oof.
Oh, I think that was a tactical error from Muna there.
Yeah, look at that set.
Biggest set of the day going unridden. Some of those were firing through the lineup. Is she going to get on this one? Maybe she's going to manage it. That dropping wind.
Yeah, the wind is dropping.
And did Elena get out from the inside? Okay.
All the way along. Elena, yes,
only
she
just
is missing it by the skin of her teeth. And I bet Muna is going to be hating that she lost that set.
I mean, that set wave could have made all the difference there, Joe. That was looking like a fairy tale Cinderella story of an 8-foot roller.
Oh. Yeah, that is such a shame. It looks like she decided against it. Obviously saw something behind her that was better, but then unfortunately, there on the jibe didn't quite get playing as early as she expected, and missed out on that set. Elena, luckily missing out on that set as well, but for two different reasons. All right, while we continue on, we can see a lot of the people giving the vibe. Elena is so brave. Number 1 fan, Elena is definitely still alive and kicking. I'll tell you what, more than the Karate Kid out there right now, mate.
I mean, I think it's taken it out of her. Obviously, like in those situations, you really get that heart pumping.
Yeah, and that's right, Mick. It definitely, with the offshore winds, does make it hard to go down the face. But I'm kind of with Tom here. I reckon Muna was looking at the one behind and then unfortunately couldn't quite get on it. But anyway, there's plenty of time, 11 minutes. We still have sets that are going to be coming our way. It ain't going to end with this. there is still a battle on our hands, but as it stands, Elena Moreno in the top position.
Yeah, the bigger the wave, the stronger the upwind force from that offshore wind as well. So like you say, she could have seen the better wave behind. Sometimes that's the advantage of being on the crest of the wave. You can see what's behind. Sometimes it's a disadvantage, as we've just seen, because it can make you double guess your choice.
Yep.
But, you know, also if you are on the crest of an 8-foot swell with a strong offshore breeze, and you know you can only just about get into it, you realize that you're going to have to take a serious drop in order to deal with just the takeoff. So, you know, strategically, she may have not wanted to wipe out.
And here we go on one of the smaller waves, but still nice opening down, deciding against it. I got Liam here saying if the waves are like the ones we had last year. Liam, it is absolutely gigantic, mate. Size is just pounding down the reef. And yesterday we probably saw maybe even the occasional 12 foot on the other side on the left. And, you know, the locals calling some of the best waves they've had in a long time. We've been fortunate enough to land it right in the waiting period.
Yeah, I mean, perfect. Couldn't have been better, really. From day one of the waiting period, we've been green lit on this event. Managed to get the first round of the kite surfing done pretty quickly. And then the swell pumped in. And I think even if it had come in a bit early like we predicted, it's still, you know, we've got it as good as it could have been, really.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Talking to the organizer, Josh Silver, you know, he said you cannot pay $1 million to get these kind of conditions out here. And now, here we can see Maeve is back. She's still here, mate. Maeve is back. She was going to disappear, but
Maeve,
she's
we thought you'd gone to bed.
We thought you'd gone to bed, continuing on the stream, hoping Thailand. What time is it in Thailand? It's got to be past 12 o'clock, ain't it? Other side of the world.
It's beer time.
It is definitely beer climb. Now that's here, mate. One more hour. One more hour, and it is 5 o'clock.
But look at this wind. It's clearly dying. There's Elena, though, back up and riding.
I'm going to go.
Catching her breath.
I'm going to give her applause. Absolute killer.
Yeah.
All right, so Muna is in position, waiting to see if another set comes through. Elena making her way back. There we can see Tom Hartman with the flags. Is it going to be Spain? Is it going to be the United States of America representing Hawaii? We will have to find out. And here we can wait for some ocean to send us some motion. But what conditions we have had here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. It has been absolutely nothing less than ridiculous. And now in the lead, Elena Moreno from Spain versus Muna White from Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, talk about paying off for Elena having a board leash and a wing leash, though. I mean, I don't know what leashes she is running, but they have really paid off. She would never have recovered that if she didn't have a board leash on. I mean, there was talk at the beginning of the event whether board leashes should be used or not, based around safety and, you know, multiple leash tangles and things like that. Whilst you're out there, it would be easy to get sort of tied up in your leash if things go wrong. But look at that. She's recovered better than any of the guys so far.
She's back in action, mate. She is back in action.
Hunting for a bomb.
I tell you what, she can smell blood and she's circling like a shark. There we can see. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be first? Who's going to be second in less than 9 minutes? We are going to find out on the women's side. Then we will move over to the men, where it's going to be Kasper Zola versus Malo Genole. Gong versus Armstrong. Who is going to be on top of the world and claim himself the king down here on the island of Sal? I would not know who to bet on, because both of the boys have had 10s, both of the boys have had high knives. Two different styles when it comes to the air game. Similar when it comes to the surfing. It is going to be war out there, Tom.
It is indeed, Joe. It is indeed. It's a Rosham throwdown. It could be anyone's right now. Maeve, 12:05 back just for the women's. I guarantee you stay for the men's. 12:05, watching late over in Thailand to capture the action here on Cape Verde, 4 p.m. local time. The sun is just starting to lower in the sky. Atmosphere on the event site, and I caught up with Ayrton, just upwind sitting on the top of his truck, supporting everybody on the water. Kite surfing legend, winner of the men's kite surfing final yesterday here on the legendary Punta Preta, just chilling and supporting and probably really enjoying the beginning of his 2024 season.
Yeah, and we can see continuing on. It ain't going to stop. It ain't going to stop out here as they are pushing. They know they're in the final, and then we're going to have the beach celebration. So we're going to be finishing off the grand final here of the women, and then we will be get all the reactions, and then we will be running the final of the men, and we will be getting the interview of both of the athletes together to see how they feel, see what they've liked. It looks like Guy Cribb giving you some love there, man.
Yeah, Guy Cribb, big up, Guy. If you're still watching, sent me a message a few minutes ago. Obviously spend a lot of time foiling with Guy out in Fuerteventura. Also Jim Gorn sending me a message.
Jim boy.
Yeah, from is he working with Ozone, is he now? No?
He is, yeah, I think so. I think so. Last time I talked to him, it'd be good to see him.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but ex-editor of Kite World. Good lad, all-round legend in the sport. Big up. Thanks for the message. If you've got anything you want shouted out, make sure you get involved in the live stream. It's myself, Tom Court, and Joe Siastola here in the hot box. That is the media station in front of Punta Preta, and keeping you guys entertained for the rest of the day. Looks like we don't need to really say that much because the waves are firing.
Talk for themselves, mate. They talk for themselves.
They do indeed. They do indeed, but I have to admit, I am getting more and more excited about getting out there myself. There's nothing like an underpowered light wind session and triple overhead waves to get me going.
No, it will get you going or get you damning, that's for sure, mate. But looking forward to get out there as we've been watching this for the last 4 days. And as soon as that button goes red, it is a hop, skip and a jump across the rocks and into the water. Conditions in Cape Verde have just been off the charts.
Oh, I was just about to shout you out, James. Message from James Boulding. Nice glass of red wine in hand. Watching late this afternoon back in the UK. Keeping up with his team rider there, Elena, just stress testing the equipment as she gets just dragged over the reef time after time and proving that those wings just put up with anything.
They certainly do. Blast from the past there, James. Hope you're doing good. Wine in hand. I'm envious, mate. I'm jealous. Now we are going to see Elena so far holding on to that lead as they are. It does look like now, Tom, there's another set coming their way. Are they going to be jumping on this? Because I'm going to say it, the wind is dropping. Oh, here we go. Who is this?
Who's this?
That is looking okay. So Muna dropping in. She needs a big score. She needs a big score.
This could be saved by the bell with only 2 minutes on the clock. Look at this.
Muna White, defending champion. This could be the wave she's been waiting for. Nice in the pocket.
Look at those boils on the face there, Joe. Hard to handle.
All the way down the line. Has she done enough? She is looking to improve her overall score by about 1.2.
Hang on a minute. Look out the back.
Elena Cabrina dropping in. Watch out.
Could she be looking to improve on a 6.53? This is an absolute heater. She's deep, it's big and steep. Oh my days.
Look at that, going deep, keeping herself close to the foam ball, a little further out than before. She's being intelligent, riding this like a final. She knows she's in the lead, up and down and keeping it stylish. This is an amazing wave from Elena. All the way out from the peak towards us, Tom. This is looking like it could be the nail in the coffin.
I've lost count of how many turns was on that wave, mate, but there's only 90 seconds. No, less. A minute left on the clock. The crowd is going wild. Will Moon have a chance to reply? And we are waiting for scores.
All right, Muna, she's going to try and drop in. And it does look like, is she going to be able to do it? She does. Here we go. Another big outside bomb for Muna.
Woo! Wrapping deep, coming back into it. She's looking, a little wing breach, no! Just can't quite hold on to it.
And watch out for the one coming up behind her.
Oh dear, in the impact zone. Will she? I think she's probably okay. I think she's going to make it over this one. I think she
getting caught.
It was looking like an epic wave though. What a shame. Muna dashing her hopes maybe. I mean, let's see what Elena scores for that last wave. But we've got 9 seconds left in this heat.
And looking as I reckon it could be all over. We are going to wait to see as we're waiting for the official results to come in. But while we do, we are going to be having a little look at the highlights of the epic final here for the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event, Cape Verde, in between Elena Moreno and Muna White. So now, welcome back everybody. Tom, it is official. Look at the flag. There it is. The winner of the Cape Verdean event. There she is, Elena Moreno from Spain. Congratulations. You are the queen of Punta Preta, the Cabrina athlete. Congratulations.
What a result. She is going to be happy with that. I know there are people around the world stoked with that result. What support she's got online here as well. And a well-deserved win, Joe, that. I don't think anyone worked harder out there, and definitely no one recovered from as many deep wipeouts as she did today.
No, absolutely incredible to see. And now just coming out in one piece is probably the word that we can say. But Elena Moreno, felicidades mi niña, espectacular, and absolutely killing it there for her. She's had great action, great selection of the waves. She dialed it down on going as deep as she had done in the quarters and the semis for the final to make sure that she had those base saws and then just work with it. And there it is. There's the Spanish flag running down fast to the beach. She is your champion here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup Cape Verde 2024.
Yeah, she is going to be very happy with that. And yeah, well, no words for those recoveries. No words.
No, and there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Hands in the air. Now we are talking. There she is. Those are the vibes. That's what we want to see. That is what we want to have. And she is up and in the air. Elena Moreno, Congratulations. Get her up on the shoulders. There it is. The official throne.
Problem is, she's so far down the beach, Joe, that everyone had to run there.
I think everybody did a marathon to get down where she came out. But still, she's the champ. She can do it.
Yeah, well, we'll catch up with her when she gets back up to the top of the point. But it looks like we're going to have a short break and then go, straight into the men's final?
Yeah, we're going to have a small break, a little as the AP flag is in the sky, and in about 5 minutes we're going to be starting off with the men's final. Stay tuned. If you have any more questions on gear or whatever, make sure to stay on the stream. Tom, I think it's time to get a cold one and start to get this final going.
Yeah, we better get a quick cold one in, but make sure you send out this link because the best is yet to come. We are going to be here, myself, Tom Core, with Joe Siastula on the live stream, bantering for the next 25 minutes. Well, next half an hour, whilst we finish off this epic event. Let's get charged.
Welcome back, everybody, and now we are going to be having the grand final is going to be hitting the water as we have about 3 minutes until we start, where we are going to have Kasper Zoller, Malo Genole coming into action as they are going to be banding it out for the crown, to be the king of Punta Preta. Both of these boys have had 10-point rides. Both of these guys have been ripping since the beginning. We were talking about it. We could see the lines. We could see the pass being formed. And the final that was expected is out there in the water. Out on the gong with the black and green, that is Malo Genole. And with the white and black, that is Kasper Zoller with the Armstrong. Get ready. Hold on to your hats as we are about to start the final here of the competition. Get yourselves ready as it is a go, go, go. All right, wow, sets are coming in and we're getting ready. 25 minutes of action. Red flag is in the sky, Tom, and there are the boys who are going to banner it out as we have Cash and Malo getting ready to go into action. Grand final coming at you.
Yeah, we've got an absolute heater of a heat here. This is going to be exciting to watch, so make sure you get involved in the comments and stay with us for this absolute banger of a heat. We've got sets racking up out the back by the looks of it. The ocean is still very much alive out there. And it's going to be interesting to see what we see, Joe. He's going to take what strategy here, whether they're going to go straight in hard. Look at that set.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the wind has dropped off a little bit. We saw it there with Elena and Muna. But I'm going to say that last set that went unridden was one of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was indeed. It was indeed. So it's still, the power is there. It's in the ocean. And look at this. Just to welcome these boys to the game. One of the biggest sets of the afternoon as well. Another absolute steamer coming through. We've got Cash tacking on his first wave.
Yeah, so still red flag is in the sky, so we're not green yet, so he's just having a little look-see. Unfortunately, this set is going to go and not be able to get them, and let us get into action as we are coming up on less than 2 minutes, Tom.
Oh my goodness.
I can see a lot of people on the stream, so let's get this going. Who's it going to be? Malo or Cash? Cash or Malo?
Well,
send it up there. What do you reckon?
A lot of people with their cash on cash, as they say so far. But yeah, let's get it going. Who's against who? I mean, who thinks who's going to have this right now? I mean, it's a battle of styles. Both of these guys have it in them. Both of these guys are more than good enough to make this count. No wave is going to go wasted, I would say. And it really is just a question of what waves get delivered. We've got there Thomas Goodrich thinking Malo's got it. I mean, there's a lot of people that, you know, there's a 50-50 split here.
It is a 50 split here. Willow sending out the vibes. All right, go Malo, go Cash there for Bowles Muller. And now, less than a minute, yellow flag is in the sky. Hold on to your hats. As I tell you what, it's pretty much even. I can see Allez la France, Allez la Bleu. Maui crew is shouting out Cash. Who is going to take the win? We're going to find out. Elena, the champion. Who is it going to be on the men's side? There's the horn. We are on.
We are into this. And, yeah, I mean, Malo's landed probably one of the best airs of the event so far.
True.
So it's, you know, he's got the game. He's got the skills. He's going to be all about tactics, I think, from here. He's going to get that first chalk.
Oh, I don't know, mate. But, yeah, looking to see who is going to get it because there's not a set out there so far. Starting to get it going. Noah Angulo, Cash is taking all the money, all right? I can see. Put your money where your mouth is, mate. And we will see. We should have got a little betting going on here, mate.
Well, you know, that's something for future streams. You know, a little side hustle on the go. But here we go. Look, we've got a set looking out the back. Look on our left here, Joe. There's one of the bigger sets coming through. Who's got priority? Cash with priority, but Malo on in the first wave.
Malo is going to be dropping in, and it's looking like a nice one. So he's going to be firing off the first bullet. You can see him out there on the droid 4 meter. Here we go.
Bang! Look how deep he is. First turn, as critical as they come.
Boom!
Oh! See, and that's what I'm saying about foil above and beyond the lip.
Nice, letting it almost reaching it out, back roundhouse there. Oh, a little scaly snap as well. Watch out, Cash coming in the back. He's pumping to get past. He doesn't want to go down this section. Malo, he gets through it. And Cash is going to be exiting at the top. Both of these boys. Malo cutting back all the way, and Cash right in the pocket as well, Tom.
Mate, I mean, this is as good as Wingfoil wave riding gets, guys. Look at that. He's just putting his tail out as if it's nothing. And I can say if you've ever tried to do that, you will know how hard it is. But just getting snagged on that roundhouse. But both these boys putting in literally the most legit wave riding that you can see. Big up Willow. He's on. We've got a lot of names here on the live stream coming in.
And some numbers are starting to come up, and they're looking like big ones. Malo's wave a little bit more surfy. We saw Cash a little bit more technical. Who is going to get the upper hand? Who's going to throw the first punch of the first endeavor? Close.
Look at this. For me, it doesn't get too much better than this. Malo absolutely killed that.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Look
off
at that.
the top.
You can just see the foil in the lip. He just rode that perfectly, like breaching the foil on the turn, both bottom and top turns, sliding the lip out. And he, you know, another important thing for me here is he completed the wave. You know, he didn't do any airs, but at the same time, you know, he did complete the wave. But look at that, he is deep.
He was deep, that is to say the least. And scores are in. Cash 9.07, Malo 8.67. So Cash had the better wave of the two by the looks of it from the judges. And it is very close. Harsh stills, I don't know, it was very close in between them, but again, the judges have a better view than we do here, and you know, obviously, we maybe missed something there, waiting to see the scores maybe come up, but still, as it stands, Cash is in the lead.
Yeah, I don't know how personal opinions were allowed to drop here, Joe, but that was two of the best waves that we have seen so far, and a very exciting way to start this heat.
Yeah, big final. Incredible riding from both of them. But yeah, the way Malo just flows off the top. And Malo's already gone into that second wave. So, look at that, just breaching again, letting that fall out. He has such a nice style, Tom.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, you can just see the excitement of both of them on the water right now. And really, really close call there. I mean, to be fair, those scores are so close anyway that it's anyone's game, you know.
All right, so looking to see as it looks like Malo going for a second wave. Let's have a look and see what everybody's saying down there. All right, Chris. Yeah, we are of a similar skill here. And waiting, Cash is just sat down out the back going around. Looks like he was adjusting some of his foot straps. But early days, let's not forget, we have 25 minutes of action. So it's not going to be about one wave. It's going to be about a lot of waves.
Shout out to Sarah Scheel, Liam's mum. Yep, caught up with Liam yesterday on the live stream, and also met your husband as well. Big up for supporting Liam through his the beginning of his wing shreddery career. No doubt it's going to be a good one. Performed really well out there, and yeah, it would be great to link up back in the UK sometime, do some big wave action trips or something. But yeah, it's good to see everyone getting involved on the live stream. We have indeed been speaking constantly for over 7 hours now, and it's only getting more exciting, Joe.
It is, and that's only today, mate. I think we've done 4 days of 14-hour shifts, but enjoying every second of it, and I can't wait to get some action out there for us too. As soon as this heat is over, we are going to be crowning our finalists, and there's still light, Tom, and I think it's going to be time to grab that cold one and get out onto the water. 19 minutes to go. Here we have Malo keeping himself busy. It looks like Cash is going to be waiting for the bigger sets. Cash now obviously having priority. He's just waiting out there. We've seen it once and we will see it again. Wave selection in Punta Preta can be everything.
Yeah, a lot of support for Cash out here on the comments, but yeah, there's
anger.
Yeah, there's some interesting feedback on that first wave score. To be fair, we had the better drone shot of the first wave, so it's difficult to tell. We may have missed something, but I mean, it couldn't have been much better ridden, in my opinion. Without an air, without some different variety of move, it couldn't have been better ridden. I mean, he was critical in every way, and yeah, super. And he finished the wave too, which was nice to see. But it is firing. We've got more sets wrapping up, coming in now. Here we go.
Oh, nice, another outside roller. Malo here coming out. And
he's taking a look.
He is taking a look, because obviously Cash has priority, so he's going to have to kind of skim on the inside if he wants to have a problem there. And no, he's going to go off there. And yeah, absolutely loving the board under the lip, and Malo just going so critical, isn't he?
Here we go. Look, he's wrapped round. He's seen that Cash hasn't gone on the wave behind, so he's wrapped round on taking the next wave, which has a bit of a bigger shoulder. Be interesting to see what he's going for, but he's
deep.
locked in deep. Again, another absolute heater. He's dug on the bottom turn. Oh my goodness.
This could be crucial.
This
could be a crucial mistake for Malo, because early in the heat, if you're going to do it, it's now. But he has fallen off on the first wave of the set, meaning he's going to get a lot of other ones on his head. Taking a look at the wing to make sure it is still in one piece. Duck diving, why not?
He's managed to float through that one. Okay. Looks like he's managed to hold on to it. His wing's still with him. And now there is a lull. He might be okay. But look at this.
Bomb, just power. Look how he's pressing down.
It was
driving it around, but then just caught the wing.
Fully went over the falls there. And that was what I was saying about mast length. He was so critical and so leant over on that bottom turn that actually his wing breached. You know, maybe he needs a 110.
And information just coming in. One of the beauties of having the stream and the judges can review the wave. So there has been a revision, and Malogano's wave, the first one, was a bit better than Cash's. So 8.67 there for that first wave of Malo's, and an 8.63 for the one from Cash. So good judging there from our team, rectifying, and you know, that is what it's about. That's why you got the technologies, and great to see them, you know, marking the difference, because I think everybody was on the same thought path there.
So there was a video review of that first wave exchange, and that is good to see, I guess, like in a lot of sports now. And look, Malo's back out. He's recovered.
He is recovered.
He's back out. He's recovered. But as we see it in a lot of sports now, football, they've brought in the video review of goals, video review in tennis. It all comes back in. It's nice to see that we've got the technology to video review these calls now. Judges have obviously rewatched those waves back to back and reviewed the scores. I mean,
so close, and obviously a final, they want it to be as refined as possible. So at the moment, Malo in the lead, 8.67, 7.47, 16.14, 8.63 there for Cash Brazzola, and it looks like both of them are in position, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, they're both back out, and what a recovery from Malo. He must be pretty buzzing after that over the falls. Fully over the falls, yeah. Like, falling off in the pit. Yeah, it was the VAR. That's it, Rafa. We got VAR even in wingfoiling these days. And it looks like they've gone back at it and just had another look.
Yeah, and there you go. Yes, Cookies restored your face. Glad that those beach high spike cars are ridiculous. Yes, they are, Bows. These boys are leaving nothing in the tank as we continue on. 14.5 minutes to go. It looks like Cash has seen something as we continue. Grand finale here for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, Cape Verde, Punta Preta.
Yeah, as we've seen, I mean, the score revision hasn't done a huge amount. I mean, like I say, they were close scores anyway, so it is still anyone's game. It hasn't changed it too much, but look at this. Cash straight in.
Oh, beauty here.
So deep.
Look at
that. Tucking high line, setting up for this next move.
I love how he just crouches down and nice off the top, looking like maybe he's going to be up for an air. Does the 360, perfectly landed right in the pocket.
Right on the rocks.
Yeah, and just at the end of that one, he knows how important this is, but he's got to be careful, because if he gets clipped here on the inside, he is going to have, a little bit of a nose tap there, hang 5 style, yeah.
Very nice, very nice. I mean, this is what we're seeing from him, is difference.
Yes.
Different riding,
Innovation.
different moves, and different ways to do things. And I think that is, that's super important to also reward as well. And look at that, how deep he is there. I mean, it doesn't get any deeper.
No, awesome.
Well, and survive.
Yeah, and you can see just getting out. I love that little bit of, a hang 5 that he came on the, on the bottom section of this wave. Beautiful 360, lands it on the plane, not even missing a beat. Now Malo on another one as he makes his way down. Both of these guys are just trading blows left, right, and center. And this is the battle that we wanted to see, Tom.
There we go. Wing control coming in again there. Nice little air section through the inside, and another long wave for Malo. I mean, it's gonna. I mean, yeah, like you say, you would not want to be a judge. It's not something that is easy to do here. And these waves are just firing off. Yeah, it's back-to-back trading.
Oh yeah, mid-face air there. Not quite on the lip. I mean, the one we saw where we got that 10.0 really was off the lip and then back on. But one of the things we are seeing, there's two different styles in between Cash and him. And then we can see Elena and Muna are two finalists. And congratulations to Elena taking the #1 spot here. Muna White there on the left-hand side, second. And, you know, amazing to see where these girls are taking the sport, and talk about commitment.
Podiums on 2 sports in 2 days. I mean, can't ask for more better than that, can you?
No, you can't. That is about as good as it gets, mate. As good as it gets. All right, Cash, 7.33. 15.96 all the way along. 16.14 total. Now it is getting crunchy. Only 0.18 of a point separates these two athletes.
Yeah, I mean, there's some unbelievable riding, and we expected nothing less. These two, by far, the best riders out there today, proving themselves in these conditions. And, I mean, the conditions just don't get any better.
Yeah, and actually, seeing Bowers there throw a comment out, will we be seeing barrels soon? That is the question. I mean, we saw Cash let go of his wing and trying to drop into it and tuck it in. But will we see the barrows? We will soon find out. And there we can see the ladies just getting ready, as after this we are going to be doing our podiums. So we will be seeing everybody out here, as there is, you can see the stoke on the face there of Elena. But let's go back into the action. Malo hunting again.
I've seen riders like Wesley Bristow and Clement Rosero in barrels before, but they really are. You do need a big wave. You need a certain type of wave.
True.
And it needs to be windy so you can have a small wing. And, you know, to get a barrel with a wing is it's no easy feat.
It's a challenge.
But
it's a challenge. Boys accept, girls accept. Come on, bring on the barrels.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I think we're more likely to see the air game develop before we see the barrel game develop.
I agree.
But,
I agree.
I mean, let's see.
But I mean, it's incredible to see how far it's gone. Like, we're seeing the turns here where they're breaching the foil, you know, in the turns and doing pure big cutbacks. Look at this wave for Malo. This is looking like it's going to form up nicely.
Is an absolute bomb. Another nice wave. I mean, what conditions we've got today, guys. Couldn't be better. He's not liking the look of it, though.
No,
I wonder why. I wonder why.
And Cash getting the one behind and moving on.
Here we go. He's dropped into this. Committed. Got that arcing bottom turn. Double hand. Oh!
Yeah, can he hold on to that? Huge!
Okay, so these are the sorts of things where...
Pandora's box is open.
Yeah, these are the sorts of scenarios where... What on earth was that?
I mean, pretty much just grinding the top of the wave there. Cash, innovation again. Obviously, you know, at the very beginning of the wave, so it's not going to be a huge score, I presume, because it was pretty much on the first turn, so it would only be, let's say, a one-hit wonder. But look at that, breaches and grinds the top of the wave. We are seeing foil developing as a sport right on your screen now. This is so cool, Tom.
Yeah, this is amazing, but let's hope he didn't go too far inside, because looking to the left, there is a set about to pump. There's only 8 minutes left on the clock. Can he get back out? It looks like he's deep on the rocks now. This is not what Cash wanted. This is not what any of us wanted. But it's the roll of the dice right here on the inside. I mean, look how punishing this is.
He is right there as well. He hasn't got his board either, so his board is on the rocks.
He's going to have to...
Malo dropping in again. What's he got? All right, going two hands. Maybe he saw Cash, no, deciding against it. Let's see if Cash can get out there in time, Tom.
You know, we saw Cash earlier in between heats going a massive and like with the double-handed aerial maneuvers, and I think that's what he wanted. But I just don't think he got what, I don't think the wave delivered what he wanted. He has got enough time to get back out. If they've got his board, he's okay. He looks fine to me. And they managed to recover his wing, and he manages to negotiate the shore break. He could just about get another wave.
There you can see Nia running down. All right, so Cash is going to be going back out on the bottom. Is he going to have enough time to get back out? We've got about 6 minutes on the ticker. We will find out. I mean, we know it can happen until the end. Is that an innovation score? Chris, I'm waiting for the numbers to come in, mate. I don't think so, because it would be called a one-hit wonder. It was obviously going to be expression on the waves, the same as if they were doing, new moves on the waves. This ain't like freestyle. But yeah, he is. I reckon he's going to be getting a good score. If you can combine that with a few more turns, we could be seeing some of the best out there. Smile on his face, though, Tom.
Smile on his face. That leash looks like it's been stretched out. He's decided to go out leashless, which to get out is a tough call, because if he separates from that board at any point, it's gone, obviously. So he's going full force to get back out there. How long's left on the clock? I can't see the timer, but I reckon it's about 7 minutes. He's got time. He just needs to bide his time. It looks like there's a little crack in the swell, so he can get out there.
All right, so just under 6 minutes, Tom, out there. So 8.63, 7.33 there for Cash. It was a 5.93 for that score of that last wave with that innovation. Malot, 16.14. He is in the lead. There you can see Cash, the Armstrong rider from Maui, is trying to get back into the break with 5.5 minutes on the clock. Let's not forget, if you can get on a wave in the final second, it will count, and only the top 2 waves are the ones that happen and give you the scores. So anything is possible, and we know it's not over until the buzzer. But now, sticky situation here for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, we've got Bulls Muller kicking in about the wing-powered airs and how we can incorporate them on the tour, and we've been talking about it. If you've been tuned in for the afternoon, we've actually been talking about this a lot.
Yeah.
And it is definitely a topic that is going to be discussed for sure, and something that I think both myself and Joe agree is not something that needs to be ruled out in terms of progression. It's definitely a new sport, something we want to see develop in a way, and something that could open doors to.
Yeah, we've been saying it, Tom, like you're mentioning, don't clip the wings. It's too new. Don't clip the wings. Let the athletes explore. Let's not box them in. And, we're already seeing here from last year athletes going, we're not sure if it's possible to ride these waves, to now, airing off them, spinning off them, doing all of these new moves and surfing like no tomorrow. And now we can see, who is it going to be? Malo is dropping in on yet another big open roller from all the way in the back. Look at that beauty.
I just love that. Doesn't get any more critical than that, Joe. He broke loose on the rise towards the lip, in deep. He's read that perfectly for the roundhouse back into the foam bounce as well. I mean, look at this. For me, his ability to read the wave really stands out, and he went for that first power move straight off the bat.
Yeah, and
let's have a look at the replay.
You can see there, just like you're mentioning, just going very critical. And I mean, that is about as pocketed as he can, almost clipping the wing with the lip. And yet here we have to, looks like Nicholas starting to come on over here on the stream. Open to all opinions, mate, but I don't think anybody can take anything from either of these riders. Great to see them pushing it, but at the moment, Malo definitely having the more upper complete hand. Cash going for new moves, but we've seen Cash get 10-point rides here. It ain't over until the buzzer, so hold on to your hats.
Look at this. How is he on another wave again already? It's like got Duracells in.
Yeah, I mean, they don't call him the Energizer Bunny for no reason. And here we go, Malo. I mean, there is only 0.16 of a point in between these two, but it was 6.8 of a point in between these boys. It is about as close as it gets. Again, there is another air. Malo just trying to get the couple more scores in, because he knows Cash is back out there. And if anybody can take it at the final moments, that's Cash Bazzola.
Willow just asked the same question I asked you earlier, Joe. If you let go of the wing and made the barrel, would it count? And our consensus, Willow, is probably not, mate. So if you come out of the barrel without the wing, you technically haven't completed a wing foil barrel.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, Willow, there's a lot of new things going on that there probably aren't rules for it. So as so many new things are appearing, those are things that are going to be going to the committee, taking some of those notes down. But, you know, using logic, this is wing foiling. So if you're letting go of the wings or letting go of that part and you continue on, obviously it's not going to be as well executed, so we'll be deducting points. But execution, he's done it again, going for the barrel, and he's just let go and surfing.
That's just what we talked about. He's just gone for it.
Oh, that is brilliant. Can he catch it up again? So the answer is going to be there when we see the scores this way.
I mean, he's going to get some interference penalty probably, though.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. So cool to see. Sky is the limit, Tom. Sky is the limit.
Wait, one thing is certain here. Cash is pushing innovation, and that is just, that's what
the sports needs.
That's what the sports needs. Needs minds like that. If you think outside the box, just like that, Willow, you've been answered. And he's still riding,
still
bro.
Riding. And look at that. Just all the way along. Cash Mazzola, ladies and gentlemen. That boy deserves a round of applause because he's not giving up. All the way down. He's had 2 waves all the way to the inside.
I tell you what, if he somehow pumped back to his wing.
That would be a question. I like it. I like it. Yeah, just look at it.
If the wing blew down the line and then he got back to it, which is more than possible.
Yeah, but no. Brilliant. There you can see. But Malo, once again, getting another good wave. So we are coming into the final minute of this grand final. And it is looking like, as it stands, it is looking like Malo has the upper hand. But we will see the official results come in. But, I mean, talk about perfect timing. Willow, your question has been answered because I'm seeing scores that are quite low. So I'm presuming that that is not quite there. But committee, if you're listening, that has to be had a look at. And Malo going down.
Malo about to get just the last minute, destroying in the last 2 minutes of the set. There we go. Right, let's go to highlights from that last heat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Malo Genole, the winner of the Men's World Cup here, the Cape Verdean GWA Wingfoil World Cup. Malo Genole and Elena Moreno, your top two out here, and we can see them getting ready as we are going to have a few words. Incredible, these two athletes, what they have done, as we are already seen some of the best surfing and some of the best waves in the history of wingfoiling. And there we go, we are going to go down with our beach commentator Tom Court as he is with our new champions.
Okay guys, we are here live with the two winners of the event for one of the best days of wingfoiling ever. Elena, how does it feel to be on that top spot?
It's a pleasure, no, to be here, and the condition we have had is incredible. How everyone is involved, no, to push and helping. So it's a pleasure to be here with this condition, and it's good that the government and the people work for sport events. So I think it's important that also.
And how are you feeling after such a long day?
I'm pretty excited. I have to assimilate many things, no? Because it's lots of feelings in a short period of time. So yes, having fun and hanging around with all the people, they are incredible.
Amazing. And after such an epic showdown, how are you feeling to come out on top?
It's a bit a dream coming true since last year, where I couldn't compete because I had school exams. I was like this. So frustrated, and then this year I came, waves were even more firing, and cherry on the top I win, so man, I'm over the moon.
And how good is it to be wingfoiling in conditions like that with one of your best mates and idols in the sport?
Like for real, it was like a dream coming true, like surfing waves like this. I mean, I was watching this wave when I was young, surfing, windsurfing and everything. I always said like, fuck, it looks so good, and now we have like probably one of the best punta preta possible, so feels like a dream coming true.
So the stoke is high here on the beach. That's it from me, Tom Court. We've been live in the box all day, and now we're going to go to the podium. Back to you in the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Tom, and congratulations to our new champions, Malo Genole and Elena Moreno, the king and the queen of Punta Preta. I'm Josie Ashler. It has been an absolute pleasure being here on the stream with Tom Court and showing you guys and girls back at home what Punta Preta is made of. Thank you very much for getting involved with all the comments. Send us the feedback. Send us what you think. I know we've loved it. I hope you guys and girls have loved it. Until next time, we will see you. Boa tarde. We are going to go home now.
the resort group believes in Cabo Verde, and may you be very successful, because success of the resort group is also the success of Cabo Verde. Thank you very much.